I remember Mr. Streamer fondly, his jokes, his acceptance of our violently positive reinforcements. Sometimes it's like he's still here with us, slurping his drink and bringing us joy.
What?
Oh, wait.
What?
He's just late. Shake
What?
my head. I had the eulogy mostly written if
Damn,
gold
bro.
blood or...
Already? Shit. I gotta get the meta up. Hold on. What was the meta? What was the meta? Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Yes, I apologize for being late. I wish I could do anything about it, but I can't, and I won't get into it. So we're just gonna send it. The meta, if you weren't here before stream, you would have seen that it was obviously the what is this? The spotted thick-toed gecko. That's a great gecko, dude. Not as good as the other ones. I'd say like an 8.9 maybe. Thanks for the 290 bits, Aduria, as the bit leader for the day. You have the honor of reminding me to reset the orb timer. Oh boy, oh god, what were we at? Like 11 hours yesterday, I think. Let me just reset that real quick. Good morning, guys. Hello. Hope you all had a wonderful night or a wonderful day, if you are indeed EU, as it were. I had a wonderful night last night. Played D&D, didn't die. Let's see. Elements, where is it? The Orbathon, the timer. We're gonna set the timer. Open control panel. Reset timer. All right, there you go. All right. There it is. It's probably higher than it was. I don't remember. But, yeah, man. Played D&D last night. Didn't die. Had a good time. Hope you guys had a good time at your games, because I know a lot of you play D&D on Thursdays.
Wonderful
yes,
art,
hello.
like always.
Oh,
From
thanks,
your
dude.
Crab tee.
Appreciate it, Crab. What's going on, dude? Good to see you. What's up, encounters? Oh, shit. It's Vixie. It's Vixie. I knew it was particularly well-opinioned in here. And I was like, God, why are the opinions so good in here today? It's because Vixie was here, so... The meta for the week was African reptiles. I thought it was just geckos at this point. Shows what I know, apparently. What's up, Chog? Good to see you. Making caramel tea. What the fuck is caramel tea? That's not tea, it's a dessert. I'm just that influential. It's true, Vixie. It is. Vixie, we need to have a discussion, you and I. We need to have a discussion.
Been very slow with school, but it's going.
That's progress, though, Crab. Thanks for 200 bits. You heard the app? Okay, Vixie. I'm here to intervene. I'm here to intervene. This is intervention as your friend. I've heard from sources that you might be interested in playing Vampire the Masquerade. And what kind of friend would I be if I didn't try and step in and, you know, try and help you make better decisions in life, right? I don't look, do you really want to wear a trench coat, a fedora, and tiny red sunglasses just to play an RPG? Because, like, fair, I mean, it's fun, but, like, come on, bro. Currently writing more for my D&D game, writing some magic item lore. Ooh, I like that kind of shit. It's fun when you loot an item, or you're given a magic item, and there's some lore and story behind it. So, I approve of that. What if it's actually Cyberpunk Red? It's not Cyberpunk Red. I checked your fucking throne, okay? Listen, I was concerned for your well-being. And I saw that. I saw that book. Setting up a solo Cyberpunk campaign to get practice with GMing myself. You want to practice GMing, Vixie? What are you gonna run? Because you'd be a phenomenal GM, I think. I feel like you need to have players that were a little more focused than we are in our game. So, wait, so you actually do want to end game run Cyberpunk? Oh fuck, okay, shit. Well, if you need anyone to play with you, Vixie, let me know. I got you, bro. You ran a couple one-shots. Did you? I had no idea you had GMing experience. I'm so impressed. For those of you who don't know, Vixie is one of... No Fox Were Given, otherwise known as Vixie, is one of my party members. She is indeed the salad of the party, the group mom, and if we were lucky stars, she would indeed be Miyuki. If that matters to you, I don't know why it would, but it mattered to me. So, Vampire the Masquerade, but with Paladins, yes. But with Paladins, VTM with Paladins, Samurai, we just call that playing Warhammer. Yeah, we just call that playing Warhammer. You need to watch Lucky Star still. Oh shit, is it like Nichijou? Lucky Star is the closest thing to Nichijou you will ever find. Nichijou and Lucky Star are very, very close siblings, I'd say, with a slightly different focus in the style of humor. But if you like Nichijou, you will like Lucky Star. Like, Lucky Star is one of the most influential anime, I think, basically ever, as far as like changing the direction of the industry. Not a lot of people give it credit for that. So people kind of hate on it because it changed the direction to more of the moe style of KyoAni. It can be credited or blamed for that, but I think that the anime itself is one of the best written anime that has ever existed. So I think you'd really like it, honestly. It's so easy to just watch an episode here or there too. Evidence could actually see he can kidnap players for you. It's true. I mean, I don't want to say that's true, but I just admitted it, so I guess now I'm screwed, Aduria, because I just opened my damn mouth. So, I have a few friends who think it would be interested, but I don't actually think they have any experience in TTRPGs. Fair enough. I mean, I think that a lot of people right now are giving TTRPGs a chance. A lot of people are giving D&D a chance. A lot of people are trying new hobbies. You know, they're bored of the existing D&D RPG sphere. And I think games like Baldur's Gate have brought them into the fold. I've been watching people play Baldur's Gate recently, various streamers and stuff. Not like I've been watching playthroughs. I've just noticed other streamers going and doing their they're people who you would never think would play Baldur's Gate 3 before are playing Baldur's Gate 3, and I think that's doing well for the D&D sphere. Maybe, I don't know. It's cool though, right? It's cool because Baldur's Gate 3 I think made a pretty big impact on the TTRPG section and sector, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you ever wanted to talk about GMing and stuff, Vixie. I'd love to have that chat with you. So it'd be a lot of fun to figure out your GM style, and you should come play a game with or if you want to do like a guest on one of the episodes, I guess, of the game I'm doing with Ella. It's a little more serious of a game, a little more RP focused, a little more plot driven than I think our game, but I think you'd like it. I don't know. Hope everyone's doing great today. Yo, Shelgrim, what's up, dude? Yes, we are indeed doing just fabulous today, for it is Friday, the most important day of the week, in which I will attempt the greatest piece of art that I have ever made. Yep. Long have they predicted this, that I would finally draw the very first paladin that I will ever draw, and maybe the only paladin that I will ever draw, inspired by, of course, Miwabel. So, God, I hope she doesn't hate it. Anyway, yeah, we got to finish this paladin piece today, so I'm going to just relax and see about doing that. And I want to talk about some art things. I got some ideas for a little art talk video that I want to run by you guys. You know, as you're the discerning members of the Dragon's Claim, those who know that I've been thinking about making some art talk videos, and I'm thinking about trying my very first one this weekend and just sending it. You know, I don't really need to practice, I think, all that much. I think I'm still basically an irrelevant nobody on YouTube, so I can probably just send bad videos and just try and practice things. If people like them, that's cool. If they don't like them, it's not like I'm ruining my reputation or anything, so I think I might just do that. So I wanted to provide it to my players a little more serious, a little more plot driven and RP focused. Well, honestly, yeah, Vixie, if you want to come play at some point in time, and see the kind of GMing style that I try and do well, I guess it's a little more plot and RP focused. Yeah, I'd love to have you at my table at some point. So, Love Paladin's currently a Dragonborn Paladin Sorcerer multiclass in Chains of Asmodeus campaign. How do you multiclass with your Sorcerer into Paladin? That seems weird. I like it. I like weird. I'm not somebody who plays optimized super heavy, Pepega classes, but I just don't know how that works, so I'm interested, you know? Which is funny though when people start talking about super serious multi-classes and shit like that on absolute meme videos that I make on YouTube. you know, trying to tell me that a barbarian that's a strength-based monk wouldn't work, that the stats are awful, that it's a dumb idea. Meanwhile, everyone gets that it's a joke except for that one person. So that is one of my favorite parts of posting videos, is whenever there's an obvious joke in the video that somebody takes completely seriously. So, Yep. You heard me. Anyway, today I want to do a little bit of maybe a marathon if I can, because I had to start late today, unfortunately. Had to go live a little later than I want to. So I'm wondering if there's a chance that I can start to finish this piece, get it done, all in one setting, all in one straight shot to the finish line. Now that would involve a lot of painting, and I know you guys have no faith in me to be able to actually finish art on time. I'm very aware of it. I'm very, very aware of it. But you know what? I think I want to change opinions today. I want to rewrite the course of history, change my destiny, not fulfill my destiny. That's what the Emperor told me to do. So I don't want to. That's a bit different. So yeah, we'll avoid that one today. But multiclassing is so weird. 5e started on 3rd edition myself, so multiclassing has massive restrictions. Yeah, I started playing at 3rd edition as well, and I always loved the reward you got from multiclassing, and sort of like the you know, like you know how certain prestige classes required you to have a certain class array going forward. I liked that. I really liked 3rd edition. I don't hate 5th edition. I'm not like one of those boomer, you know, graybeards that's just sitting there stroking their, you know, 15-inch long straggly gray facial hair, complaining about the better days of D&D and how, you know, no one knows how to play a real RPG anymore. I'm not like that, but I do think that the older editions had a little more charm and flavor to them. Definitely multi-classing is a bit of a weird one, especially because the class that I'm writing right now, the Astral Knight, is a very, what would I say? It's a very narrow and very deep class, as opposed to a lot of 5th edition, which is very wide and very shallow. So I think a lot of the story is getting into class rather than the stats. It's an RP game after all. It is, but the thing is that's important to remember, Sleepy, is that D&D is designed first and foremost as a war game, and the more you try and resist that, the more you should probably play a different game. You know, so it's a game with RP that helps facilitate it, but D&D itself as a game is a war game. You know, I saw somebody send a message, excuse me, in another streamer's chat this morning. Basically they said that they like TTRPGs, but they don't like how combat is shoved down your throat in a lot of these TTRPGs. And I really think that there's a lot of story-based or story-driven RPGs out there that I think people would probably have a lot more fun with, rather than trying to force D&D to be something different. At the end of the day, though, to be honest, D&D is whatever you want to make of it, and if you want to completely ignore the RP or the combat side of things, that's all okay. You know, I think people need more permission these days to play the game however they want. That seems weird to me, but it seems like people need it, you know? I never thought that we would need permission as RPG players to like do things different from the rules and different from the book, and yet here we are. Yeah, they are playing the wrong TTRPG. Yeah, 100%. You know, again, D&D is a war game at its core. It's just the most popular one, and people like RPing in it the most. But, you know, if you think that like D&D is a collective storytelling game, and you play your D&D game like that, that's absolutely beautiful, and I wish nothing but happiness and adventures for you and your friends. But you might have more fun playing other systems that you don't have to sort of work so hard to try to, you know, force the kind of experience you want out of it. Paladin to Sorcerer, mainly taking Sorcerer levels for the accelerated spell slot progression. Bigger smites are always fun. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I forgot they're like proper spells now in 2024. Meta magic, all that. Okay, so are you mostly Paladin with a little bit of dip into Sorcerer? Enjoy 5e. It helps that it's what I started with. Yeah, fair enough. You know, if you started with 5th edition, it's like your favorite generation of Pokemon is usually the generation that came out when you were around 10 years old. So, yeah, that's totally fine. 3-5 Pathfinder classes are planning is something you can do, especially if you're going after a specific prestige class. Yeah, you plan your progression a little bit more so. I'm not like an expert on TTRPGs. What would be the best TTRPG for role playing? So that's the thing. For just role playing, okay. So I'm gonna contradict myself a little bit. Okay. which is gonna sound funny, but stay with me. I think that if you're really into RPG or into role playing, the best TTRPG for role playing is Dungeons and Dragons. Yep. But Evan, didn't you just say that that D&D is a war game, and that if you don't want to do combat and you only want to RP, then you shouldn't play D&D? I did say that. The reason why I say that D&D is the best game TTRPG for role playing is because at the end of the day, the rules around role playing can be as gamified or non-gamified as you want, right? So the point that I'm making is there are systems that facilitate certain roleplay like in the way that people need, but those roleplay systems are really good if you need your hand held through rules. And so when people say things like, I hate that D&D is so combat focused and I can't roleplay in it, a lot of them I think would be happier in an RPG that is more like, you know, it takes your hand and says, hey, we're going to go through the process of role playing, right? But to me, I think that it doesn't fucking matter if you have a good GM and good party members and good players. I think you can get the best roleplay in any of these games. It doesn't really matter. And the reason why I say D&D then is because it's the one that everybody knows. And when you try and get someone, when you try and add in my opinion, so there are systems that have more rules around roleplay and or act more like a collective storytelling game. Things like the new BattleTech TTRPG seem like more of a collective storytelling game. And it's a different vibe, which is cool if you like that, and it helps you facilitate storytelling a little bit better than D&D would. But in my personal opinion, anytime you add more rules to roleplay, you take more of the fun away from it. So by that metric, then I'd say D&D is really good because of the way skill challenges and skills are set up. However, 5th edition is a little bit muted, so to continue to coil the complexity of this answer, it would be an older version of a D&D that would be best for role playing, something with a more comprehensive skill check, so long as you have a good DM. If you have a great DM, something like Pathfinder 1st edition 3.5, one of those I think are fantastic RP systems or whatever. But no, I mean, I really think that it doesn't. At the end of the day, like when I hear people complain about D&D and the rules and stuff for roleplay, when I say you should play a different system, it's because, oh, you need your hands held by the game, which is totally fine, by the way. I'm not mocking somebody if they need their hands held by the game. If they don't know how to form rules and whatnot and all that kind of stuff, that's totally fine. But there are systems that grab your hand and do that. The issue that I find with those systems is that they are again putting artificial limitations onto roleplay that I think aren't the best. So no, in my opinion, the best system for roleplay is a good GM. It's a system that stays out of your fucking way and has a good GM. So a bit of a complicated answer. It really depends on how skilled you are as a GM and how experienced your table is. But I mean, you guys remember when I was playing D&D with Fishy on stream? I don't know if the VODs are still there, but that was almost a 90% 10% game for roleplay. It was 90-10, I think. Combat was very light in that game, and it was very quick and snappy, and it was mostly roleplay, and mostly storytelling, mostly narrative. And Fishy went on her like adventure, in Eldara, and it was a lot of fun. But we didn't need a system that sort of held our hands through it. So D&D was the system to play at that point. I mean, it's very complicated, but no, I think that a lot of people who think that wargaming or the D&D shouldn't have like combat elements and whatnot in the game. If you it's kind of like if you're at the point where you can't say that I'll just ignore the parts of the system I don't like, then I think you need a much more comprehensive handholdy system for you, right? Call of Cthulhu was fun. I played it once at my LGS. You played Call of Cthulhu? Ooh. That's a good vibe. I've only played it once or twice at the game store I worked at, but I enjoyed it. It had a very specific vibe to it, but no, it was fun, Vixie. I really like that shit. Experiencing skill challenges for the first time was great. Skill challenges are really fun. I like the way that Ashy did it. I do skill challenges, things like that, very similarly. Yeah, that was good. Ashy's killing it. I know we're a little bit more memey, but you know, as a group. I mean, how can you not be when you're playing with Brother Ulnar? I mean, Andy. I mean, Bean. I mean, shit. Damn it. Yeah, wait. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here RPing in Roll20 offline while everybody's gone to bed already, staring at the wall, contemplating my existence as an Avenger. Love the design of the sword. I'm a huge nerd on pre-modern and fantasy weapons. Really? I earned that approval? Damn, all right. Well, appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. There's always like what I always like to say about weaponry and armor, Chalk, is that if I can make 80% of the HEMA nerds say that's okay, that's neat, then I'm in a good place. If I make 80% of the anime fantasy nerds and the HEMA fantasy nerds happy, then I'm in a great place. If I make all the HEMA nerds happy, my design's boring. And if I make all the fantasy nerds happy, then my design is ridiculous. So I need to always try and keep it in that that Venn diagram that overlaps most of the way, but obviously I'm not trying to go further into one direction or the other. So happy Friday to you too, Ernesto. Happy Friday. Pathfinder First Edition was the bomb. It was the bomb. Yeah, I loved Pathfinder First Ed. It was great. I played it a lot for many years. Big vibe player, which is why I'm so into Cyberpunk. Love the genre. It's very relevant to current events as well. Good way to make commentary about situations. Yeah, it's interesting. I really like Cyberpunk quite a bit as a setting. I haven't played through Cyberpunk 2077 yet in totality because I haven't felt it. You know, I just haven't felt the game. When it came out, I didn't play it because of whatever reasons. Then, you know, I couldn't get the game and it was a whole thing. And so I'm waiting for the day that I really want to play Cyberpunk, because I bet it's going to be one of the most important games that I ever play as far as formative games for myself. Which we'll see we'll see when that day is. Hopefully it's sometime soon. I'm trying to play more video games. I'm trying really hard to play more video games. I've become, you know, obviously very focused on my projects and stuff, but I really have been, you know, pulling away from video games, from friends, from things like that. I've become a bit of a different, less creative version of myself by not playing video games, but by not hanging out with friends. So I'm trying to do both those things a little bit more. I'm trying to be better about it, you know, so I can have the experiences in the games and do the things and, you know, not be just sitting out there drawing, working for 15 hours a day, because that's not going to actually, you know, that's not going to build anything super interesting. I did see Edge Runner. I didn't see the last bit of Edge Runners, but I watched most of it. It's all been spoiled for me, so I basically seen the whole fucking thing at this point in time. But yeah, Edge Runners was cool. It was cool. Definitely love that vibe. Were you ever a Blade Runner fan, Vixie? Because that's where it started. It started with Blade Runner and an artist specifically. Where is it? There's an artist who's very formative to my career, who passed away recently by the name of Sid Mead. And Sid Mead was one of the original concept artists before concept art was a thing. And so a lot of Sid Mead's art for the cyberpunk genre, inspired by early cyberpunk things like Neuromancer and, you know, that whole variety. There's a Sid Mead art book on my throne wish list. I really want to check this art book out. But a lot of Sid Mead's art is stuff that I think really informed a lot of my career, and a lot of other concept artist careers, even just in the way that he formed concepts and compositions. A lot of the theming as well, and the way he sort of envisioned that future world is very, very much something that I was heavily inspired on as an artist. In fact, there was a long time that I thought I was going to be a science fiction artist more than a fantasy artist by a large measure. And I still think that there is still a chance, and this is maybe going to freak some people out when I say this, there is still a chance in my life that the most important project I ever do is science fiction, not fantasy, even though that's all you guys have known me for the last 5 years. And that's totally fair, you know, that people think that I'm only a fantasy nerd and a fantasy artist. But I'm saying that, if I look forward another 60 years into the future of my career, you know, I've been doing like focusing on Eldar for 5 years, there's a chance that I get to the end of my life and the science fiction work that I haven't even started yet is the work that I'm known for. There's a chance. I don't know. Putting that in mine too. Hell yeah. Love to see your sci-fi stuff. Well, I haven't done any sci-fi stuff in a long time, Vixie, because when I first started trying to get back into drawing and painting and getting out of my sort of the rut that I was in, all the science fiction stuff that I did is basically art school era. I could show you if you wanna hang out one night and chat it up and shit. I could show you a bunch of that shit, but like, it's very old. So it's more conceptual than like work at the current level, and I think it would be jarring for people to have me like show it off on stream of like, hey, look at all this art that I did. Oh wait, that doesn't look anything like your current art, Evan. What the fuck? What is this trash? Who is this trash artist? You know. But cyberpunk as a genre is very, very important to me within science fiction. It's like a big deal for me, especially since also with the Cyberpunk video game trailer, the trailer had a car that looked like it was based off of the F-body Camaros and Firebirds that I had. So I saw that dude's car, I saw the lights, I saw everything about it, and I was like, wait, that was my first car. That was my Trans Am. There it is. There it is. How do you play worlds that you've already played in? As someone who's still new, don't you already know what's in the world already? Isn't that kind of cheating? How do you play worlds? Do you mean like playing a D&D game, Sleepy, in a world that you already know about? Like as a player or as a GM? It's Real AF. I'm a costume designer, and it's entirely possible my most known work ends up being something totally outside the genres I typically design in. True, right? I mean, like I'm the thing that excites me the most about my career is the idea that I'm not going to stop working for another 60 years. Like, we don't retire as artists, you know? And that gives me a great deal of like comfort in knowing that I started pretty late into my career compared to my peers. About 8 years late than I should have. Like, really started. So, you had a Trans Am? Oh, you want to see it, Vixie? Hold on, guys. We're going to do this real quick. Hold on. You want to see my first car, Vixie? You want to see it? I will always stop what I'm doing to show off my first car, my first love. Hold on. Where is she? Pictures. Ancient pictures. I got to go into my vault, man. Where is she? 2007 and before. Gina. There she is. There she is. Ooh. 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 Where is she? Oh. Ooh. Well, there she is. This Vixie was my first car. This is my first car. And somehow I didn't wrap it around a fucking post and kill myself in it. Somehow. Dude. Not a convertible, T-top. The T-top. So not a convertible, but you take the T-tops out, you throw them in the trunk, cruising that home. Dude, I was 15 years old when I got this car. I was 15 years old. I couldn't even drive it on my own. And then I turned 16, and I was literally the coolest person I knew in high school. I didn't care, man. I was the coolest person I knew. And dude, I love this car so much. I loved her so much. She was so fucking loud. Oh my god. Eventually, though, somebody smashed into it when it was parked, and it got totaled, and insurance wouldn't pay for it, and I didn't have the money to repair it, so I had to take the payout, which is like, I don't know, $4,000 or so, and I had to go I bought a Civic with that, which was, you know, whatever. That broke my heart. I still see like white Firebirds, Camaros, some things like that. I still see them and get a little emotional, you know. I love this car. I love this car, dude. You
should buy
like,
another
look,
one.
Dude,
I would love to get a classic. I just
shit?
don't have anywhere to keep it where it wouldn't get stolen.
Cobalt, just move to Canada. Quit not living in Canada. Think about how much money your money could money when you moneyed the money in Canada instead. You could have like 4 of these Cobalts. Come on, bro. Yeah, man. So that car at the beginning of the Cyberpunk trailer is based off of, I think, the Camaro, not the Firebird, which is a similar F-body design of the mid 80s generation of Trans Am Camaro. Oh boy, I love that car. I love that car. Yep. I love Cyberpunk, bro. The neon, the city pop, the grunge. Cyberpunk is a genre, and you know, yeah. You know what? I won't get into it. I love it. It's one of my favorite things. So, buy another one and play Rush over the speakers. Yes. I mean, that's what, dude. I would drive home from school in that car every day, and everything was okay. Everything was okay. Everything was okay. Got mad attention from the girls in my grade too, not gonna lie. I may have been a stubby little fat nerd kid, but ooh, when I put that bomber jacket on with that fur trend, slapped those aviators up, and got in my 1986 Firebird Trans Am V8. Ooh, man, that was good shit. That was good shit. I named her Gina. Yep. First car's a 97 Thunderbird. Oh, God. That's so good, though. That's so good, though. Ooh. Yeah. Yep. That was a good time. I'd go pick Ella up in the... I'd go pick Ella up from private school in that car. I'd go pick her up. Bro, there were all these, like, she went to private school, so she went to a very expensive school. There were all these, like, Porsches and BMWs and shit rolling up, and I'm some fat little nerd guy, T-tops down, just rolling up in front of her school. Got that Trans Am going, and all the teachers and parents like, damn, who the fuck is that, dude? My brother is still very much a car enthusiast, and I actually got the car from him. He sold me his Trans Am because he went the JDM route, which is awesome too. I've got a very big affection for the JDM scene, so he went and bought himself his first JDM cards and got rid of the muscle. So that's when I inherited it as his little bro. And I loved it because I had known that car beforehand. Because I had come home from school in the backseat of that car with my big brother a couple of times. He didn't really like me when we were in high school. To be fair, he didn't really like me as adults either. But you know, he was forced to, by obligation of parentage, telling him he has to take his little brother home to drive me home every once in a while. So I'd be in the backseat, and his girlfriend and him would be chilling. And she didn't like me either. Still doesn't like. That's my sister-in-law, by the way. I'm half kidding. So I'd be in the backseat, you know. My brother driving, my sister-in-law just like trying to avoid social interaction with me. I'm like, hey guys, you want to go home and play some GameCube? So I knew that car before I even got it. And then it got passed to me. I inherited it from my brother. So busy at work. Maggie, I hope you have the best Friday ever. And I'm rooting for you. For what little energy I can put into the universe and the cosmos, from what little interference I have with the divine, with the karmic world, I will do my best, Maggie, to ensure that you have the most amount of power I can give you. So have a great fucking day. 90s movies weren't lying, right? They weren't, you know? I can see Evan in his brother's jacket with sunglasses. No, I was brown jacket with sunglasses. Arm out the window. Don't forget the loud ass fucking stereo going. The head nod. Too cool for school, my dude. Dude, I was so fucking cool. Listening to Action Radius on the way to school in the springtime when it's warm out. Them T-tops down. Ooh, you know what we doing? We stopping at McDonald's on the way home. That's what it is. That's what it is. Same story with me. My Thunderbird is actually my great aunt's car. Oh, cool. That's actually sick. Damn, bro. An actual Thunderbird. Yeah, my aunt had a Thunderbird as well. That's fucking hilarious. That was good shit, man. I'd love to have a car again. I personally, I mean, like Elle and I own a car, but it's not like I don't have a car anymore, you know. You know what I mean? Like, we have a car that's like, you know, it's our car. We do car things in it, but I don't have a car anymore. See, I used to have, I live in Canada, right? So you guys must understand that I also had my rally car phase where I had my Lancer. Actually, I don't think I have any pictures of it, but it's just a white Lancer, whatever. The fuck is this? Oh. Yeah, I don't think I have any pictures of the Lancer, unfortunately. I know I do. Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, whatever. Nobody cares. It's just an old rallied, fucking tuned the fuck up Mitsubishi Lancer. Nothing special about it. It wasn't an Evo. It just had like rally art tuning and shit in it. So still necessary to have rally cars if you want to go fast in the winter in Canada. I love that car too. But again, had to get rid of it. This is the car I actually got rid of when I first started streaming, because I just didn't need a car anymore, you know? We were just sitting there paying insurance and shit on it and paying maintenance and whatever for a car that I wasn't ever using, because I'm not leaving my house when I started streaming. It's like I'm not going out for client meetings or anything anymore. There's no reason to have a car. So we're paying like $300 or $400 a month for insurance and maintenance and shit for basically no reason. So I got rid of her. Got rid of that one. I don't remember what I named that car. Shit. There's something Japanese because I was being funny. Yumi? I think it was Yumi. No, that was the Civic. What did I mean that car? Fuck. Whatever joke name my friends and I came up with at the time. Damn, bro. I miss having a car. McDonald's is actually good as people say. I don't know, dude. It's fine. People who hate McDonald's are usually being pretentious. People who love McDonald's are usually being weird. It's passable, good food. It's extremely palatable food. Let's just say that, Sleepy. Some people pretend not to like it because they want to be refined, and some people say it's the best thing ever because of brand loyalty. Don't listen to the extremes. Most people are happy with it or content with it, but it doesn't change. It's not changing the world. You know, it's fine. It's fast food, right? Japanese McDonald's is pretty good, though. Also dirt cheap. Japanese McDonald's. Yeah, it's good. Ella and I, when we were in... The first time I tried Japanese McDonald's, when Ella and I were in Japan, we were staying at a hotel. A very fancy hotel called the Grand Hyatt in Roppongi in Mori Tower. Okay, it's a very, very expensive hotel. Grand Hyatts are no joke. It was like over $1,000 a night for a room. The reason we were staying at this place is because my friend Earl worked for Hyatt and got sick room rates. So he basically just put us up in the Grand Hyatt for a little while. We were there, I think, for 3 weeks all in all, and we stayed at the Grand Hyatt for a week. And then we stayed at other Hyatt properties for the rest of it, because it still cost him money, because he only had so many nights at so many hotels with his like status within the Hyatt organization. So we stayed at the Grand Hyatt. So this is a place this is, by the way, the place where I first met the Yakuza. So that was fun. They were really nice to me. Every interaction I've ever had with Yakuza has been phenomenal. They've always been so nice. Anyway, so the Grand Hyatt. This is a super ritzy hotel. Not as many foreigners as you'd think. Lots of local, like lots of Japanese people, and a lot of them would go to the Grand Hyatt if they're in Tokyo for an event or whatever. Like, staying in hotels in Japan is like, it's more of a thing than it is here. Like, imagine that you would have a night out with your wife or whatever, and like part of the fun of going out and having a night on the town is you'd go stay at a nice fancy hotel. Right? It's just like a fun thing, you know, that luxury sense, especially because they don't have a lot of space. Not like people have like mansions and shit at home, so going and staying in a nice luxurious hotel is a thing. So a lot of Japanese people at this hotel, even though it's a Hyatt, massive Hyatt property. So you have like well-dressed women in fur coats and these dudes in suits and, you know, business people, billionaire fucking jet setting, whatever, from all around the world, just walking through the lobby, just being, you know, it's a ritzy ass hotel, bro. The nicest property I've ever stayed at. And well, maybe, I don't know. And Ella and I are like, you know what we should do? You know what we should do? We should go get McDonald's. There's a McDonald's fairly close to the hotel. You have to go out the back side of it and through a little mall complex into Roppongi, to Roppongi Hills, and you get to McDonald's, you come back. So We go to McDonald's. And Ella and I have not eaten since the previous night. So it's been 24 hours almost since we had actually eaten food. And Elle was like, I do not care. I want to eat all of it. And I was like, you'll have to fight me for it. We are going to Godzilla this shit. Okay, we're gonna put this fucking McDonald's out of business. We're so hungry. So we go down, we look at everyone in Japan doesn't eat meals at McDonald's. You eat one thing. If you go to McDonald's, the average person has a French fries, a small fries, and a coffee. Okay, nobody gets meals there. That's like, oh, gee, that's for fatties like me. So Elle and I are like, shit, what do we do? The meals are so small. They don't supersize anything. They don't giant size anything. The small fries is a micro fries, bro. I'm so fucking hungry. I came here because I was hungry, not because I wanted. Damn it, we fucked up. Never go to fast food in Japan if you're actually hungry. What do we do? We're like sitting there in line. We're like, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna buy multiple meals. Okay, so it seems like we're getting food for multiple people. All right, genius. So we get 2 combos each. All right. So we order 4 meals, you know, as if we're ordering for a group, because they all come with the tiny little drinks and tiny little fries and tiny little baby burger and shit. Now we get this all in a clear plastic bag, and it's all fantastically packaged, because if you buy anything in Japan, the packaging is immaculate. And we have to walk through this lobby with a plastic bag full of McDonald's. Now, let me just set some context for this as well. I already said the well-dressed nobility, the well-dressed business folk, whatever. This place, this hotel, Grand Hyatt, is also the place that I've had the most expensive dinner in my entire life. The highest bill I've ever paid for a single meal was at the restaurant at this hotel, and I had a Wagyu steak that cost me almost $1,000. Would I ever do it again? Absolutely not. Am I glad I did it once? You bet your ass. So this place does not fuck around. Bro. The polite Japanese people had to avert their gaze from us to not be so humiliated. The secondhand embarrassment. I felt secondhand embarrassment from their secondhand embarrassment of me walking through the lobby. Okay? Dude, it wasn't... You know what? I don't even remember if McDonald's is good, because we just got up there to our back to our room. Fucking Earl's half asleep on the bed because he had food poisoning. He's like, yo, did you get me something? We're like, no, you have food poisoning. You haven't eaten in 4 days. And he's like, ah, shit, I was feeling hungry, bro. You mind going back and getting me some McDonald's? I'm like, you could not pay me to go get more McDonald's there. But I did feel bad. I did feel bad. So, went back down to get Earl McDonald's. But I was not about to make the same mistake. So I got my bag, my duffel bag. Now, the problem with me when I was 22 years old, is I valued things that I realize now as a grown-ass man don't fucking matter. So when I was 22, I liked the idea of being flashy. Brands meant something to me. So obviously, what do you do when you're 22 years old and you've made your first couple of big paychecks as a big league graphic designer? You buy a Louis Vuitton duffel bag. So I have this like almost $3,000 duffel bag that I go to McDonald's. And I stuff it full of fucking McDonald's for Earl. Zip that shit up so when I walk back through the lobby, I look like just some traveling, wealthy businessman, young businessman with his Louis Vuitton duffel bag. Secretly, no one realized that there was McDonald's for Earl in that bag, so... Oh, God. McDonald's in Japan. I have memories over that. Yep. That's good shit, though. I don't remember if I liked it. Wendy's in Japan slaps, though. Hotel manager eyeing bringing back 4 meals, knowing very well you only 2 people in the room. Exactly. Yeah. God. Yeah. It's not like these rooms are like business conference things where groups of people travel. You go there as a single person or a couple. or whatever, you know? Even the fact that 3 of us were staying in a room together as a bunch of dumb, you know, 20-somethings, treating it like we're going to a convention at a luxury hotel, that even raised my eyebrows. So, yeah, man, that was not good. Yep. Could keep going to raid you today, mate. Oh yeah, no, say you're good, bro. I appreciate it. I had to start late today anyway because I had some shit that I had to deal with, unfortunately. So I went about 10-15 minutes late. I don't remember. Either way, good stream today. Your progress on the painting was amazing. You're impressive, and I hope that the next time, Jesus. So the entire reason, I hope that wasn't too loud. The entire reason that I didn't go live today was because fire alarm testing was being done. And it was supposed to be over. That's why I went live, because it was over. So that was unexpected. I apologize for that. I hope that's the last one, because they're supposed to be long gone right now. Yeah, no, you're good. That was on my end. Sorry about that. Last time Brand's been something to me was buying a pair of Doc Martens. Turns out they've gone downhill. Yeah, I mean, dude, I was so concerned about looking the part when I was like a young professional graphic designer. I wanted to have the Louis bag, the fancy shoes, the Salvatore Ferragamo shoes. I wanted all of it, man, because I thought that's what I needed to like be taken seriously. It wasn't until I started being around individuals that I would consider to be actually wealthy. The first time you're around like somebody who's like actually very wealthy, it's like a frightening experience when you realize to the extent that they do not give a shit about those things. And I never realized that I was actually communicating my inadequacy to people that I was working for by being so brand obsessed. That was a stark lesson for a 20-something-year-old Evan, and a sobering one at that too. You know, and I'm not like a brand hater. If you like the $2,000 bag, and if it makes you happy, bro, don't let anyone try and like tell you that's a bad decision if you want to buy the $2,000 Louis bag. Bro, again, life's too short not to be happy when you buy shit. If you want it, go for it. Fuck the haters. But for me, I was doing it for the wrong reasons. I was doing it because I thought that I had to. And, there's like insecurity in there as a young man trying to make it in the world next to all these corporate giga chads and stuff like that. I thought I had to like show up wearing the same kind of stuff and doing the same kind of stuff, not realizing that was just me, blatantly displaying my insecurity. It's like my Jordan hat. Some people say that my Jordan hat, they'll be like, oh, yo, you must love hype brands and shit. You wearing a Jordan hat, dog. Bro, I wear this hat because it's comfortable. It's the most comfortable hat I've ever had, and I like it. It's not because it has a fucking Jordan logo on it. So I'll still buy branded stuff. I'm not like one of those like brand troglodytes that just refuses to engage with anything with branding on it. No, dude. If it's a good product, I'll buy it, wear it, whatever. But yeah, $2,000 on a handbag. That I probably won't do that again. I probably won't do that shit again until I'm filthy, ridiculously rich. Until I clean out Vixie's throne for her. That's right. Then I'll buy myself a fancy handbag. All right. Always been poor, so I've never been interested in brands. Yeah, I mean, well, I also grew up real poor too, so I think that part of the whole like brand, like luxury brand thing for myself was also a bit of a rebellion against growing up so poor. I had to like convince myself that I was doing better in life, that things had like finally turned around because I could finally like afford those things as a young professional. And there's some things I'm glad I bought, and other things that I think were silly and dumb. Like I have like Burberry ties and Louis Vuitton ties and shit I never wear, right? But I also have a Louis Vuitton crossbody bag that I wear that I love, whenever I need it. So there's certain things that I'm glad I got, I guess, when I was young, and there's certain things that I'm like, why the fuck did I spend money on this? Right? I bought a very, well, not a very nice watch. Okay, when you say a very nice watch, people's metric of nice watches is either like, wow, you spent more than $30 on a watch, or like, oh, it's not an Audemars Piguet. Oh, I can't believe you got a Morgan instead of a watch. So regardless, I bought like an $800 watch with my very first paycheck as a graphic designer because I wanted something to remember it. And my dad suggested that I get something that I would use for the rest of my life. So I bought a very nice, for me anyway, watch that was, yeah, about $800. And I'm glad I bought that. I would go, if I could go back in time, I would do it again. I don't regret it, even though it's like a overly expensive luxury purchase. Would I buy another $800 watch today? Maybe not, you know? It comes down to being happy? For sure, yeah. However you want to spend your money, like, you know, you spend it the way you want to, but feeling pressured into doing it, or like you have to do it in order to be accepted or whatever, doing it to try and like seem to other people, to try and communicate status is just such an insecure thing to do, in my opinion. At least it was for me. You know, you can make a case for it or whatever. I'm not going to judge anyone. In fact, I'll stand up for your right to blow your money on stupid shit. Except for gacha games. That's, dude, you gotta stop buying the 10 pulls, bro. The only expensive shit I have is from my hobby that I don't really have time to do anymore. Fucking love scuba diving. Oh, that's cool. Oh my god. Oh my god. If this is gonna be an issue, I can't stream through this. What the fuck? Alright. Well, we're gonna pray that was the last one. Yep, sorry about that. Oh my... Are we good? I think we're good. I think we're good. I hope. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna keep my thumb on my mute button. This is gonna be an awkward next hour of my stream, but I'm gonna do my best. So, yep, do it for y'all. Grab less money. I don't like to buy things that I can't see practical. Time to brain categorizes games and hobbies in that mix. Ah, yeah, I get that. I think I don't have earphones in right now. Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Give me a second. I'm actually gonna go investigate something real quick. Here, you can have the orb while I'm gone, and feel for someone else become the streamer for a minute in TTS. Yeah. No, it's not. It's just fire alarm testing. It's just fire alarm testing. It was supposed to be done by now, so it's not like it's an actual fire alarm. Nothing's actually wrong. It's just fire alarm testing that they said that they were gonna be done with an hour ago. So, yeah, give me a sec, real quick.
So anyway guys, I've decided that the orb'll stay. Yep, all orb all the time. You heard it here.
I mean, let me try something for a minute real quick here. All right. You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna make my microphone a whole lot quieter, and hopefully it won't pick it up. The problem is that for the next 20 minutes, I'm gonna have to be right on my microphone. So it's you and me, ASMR mode. All right. Thanks for the bits, Atari. Appreciate it, bro. They should be done. I couldn't find them, so that they should be good. But I'm just a little paranoid. I'm a little
I went to the Gucci store in Caesar's Palace in Vegas with some friends to see the prices.
And
a girl was walking through the store grabbing all kinds of stuff. We were walking behind her when she checked out. The bill was just under 25k for 2 bags of stuff and a jacket. Yeah, I mean, some people have that, I guess, right?
It look good for them, you know? Good for them, I suppose. That's not something that I'm probably all the way down with, but hey, you know, you got that money laying around. Look, you do what you want, I suppose. Yeah. Meanwhile, you know what I'd buy if I had all the money in the world? You want to know the luxury purchase I'd buy? You guys want to see it? Let me show you. Sort highest price first. This is what I buy. Yeah. Right here. Yeah. The life-size replica of Salacious B. Crumb, 1/1 scale prop replica, $16,000 Canadian. That's what I'd buy. I'd also actually buy. I'd buy both of them. There's two. There's that one, and there's also the original one, the original sideshow one, where he's sitting on the pillow. I'd buy both of these. Yep. Look at him. Look how beautiful he is. Look at how beautiful he is. God damn, dude. Oh my God. The sheer contemplative genius and depth of the soul that he occupies. Right? Let's get a bit gold. It's on my throne, dude. Hey, if you want to go get, I mean, look, you can just go buy it, and it ships right to my house. So, you know, I always see these VTubers. They got their thrones going. It works that way, right? Right. Am I gonna charge that much for the props I make? Yeah, right. Right. A Trans Am would be a close second, Moose. That's good shit too, right there. Yeah, man. I'd buy so many Star Wars replicas. I'd buy more Lord of the Rings swords too. I really want Eomer's sword. Who else's sword do I want? I want Legolas's sword. And Boromir's sword. I want Boromir's sword as well. That's one too. Yeah, dude. Think how cool my room would be if I had a bunch of Lord of the Rings swords. I only got 3. I only got Hurugrim, Glamdring the Foehammer, and Enduriel, Blade of Flame of the West, Blade of Aragorn King. God, I'm such a loser, right? Who only has 3 Lord of the Rings swords in their house? You know what I pick up Glamdring? Yeah, you do. The Foehammer. It's like giving everyone all the money in the world, right? Right? If you're commissioning Electronic Blair Arts, you know where that's going now. It's going towards Ella's Taco Bell and me being able to buy Lord of the Rings replica swords. Now, whether or not that's a good idea or not, I don't know. But it's the current state of things for me anyway, so. I'd love to have like a room, an office where I could just like put swords and shit in the wall and art and posters. One day, man. Creative spaces are really important for me. Actually, it's something that's important for all artists, I think. You know, one of the things that actually, it's really interesting. This is actually cool, like psychology shit for artists. But actually, if you want to enter the flow state, one of the things that is most like commonly associated with like proper successful flow entry is novelty. Okay, so the idea of like, you know, the annoying sort of like people writing their script in a Starbucks, that's actually not ridiculous as an idea. You go to Starbucks and there's always creative types just like drawing and sketching and writing and shit and being dramatic. Yeah, it's kind of funny to like, you know, the meme or whatever, but it's actually true. If you go if you're somewhere different or whatever, you enter into a novel environment for yourself, that actually improves your creative flow state. So if you're ever having a hard time getting inspired or getting focused on your work, try going to a coffee shop you've never been to, or a park or a restaurant, or just some place you've never been to that you've never made art in. Sit down with your sketchbook or your drawing pad or whatever, man, and just make some art. It's actually really good. And the same thing can sort of be applied if you have a space that you are constantly changing. It's why a lot of creatives types are the types to also like redecorate all the time. Because when you sort of set your living space, your creative zone, then that is very good for getting your brain into that novel sort of flow of things. So, can't wait for my sister's house to be fully built, because then I'll be able to have my own space to do all I want. Ooh. You can go live with your sister? That's cool. Is that a thing there? Living with the fam like that? Okay, that's pretty cool, I guess. Yo, an Unhooked Shock, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thanks, dude. Thank you very much. Thank you for considering me your Prime option. And thank you for the follow. Honored to have you today, seriously. Thank you. Appreciate that, dude. Welcome in. Welcome to the Dragon's Claim.
Leader,
yes.
Who are you drawing? They are very pretty. Praise
Yes.
the orb. The mods will not suppress my love Ivan Ponder Ivan Blorb.
What mods? Dude, the mods are all so busy. I gotta add some new mods to the team, man. I feel bad. They're like all concerned and shit about who can actually get to the stream. I legitimately I'm gonna have to add some new mods in the next couple of weeks or months. So I'm gonna be thinking about asking some people to mod up for the stream if they don't mind. But yes, we are doing a VTuber fan art series thing, personal project of mine, where I am drawing a VTuber that I enjoy watching by the name of Miwabel. Just like I drew Ashi and Minnie and Amma, I'm now drawing Miwa as the reference. So I'm drawing a far more modest Miwabel than people are used to. So we'll see if our chat hates it. We'll see if they're mad at me. Hopefully not. Can't actually do it in Jamaica unless it's a library. It's considered loitering unless you buy things there. Wait, what? I'm on ad 8? What the fuck? Did it just run like 8 ads for you guys? Oh wait, why do I still have the orb here? God damn it. Okay. That's so funny. Did it seriously just run like 8 or 9 ads for you guys? I'm so sorry, man. Fucking Twitch. Fucking Twitch. Ugh, that's such a pain in the ass. Yeah. Twitch Turbo is almost like necessary for watching streams on the site for me. Thank you, Lurk, Mr. Pixel. Appreciate it. Next one I'm looking at getting is the Landsknecht Emporium. Wait, what? after either the Balor's Arms or Albion type. Dude, I'm not even... What? Wait, what do you... Is that a German dueling sword? What? Muse hilarious though. Twitch be like that, dude. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something about it. I run the minimum amount of ads that I can run without Twitch pre-rolling the shit out of my stream. I run the absolute minimum that Twitch will let me without basically just making my stream unwatchable for new people and punishing the shit out of me. So I apologize deeply. I hope you humbly and sincerely accept my apology. I wish there was something I could do. I could unaffiliate. Wait, shit. Loitering things for the cafes here. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, you just buy something, right? You just get like a drink and then you chill for a couple of hours, just drinking your drink or snacking your snack, right? I don't know. We have similar laws here, I guess. Fred, I haven't followed here yet. Been in the Discord for a week and some change in following on Insta and TikTok for a while. Oh, really? Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, welcome over to the stream. We're truly honored to have you. That's awesome. I've really been enjoying posting the daily videos on Instagram and TikTok and stuff. It's been a lot of fun for me, so I really appreciate you checking them out and hanging out. That means a lot, man. Okay, I think the testing is done. I'm going to turn my microphone up and go back to normal. So if you turn my stream up because I was quieter, you might want to turn it a little bit down. I'm going to move my mic back to where it usually is. And I think we're back to normal now. Okay. If the fire alarm goes off again, okay, this is a strong if because I think they're done. I am going to summon the armies of the free men of the West and go to war. So just, you know, be understanding if I'm on campaign for a few months, attempting to take down the Dark Lord of the Technicians. So, Blue family's very normal here. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, no, here, as soon as you sort of like age up, it's kind of like, all right, go off on your own, you idiot. And then, it's probably really bad for housing and shit like that, but no. Parents don't live with us. We don't live with our siblings or whatever. Here you are on your own, man. Screw you. Just you and your spouse in the hole that you carved, then you call a home. Can't be a bit dramatic. Fight fire with fire, exactly, right? You got the sword for... I do. I have 3 of them. I have Glamdring. Maybe I use Glamdring the Foe Hammer for that, Atari. It's probably a good use of Glamdring the Foe Hammer. Who was Glamdring's original owner? Was it Glorfindel? I think it was Glorfindel, right? Go to war over... Oh, the fire alarm testing, Nick. That's it. Yeah. Langsmith translates to long knife. Basically, they're civilized weapons used for personal defense and duels. Oh yeah, like the big dueling. Okay, yeah. I'm sort of familiar, but I don't know the specific one you were talking about. That's cool though. It was one of the Gondolinian elves that owned Glamdring. Actually, how the fuck did Glamdring even end up in Middle-earth from Gondolin? After the fall? That's my question. Why are we never asking the important questions in Lord of the Rings? Because damn it, I need to know now. I'm gonna Ren Fair tomorrow, and I'm so hyped. First Ren Fair with my new rapier. My best friend is flying into town to join me. Dude, that's awesome. I'm doing 3 Ren Fairs this year. 3 Ren Fairs I'll be going to with Lady Ella Blackwood to assist her in her dice selling endeavors. So I'll be doing 3 Ren fairs, and I need to dress up for them. I need to get an actual good outfit. Turgon, King of Gondolin, was Glamdring's first owner. Turgon? Who owned Glamdring at the fall of Gondolin? That's my question. Surely it wasn't still Turgon, right? Sure, it's answered somewhere, right? Yeah. Actually true. Somebody has an answer somewhere on the internet. Fellow dice maker? Yeah. Yeah, my wife makes she makes fantastic dice, and we go to conventions and Ren fairs and stuff with them. Most of her sales come online, but it's fun to go to the conventions and markets and stuff like that and do that with her. It's fun to see people wowed and amazed and impressed by her. You know, it's like my favorite thing is to watch people like appreciate Ella Blackwood. So, so it's always fun for me to go, regardless of if I'm, you know, into the Ren fair scene or not. I'm happy to go there and see people appreciating her. Gotta do some stuff for her though for this week, I think, to get ready for the Calgary Comic Expo, which is in 2 weeks. That's right, 2 weeks. Calgary Comic, or I guess it's called Fan Expo now, isn't it? Or Calgary Expo. I don't know what it's called now, but I know the Fan Expo company bought it, so who knows what the fuck it's called now. Maybe I'll go. I'm not sure. Ella doesn't need me to go with her for events in Calgary, but I might still go anyway. Got a lot of stuff to do for Horizon though, so we'll see. I think I've met you before. Is it Blackwood Dice? Yeah, that's Ella's. Yeah, that's her dice company. Oh really? That's fun. That's funny. No shit. Be around Alberta somewhere. There's Ella's Dice Company. I'm very proud of her. Alright. What do I put in this tabard for Miwa? What do we tabard for Glitch Stars? Maybe... just some little patterning design. Get rid of a bit of that Templar flair. Botsman from Edmonton. Oh, really? Oh, shit. Okay. Met you at GameCon Canada Convention. Oh, wow. Okay, GameCon. Yeah. That's awesome. Oh, that's cool. Well, shit. That's fucking rad, dude. We'll be at GameCon again this year, so come say hi. That's so cool. Did GameCon, did Edmonton Expo, what else? That bunch of shit. I'm new in Canada, but if y'all ever end up selling dice at the Irwindale Run Fair in Southern California, I'll see you there. The problem with traveling for conventions or Ren fairs, whatever, is it's just so expensive to travel. So we only really do the local stuff. To be very honest, we just do the local engagements. And anything that's sort of past that is, you know, they have to fly for, is just very, very expensive to transport. Everything that has to do with, you know, dice and the booth and the table and all that kind of stuff. So, I don't know if we'll ever be that far out, but it'd be fun though. We'll see how Ren fairs do, because Ren fairs are a whole different vibe. They're a whole different animal. I was not expecting them to be that busy or in-depth or whatever. They're pretty spectacular. The Spectral Crafted dice might have done some smaller markets with you. Spectral Craft. That sounds familiar. Spectral Craft dice. Ella follows you. Oh, I feel like I recognize your logo. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's right. Hell yeah, dude. Might have been a geeky market or something. Yeah, dude. That's rad. Awesome. Fuck yeah. Followed. Boom. Boom. That's so cool, man. The dice making community in the local little Alberta region is it's pretty cool. People are pretty neat out here, so that's awesome. Don't travel with my dice either. A geeky market? Yeah, right. Well, I'll be doing all the conventions with Ella this year as an artist too. She convinced me to finally buy my own table. Well, not buy, get my own table beside her, so that I can like show off the adventure and stuff like that. I did my very first sort of like market as Evan Boy Art, and not just like helping Ella out, in Edmonton Expo, which was hilarious. The amount of people that asked me if I did free run art was fucking brilliant. It was so funny. I don't know why free run art 2 was just so specific. Why did everyone want free run, man? Here it says that Glamdring was probably in the Elven Fortress that the trolls raided. They brought the sword with Orcrist and Sting back to their lair. Interesting. So this is like one of those like machinations of Eru Luvatar's fate or whatever, right? Is that what we're gonna classify it as, Atari? As machinations of the creator? The hand of fate moving conveniently? And not like the sinking of Numenor. That was not the hand of fate. That was the whole fucking foot of fate down on the table. So I'll be at GameCon Canada this year. Oh, sick. Okay, well, I'll see you there then. That's rad. That's rad, dude. Let's go. Probably talking never say anything about Glamdring after Turgon and the First Age. Yeah, I'm guessing that's the case then. I'm just gonna assume. I'm just gonna make that assumption then. I think it's a safe one, so. I need some legendary weapons like that in Neldara, Atari. Some weapons of legendary status and story. Things that have a history and legacy along the same lines. Whose presence moves through history and fate as it were intended to. Or some nerd shit like that. I don't know. Yeah. An orb, his history. Well, Samurai, you guys are only 9 hours away from the orb disappearing forever. So, I mean, how many hours of stream do you guys have until the 24th? That's the question. How screwed are you as orb worshippers, as orb enthusiasts? You know, I'm concerned with you at this point. I'm just as concerned about the safety and security of the orb as everyone else in this chat. We're all in this together. 15 days until the 24th. 13 days. How many stream days do I have? Okay, let's see how many hours about you guys need to save the orb. So if I stream 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. So that is about 5 hours ish. So so you guys need 40 hours. Yeah, dude, you need 40 hours to make the orbs like canonized forever. Ooh, man, we'll all work together on it, you know? We'll all work together on canonizing the orb then, because I too want to see this orb meme preserved for all of eternity and not just locked behind a tier 3 emote. So, Oh god. Oh, what's up, Steel? Got a document of legendary weapons for my setting? Yeah, you do. That's fucking sick. I love that vibe. Give me an item theme I used to make items on the spot when you did Item Friday, and haven't made one since. But I didn't give you a theme. You just figured it out and told me what you wanted art for then, Steel. Yeah, what do you mean? What are you talking about, bro? It's like 45 for safety, including today. All right, man. That's 30. That's like 30 more hours. That's like 35 more hours, bro. I don't know if we can do it, really. I don't know if we as a guild collectively can do that. We'll see if we can all do it together and make sure the orb meme stays alive forever. I'm gonna get fucking canceled. I'm gonna get canceled. It's gonna be worth it.
Hey Evan.
Yes.
Question:
hello.
What would commission cost for a magic item be?
Commissions for magic items. So I don't have them listed on Coffee anymore, but I used to have them listed for about $45 each. I took the requests off of Coffee for magic items and other sketches because people were not really. It was a little bit awkward though. You'd have people coming in, they'd want you to do this whole massive process for them, and you're like, bro, this is like a quick little design request. So I don't advertise them. If you wanted me to do something for you, I'd absolutely do something for you, Azalea. But yeah, I just don't have it advertised anymore because people were being a little weird champ about it. So 100 bits is 5 minutes. It is, right? How many bits is that? How many bits is it to get to saving the orb forever? Because that's your goal, man. That's your goal. That's our goal. My bad. That's all of our goal. But thanks for 100 bits. I appreciate it. Don't know if anyone saw the legendary spirit recently drew and posted in the Discord. This week, I think I saw it. Creating. Yeah, you know, wait, a spirit in the finished work, right? I think so. It was pretty rad, actually. 54,000 bits is 45 hours. Wow. 54,000 bits is 45 hours. Damn, bro. Well, let's see if we can all do that then, Sleepy. If we can. Gift subs are on sale. Wait, gift subs are not on sale again, are they? They were just on sale. They were just on sale, weren't they? I think.
I don't understand the assignment.
There's no assignment. Damn it. Thank you, Drexy. I appreciate the 100 bits. Thank you very much. That's very appreciated. Very generous of you. You have memed hard and successfully, my friend. Yep. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was very generous of you. Felt so much. I get lots of really involved requests for quick art. Yeah, I killed the sketch requests almost entirely. I have one sketch request thing on my Patreon as a tier available for just like the people that are kind of in the guild, but I stopped doing it, like offering it on for public, you know.
My God, all hail the orb, and be good students, everyone. Do your homework.
What's up, Mel?
Sleepy, A+ for your efforts.
We'll see, Mel. We'll see if anyone's hailing the orb for any stretch of time.
Actually, that's a good question. Patreon says monthly magic item sent to you. What exactly does that mean? I probably should have asked all this before I subbed to this tier, but it's you, so no, it's fine.
I'll show you, actually. I'll show you. So, for Patreon, what you are getting every month, Azalea, is whatever the print of the month is. So this month is this is a very old one. The print of the month this month is the portal that I did a little while ago. So you get the print, and then you get the lore card, and then a sticker that goes with the print or whatever, and then the magic item card. It's the double-sided, like the rules in the back, item on the front. So it's whatever one I do for the month. I make a physical version of the card and send it to people as part of the print tier. So this is the one that if you sign up for the print tier, this is the one that you're getting is the all this shit mailed to you for the $25 tier. So yeah, no, it's not like a commission request or anything like that. It's the print of the month and all that. So yeah, but yeah, I stopped doing requests. like at a certain point last month, I realized that I had about a 6-month wait list for commissions, and I was like, I don't have the tolerance to do very small little requests that are with difficult clients anymore. So I just removed that entirely from my offerings, I guess.
That's dope as fuck. Hashtag worth $25. Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you, Zelia. And do you want to see the print for this month? I'll show you. It's actually pretty rad. I'm really excited about it. So the print for this month is this one. Ooh. And I'm also making all the Patreon prints the only first edition prints in this size. So yeah. What was last month? There was no one for last month because Patreon didn't actually start up until the April 4th. So anyone who signed up before that, it didn't actually bill you or anything until April 4th. At least it certainly fucking shouldn't have because it was paused. But anyway, people could sign up for it, but like Patreon resumed properly in April. So that this is all gonna go out on Monday with the Monday Patreon and redemptions and card stuff and tier 3 sub bonuses and all that shit. So the tier 3 sub card for this month, by the way, is going to be the golden orb card for you golden orb goblins out there. So
guys, remember, this is like Birkin level bags. Save all of your prints from Evan and we can all retire in about 5 years time. Hoard the good stuff. Eyes emoji.
Hey, listen, if I build my Star Wars, bro, think of how much the early Patreon sketches and prints are gonna go for. Holy bro, I'm doing you all a favor by marking first edition down on that. That's pretty. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's gorgeous. Oh man, thanks guys. Come on. Well, that piece, the abstraction and landscape are fresh. You like it? Dude. Yeah, I'm trying to send out mail once a month. So if you have a Patreon or a tier 3 sub.
I kept hearing Birkin in Japan and thought they were talking about the actress, but it was actually slang for Burger King.
Burger King, no. That's $40 million to get the orb canonized. Sleepy, are you talking about USD or are you talking about Jamaican dollars? Just curious. Is that 4 million real dollars? Because I think your math might be a little bit off. If that's 4 million in your currency, I'd have to know what that is in you. That is not 4 million USD to canonize the orb.
Future me will be the first to thank you for giving me a retirement and fuck all money. That is Japanese yen emoji.
Yeah, that's I think your math's a bit off on that. But thanks for the bits, Mel. I appreciate that. Yeah, so mail is going out on about the 15th of the month. That's Patreon, the tier 3 sub cards, and any bit rewards. /crumbs. Or any prints from commissions. Yeah, so it all goes out together. So you might get a bunch of shit together if you have any of that stuff stacked on top of it. In case anyone was curious as to timeline on things. If we all do 100 bits, no, it is okay. Hold on, because that's not, that timing is not right whatsoever. Let me see how much it is. So it is for 100 bits. You get 400 bits. For 500 bits is 10 minutes. Okay. So 500 bits is 10 minutes. And if I've got 44 or 40 hours times 60 minutes is 2,400 minutes. Right, 10 is 240. And then how much was it? Wait, whoops. It's 2,400 minutes. And the bits per minute is... Wait,
My sweet monk gets to come home. Yay, Hugging face emoji.
Yeah, that's right, Mel.
Prepare and get her a frame to put on the wall.
That's right.
I know just where I want to put her.
Yeah, it's not even.
Dear sweet and wonderful artist Evan.
Yes.
What is the difference between the $25 and the $80 tiers?
The $80 is not a tier that you're supposed to subscribe to monthly. The $80 is a tier that will let you get a sketch request from me, intended as a one-time thing, but it goes through Patreon because I want to at least make sketch requests accessible to people through Patreon, because the Patreon and the Twitch subs, that's you guys are my core, my family. So if somebody asks me on Instagram right now what my waitlist is for even a sketch request, I'll tell them between 5 and 7 months, right? But I don't want to make people who are like patrons wait that long. So I don't advertise the tier. I'm not going to be talking about it on social media ever, but I have a couple of slots open a month. If somebody wants to get a sketch request, they can do it via Patreon, and that is not like a full commission. That is a sketch request. So it's the way I do the portraits, these kind of ones, the portraits like these. Where is it? Horizon concept sketches. Where's our characters? Yeah, these kind of portraits. So normally I charge $100 for these to like the greater internet, but I give people like a massive wait list time or whatever. It's 75,000. It is not $75,000 to canonize the orb. It is not even. That's still not close.
Therapy with books after a hard work week. I will be back in about an hour and a half.
It's still not. That's not.
LBRBK, love you all. Bye. Smiling face with hearts emoji. Victory hand emoji.
Thank you, Zelia. Appreciate it. Sorry, Mel. God damn it. Thank you, Zelia, for the bits, and thank you, Mel, for the bits. I appreciate it. And yes, go do what you gotta do. Go do what you gotta do. Ella, can you please calculate this out for me? Because I'm in the middle of a fucking stream and I have streamer brain. Whoops. Thank you, Ella. But yeah, and like everyone would deny 4 million to canonize the orb. Yeah, actually though, right? Yeah, like that's now we're getting serious with the orb at that point in time. For 4 million American dollars, I consider canonizing the orb for you guys. How about that? Oh, but right, the sketch requests, yeah, those are just that is just a fast track of availability, so that Patreon members don't have to wait for the full like 6-month wait period to get a quick sketch if they wanted it. And it's not intended to be something that you support like monthly or whatever. It's like kind of a one-time thing. If you really wanted a sketch for a campaign or something coming up here, you could get it within the month that you pledge it. So yeah. Gonna start on my next legendary weapon art, Ghostlight, a longsword. Ooh. Does it have lore already, or are we figuring the lore as we go? 500 bits for 10 minutes is 3k bits for an hour, so 40 hours would be 120k bits. And 120,000 bits is like $1,500. So not $76,000. Yeah, that's. I don't want people thinking that the orb's like a mortgage away. That's beyond the meme's intent. So there's that. Okay, I want to give her a little start crown thingy if I can. So I'm gonna do something kind of stupid here. And we're gonna see if this will work. 2100 Canadian. Yes, thank you, Ella. That's my engineer. So I don't know what that is in the US. But it is not $76,000. That's code red danger right there. Roughly 15K. That is not even 15K. God damn, where you guys get? Wait, you got? Never mind. You guys are just trolling at this point. You guys are absolutely just trolling at this point in time. This is like when I ask what day it is, and you start just saying random days of the week. Yep. Y'all thought you could get me. Y'all thought you could get me, man. Okay. Do 2 slightly smaller ones either side. We'll see if this works. I'm gonna try dumb stuff here. We're gonna see if it works today. Okay. I'm just gonna have some fun, alright? I have no pressure to actually finish any of this shit on any sort of timeline, so... Alright. Let's see if I hate this or not. If we're gonna draw a little star crown thingy for Miwa. As a glitch star herself, so... It's Monday, Evan. I don't know about that one. I think it's probably past Monday by now. I think I've already done Monday at least once this week, so... In fact, I know it's true because I played D&D early. Wait, I think I was monologuing about something when Ashley came in earlier. Fuck. Am I gonna get TPK'd? God damn it. Fuck. I thought I saw the flash of pink that was Ashley's name while I was saying some shit, and then I forgot to actually read chat in time. Damn it.
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Stop it.
ORB is life Evan Gold Blood Orb.
Alright, man. That Samurai, wow, Samurai, thank you for the 1,000 bits, bro. Look at that, dude. We're all trying our absolute best here for the orb, man. Wow, dude. I can't believe we're all putting in such good effort. Wow, Samurai, can you believe it? Holy, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Oh my god, can you believe? Oh man, we're so close to rank 6. Holy shit, just so close. Almost there. I just checked. I just looked it up, and we're so close to rank 6, man. Wow, dude. Yeah, wow. Holy, can you believe it? Thanks, Samurai. I appreciate it. Middle-Lore and Ghostlight already. It was forged by a group of astrologers, basically proto-wizards in my world, to serve a warrior sworn to protect them in an ever-changing world, currently sitting in the peak of a lighthouse on the coast that has long been abandoned and overrun with monsters. That's cool. That's cool. I like that. Hidden items, relics. Things deep and forgotten in time. There is an area in Eldara, in Teleria, that is a deep, ancient, let's just say, structure in which it possesses untold items of power, relics forgotten to all living, even who have been brushed away from myth and age, where horrors unspeakable and terrible lurk deep within the world. From the ancient ages of Teleria, long before the Proto-Elves and the Eldari. Oh my god, I just thought of something for the story. Oh, wait, this is so cool. Hold on. thing I'm writing is one of the most important lore revelations I just had on how to solve a problem in Eldara. It kind of changes like almost everything for how I've been writing a story. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. What is it? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, it's just right here. It's like on the it's like on that sheet just right there. So, yeah, that was it. Yep, that was it. In case you were curious, it was the thing that I just wrote down on that. Yeah. Like that, you know how important this is you know how important this is right here. I have two pieces of notepad paper, and they're in my fireproof like locker thingy, okay, with all my like birth certificate shit like that. On that piece of paper, they contain the secrets of Eldara for the biggest questions that are going to be the longest payoffs, just in case something happens to me. Right, this right here is going on one of those sheets of paper. And you were all here for it. Microtransactions make you a better person. I can feel improvement. Join my How to Orb limited time paid instructional course, and you can understand the orb and Canadian real estate or something. I'm not your mom. All that's great, Samurai. Yeah, no, that's great. Excellent infomercial. Thank you for your contribution to Electronic Blur Arts. Appreciate the microtransactions. That's amazing, dude. Thanks, Samurai. Appreciate it. What a samurai! Holy. Turns to this so I can screenshot the VOD. Oh, well, I did. I just showed you right there on it. So it's, yeah, it was just right there. Yeah, don't worry. I will remember to add it to the important secret notebook. I need to write a notebook because right now it's just some pieces of paper, but I need to write it. Actually, get an Eldara notebook and start writing the deepest secrets of the lore of Eldara in there, because I've been thinking about the myth. I've been thinking about the first ages of Eldara and how I'm going to tell those stories and how those things actually work. Even things that I'm never going to sort of like discuss as a story because I don't necessarily want it to be... I don't want it to be like something that removes the mystery of it. I still want to have these things written down so I understand a consistency in how the world works, I guess, if that makes sense. You know? Right? I ordered my food and wanted my dessert first, but now I finished food and dessert's still not here. Damn, Steel. You ordered food from 2 different places? Holy bougie. Good God. Wow, dude. 2 different skip the dishes orders at what? Wow. I'm impressed. Evan is winning at storytelling. I don't know about that. Oh, I did start writing something that some of you might think is cool. Probably none of you, but I started writing the Elven myth. Because I'm going to attempt to try and tell some stories through interpretations of myth. So the Elven myth is on its way, and it'll basically talk about the early days of the Elvari proto-elves serving as the builders of the Eldara's architecture. So it's really cool. So it's going to expand out on their myth and be like a cool story. Kind of thinking about it like Children of Hurin, Silmarillion type vibes-ish, somewhere in there. What's up, Em? Good to see you. Some writers' Bibles are better not being public. SLA Industries writers' Bible hitting the internet back in the day had a lot of people mad. Is that what it's called, Samurai? The writer's Bible? Is that what you call your hidden notes for the world? Because I like that. That's cool. Yeah, I guess currently then my writer's Bible for Eldara is 2 notepad pages that are the spoilers and would ruin the story for every single person who read it. The only person I'd let read it is Dave Filoni. Oh wait, I'm not George Lucas, never mind. Yep, shit. So you're better than I am, therefore you are better than I am. As a storyteller, damn, dude. The only reason, listen, Lobster, I'm not better than anyone. The only people that I'm better than are artists with smaller tablets. That's right. That's the only class of human that I am better as than a person. Is you know, they say bigger artist, better tablet. Now, do I compare to 27-inch tablet users? No, I am a stain on the wall next to them. But thus is the hierarchy of artists we have to, you know, fit into. That's the only way you can, yeah. That's it, man. It's just all about the tablet size. Mm-hmm. Oh, and iPad users. Doesn't matter how big your iPad is. It's still an iPad. I'm kidding. Relax. Holy shit. I won't get canceled on Reddit for this. If I'm going to get canceled on Reddit, it's going to be for my opinions on clerics. Not for anything art related, okay? So just relax. Yeah, come on, man. You're on a folding laptop? Look, I don't make the rules. I just complain about them. So, what about phone users? You draw on your phone? Ooh. 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 Yeah, that's rough. Well, if you can get a 24-inch phone, then you're better than I am. So, or sorry, 25-inch phone. Yeah, it doesn't actually matter what kind of tablet it is. Phone, laptop, notebook, Cintiq. It's all about the size. I'm sorry, man. If you don't have a big tablet, I want them to come with a 32-inch tablet just for frivolousness and not for actually any usable use case for that size of a tablet. Just so I can get a 32-inch tablet one day and complain that I'm not as good as the 48-inch tablet users. So, yeah. You suggest you're drawing on my phone? Well, you got to get the Samsung Galaxy Tab phone. Apparently, is what you got to do. So. All right. I think we're almost ready to paint. I think we're almost ready to paint. Where do I sign this? I think I sign it down here. I just want to get the line work in before I move to painting. All right, there it is. Okay, this is the design we're going with for Miwa Bell. That's what we're doing for her. We'll hope Miwa approves. The most important paladin I'll ever draw for Miwa Bell. The last piece of VTuber fan art in the VTuber fan art series that I will ever draw for Miwa Bell. Those are the stakes, my friends. Those are the stakes today. If I screw it up, my career as an artist in the internet is over. It's done. It's finished. Oh my god, I gotta delete all this shit. What is this even? Is this the old? Oh, that is the old. Clear the layers. Alright, this is where we started. This is where we ended. I don't know why the nose got deleted. It's weird. Kill that too. Oh my god, so many things to murder. Kill all of that. What's that? What is this? Oh, this is the dual logs. Shit talking. I forgot about that. Okay, new layer. My friends, we're painting now. We are painting. Yep. Yep. So, where do we want to start? let's start by finishing our outlines real quick. You know, I like that I'm including timing for this kind of stuff now. Like, silly little projects that don't really have any bearing on my world building or whatever. Let's go make sure more of a blue here. Let's plan all this out so I can just start painting real quick. Need to make sure we have our... Okay. Okay, we're foreground and backgrounded. I think we're good. All right, let's start picking colors. Because for this, we're not going to paint like real artists. We're going to do silly little color blocking and things like that, okay? That is the plan. Silly little color blocking. Keep hitting my fucking microphone, dude. Hold on, let me move this shit. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oops. I'm not locked. There we go. All right. Now her hair, we're going to just sample some of that stuff right there. So Miwa, pretty dark brunette hair as far as like the actual local value of it. Gonna remove some of the saturation in there. And then our armor, we're doing a pretty that's what I want to do. Pretty bright silver, I think. Some gold accents. My sword is going to be kind of a shining blue with some gold elements. How's this? And our tabard, I don't really know what we're going to do about our tabard, but we'll figure that out. What's your least favorite fantasy thing? Least favorite fantasy thing? Least favorite fantasy thing? Ooh. What is my least favorite fantasy thing? Of all the fantasy things, my least favorite is... a good question. What's my least favorite fantasy thing? There's lots of fantasy that I'm just like kind of bored with. I don't know if I'm like mad at anything, you know? Maybe my least favorite fantasy thing is lazy applications of modern ideas and concepts into a medieval world that doesn't even try and keep any sort of immersion. Because you just want to shoehorn an idea or a vibe that completely breaks the entire world. And you didn't feel like thinking it through to try and figure out a happy medium between the vibe that you wanted and the aesthetics of the world to not compromise it. I don't know if that's a good enough like thing to consider my least favorite fantasy thing or not. It's more of a pet peeve of mine, is what I would see as lazy concept art and world building. But I don't know if I'm like mad about it, you know? I was at the DMV this morning and a guy said that his car was maroon because of Mr. Evan Blair. I heard a cool desaturated red. Good, Atari. Now you are one step closer to being an artist. Yep. Now all you need to do is pretentiously tell that person what he intended to say, and then you'll be fine. Yeah, you can inform him as to what the color of his car actually is, and then So sorry to hear you at the DMV this morning. That sounds tragic. I hear that's a rough experience in the US. We have something similar, but definitely not at the level the DMV is, I think, in Canada. That's like a elder boss for you guys in America. Speed when you paint is insane. Well, I'm just blocking some color on this. This isn't like, I'm not actually painting, I'm just blocking color. This isn't a painting. This is just a colorized sketch. And when you're not painting, you're just coloring a sketch. It's a lot easier to go really fast to get a lot of like satisfying sort of color to get a good idea of what your piece is going to look like. So an actual painting would take a lot longer. But the first stages of regardless of if it's a painting or a colored sketch or whatever, the first stages should be, or even like a line work piece, like a regular sketch, the first stages should be the most quickly applied and most correct ones. If you're not quickly applying the correct sort of values or lights or form or whatever, you're going to overthink it. It's one of those times when you actually only have a certain window to sort of do something in your art, and you have to do it like all at once. Otherwise, it kind of gets a little muddy. So.
Hello there.
Yes.
What we doing
hello.
today?
What's up,
Are we
Senix?
drawing what you said we do yesterday? Good.
What did I say we were gonna do yesterday? Because if that's the case, then yes is exactly what I said, and I always deliver on my promises. Then, Senix. Yep. If that is precisely what I said I would do, then I'm doing the thing that I said I would do, and I always deliver. And thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. In lighting design, we say amber instead of orange. Ooh. Yeah, so the problem is that if you're talking about like in color theory, like proper color theory for like for artists doing like print and things like that, we are trained not to use made up color names because they're not specific enough. So the problem is if you say amber instead of orange, or you say maroon instead of red or whatever, you're basically not really saying a real color that like a printer can use. You're saying a color that implies a vibe for somebody to get an idea of sort of what you're going for, but it's not, the specificity is not like, it's not correct enough. It's not exact enough. So we're taught to, like, if you go to like a real like big color theory course and like an arts, like for painting, design, whatever it is, the issue is if you say things like teal and maroon and amber and whatnot, you're gonna like fail your fucking color theory course because they're like, there's no such thing as an amber. You have to be able to describe the amber better, you know, and they'll slap your hand with a fucking ruler basically. So that's like that. I always meme that like made up color names because they're useful. I mean, when you're like doing kind of interior decorating or lighting design or whatever, it's like not something that's more like vibe and aesthetic focused and less about like the exact and precision required for print, then yeah, those color like names are very efficient and useful. But if you're doing something that requires the precision of print, you absolutely have to be able to precisely describe almost in hex code the color that you're looking at or thinking about. So you're supposed to say like a desaturated blue-green. And if you wanted to be even more precise, you'd say something like a desaturated blue-green 70% or 70-30 blue-green, right? But even then, that becomes a little bit arcane for people to sort of like try and decipher what that really means. You have to have a very, very good association with color to be able to know what the fuck someone's talking about at that level. So, yeah, Atari's referencing an old meme where I basically said not to use made-up color names like that. Maroon, a Merlot red, you know? Amber is industry standard color, which if gels, if I recall, we have hyper-specific things like R311, which describes exact color. Yeah, the problem is that's more for material, right? But if you're talking about print, there's no material requirements there. It's not like you're talking about paints with pigments or anything. It's more like you have to sort of like describe exact like CMYK fucking codes of colors and shit like that. So we were told, and it was so funny, the first day of color theory, the instructor, that was the hardest class I've ever been in, was that color theory course, but it was the best, it was the most intense learning experience I've ever had in a short class period. One of the first things the instructor said is she introduced herself. She said, "Hi, my name's this. I do this work, I've done these projects, and then she hit a button and all these fucking giant brands appeared behind her, and she's like, so, you know, I will teach you how to think of color so you can do these kind of projects, but I have one rule. And we all like kind of looked at her and she said, if you're going to waste my time, I want you to leave right now. And the first way you're going to do that is if you use a made-up color name. And we're like, what? And she's like, so this is your last time that you as artists will ever use the word teal. And we're like, oh, fuck, she's serious. Oh, fuck. So it's a bit of a meme, but it does actually have an industry application. It can be an issue if you are like talking to printers and you say like things like amber, maroon, royal blue. But if you're talking to painters and you say like a phthalo a phthalo green, of course printers know what you're talking, or sorry, artists with paint know what you're talking about. But if you say the word phthalo green with a printer, they're going to be like, well, that's not quite, you know, ooh, what do you mean by phthalo, you know? So that's a little intense.
I felt called out with that Merlot call out there, Evan.
I mean, you were, exactly, precisely, Azalea. I was thinking about you in particular when I was saying it, Azalea. I'm glad. Good. Feel called out. No, man, use whatever color names you want. It doesn't fucking matter. But there is just like in the graphic design industry and print industry, there is a very specific sort of way you talk about color that's very different from every other artistic or creative endeavor. So, royal blue is your favorite? Well, yeah, royal blue is great. Whether or not royal blue is a real color, you know, that's... Yeah, everyone, that's the thing, like everybody knows what you mean when you say teal, but the problem is when you're talking about print, the specificity is so necessary that it's just... You get fucking roasted if you use anything besides the like the most descriptive, most mathematical description you possibly can. But then artists that get real, like graphic designers, get real pretentious about it, pretend they don't know what people are talking about. They'll be like, I want my outfit to be a blue-green, high saturation 3070 green dress with a, you know, you're like, okay, what does that mean? Like, you could just say a fucking, like, pale teal, like, or like, you know what I mean? Like a neon fucking warm green or whatever. So, it's kind of... What about light cadmium red? I mean, that's a painter's term. Because cadmium... Like, so when it comes to painters, paint, the reason why it's okay to say that to a painter, or why it was, is because you could only make paints out of certain colors, right? So if you say Tyrian purple, Tyrian purple could only be made one way, and was only made in one place. So the issue is that when you're a painter and you say Tyrian purple, it's more along this line. Oh, that's cool. They have them in dyes. It's more along this than it is this one. But regardless, you say Tyrian purple, they're going to know what you're talking about because there's only one Tyrian purple, right? It's a specific color name. The problem is when people say things like royal blue, like a phthalo blue is a specific thing. A cobalt blue is a specific thing. A cadmium orange is a specific thing. Cadmium gets a little bit messy, but you know what I mean. But when you're talking about colors in a digital age where you can basically pick from billions of colors, saying like the range is too large to use a painter's color term for a yeah, it's a whole thing, man. A lot of it's just pretentious artists being pretentious, but there is actually a usefulness behind it that you can you know, consider. So, there is a use case. Not that it really fucking matters. Crushed snail shells, exactly. And there were some variances, but for the most part, it was, it's all like... Yeah, it's all some sort of specificity. Throw out the hex codes, exactly. I mean, that's like if you really want to be precise, like, and you want to stop LARPing, you just tell people what the hex codes are. But most people don't give a shit, so. It's one of those things where like people who think there's no usefulness to it are just like kind of mad. But people that think that like that's the only way you're supposed to do it are also just like being pretentious and silly. I do want to start getting back into oil painting, but I'm thinking about the ways to go about it without ruining my life. I saw this video this morning of it kind of reminded me of Ella, actually. It's this painter that is she's a lovely painter that does like some YouTube and social media stuff, named Courtney. I forget her last name is, but she has these ridiculously long nails, and it's like painting with them. Dude, this is so funny. It totally reminded me of Ella, because she's got amazing ergonomics. Where is it? There it is, the train. Dude, she's got amazing painting ergonomics if you want to see the proper way you're supposed to hold a brush, but also her fucking claw nails, and somehow she's doing precision work. That's just, it's just, this made me exhale from my nose several times abruptly in amusement. That's how funny it was. That all in my lonesome, in a room depraved of the social peer pressure to actually express amusement, I even then was forced to exhale several times from my nose abruptly because I thought it was so funny and charming. But yeah, because Ella always has like super long nails when trying to make dice and typing and shit. Watching her interact with her phone when she has her long nails on is like watching I don't know, some sort of like a creature just like scratching and clawing at a runestone. Put acrylic nails once for a LARP photo shoot, and how do people live with them? Yeah, well, Ella doesn't get acrylics, she gets gels. So they're like permanents, they don't like fall off like acrylics do. So I think it's a little bit easier if there's more structure to them like that. But if you're talking about just about like the length of it, I don't know. That's ridiculous. Color of Miwa's eyes. Hold on. Miwa's eyes are pale blue, right? I think. What color are Miwa Bell's eyes? They are blue with a slight tinge of pink. That's cool. Okay. We'll make it a darker blue, and then we'll highlight them up. They're a little bit darker, a little bit cooler than that. So one of the reasons why I always like to do the eyes without actually like painting anything through is I like to do a really quick pass on them, because I find that if you have a painting of a character and their eyes look all like soulless and weird and flat, then the whole painting just feels like kind of eerie. The whole process feels kind of uncanny, if you know what I mean. And then there's a little tinge of the pink in there, I believe. And then we'll have a finishing layer. I just like to do this like pretty early on in the process. Too much pink. Okay. Give her the poachy highlights. Such a focal point? Yeah, for real. Had my nails off for a month last year because of carpal tunnel surgery, and it was the strangest feeling I ever had. Yeah, Ella without her nails is is a strange creature. A strange summoning of a creature known as Ella Blackwood. It's kind of funny, honestly. She does not like it. There is a small temptation just to paint out over top of the line work and just do a proper painting, but I always have to limit myself. I always have to guard myself against my ambitions for a piece. Otherwise, I will spend an entire day redoing things, contemplating doing something more substantial. And this time I'm not going to be coloring the line work. I think I'm going to leave it a base. Try doing it in a bit of a different sketch style. New girl failed computer class because she refused to cut or move her nails and couldn't type with them. Yeah. That's funny. Okay. We'll get our base colors down and see what we think of it. See if we're happy. All of us collectively are happy. Most importantly, right? Why are the eyes in 3/4 hard? They're very difficult because people don't think about them as proper 3D shapes. Part of doing portrait studies and doing sort of very specific anatomical studies for the body is to understand the proportion of whatever the anatomy is in perspective. So remember what I said the other day, that all of anatomy, you know, anatomy air quotes, which is just figure, is composed of one of three things, and that's gesture, anatomy, and perspective. The reason why eyes are hard in 3/4 is because, not because of anatomy. People usually understand the anatomy of an eye pretty well. It's because of the perspective. So some perspective grinding and training, it would be probably pretty beneficial if you're having some trouble understanding how spheres and complicated shapes wrap around spheres. Doing studies like that will get you pretty far along the way. So kind of hoping you'd respond to the question like a caveman, like how I typed it too. Oh, my bad. Yeah, you just draw the eye. Like, what do you mean? So what you do is you don't have an eye and then you draw the eye. Yeah. So if there ever isn't an eye that's like drawn incorrectly, that's like not drawn well, then you just draw it properly instead. And then you go from there. Yep. So just do it right the first time, and then you don't have to do it a second time. But if you do it right the second time and not the first time, then you still did it right, and that's okay. Ooh, do I want to do her scarf? I was gonna do a scarf on here. Fuck. Ooh, I forgot about that. I forgot our cloak scarf thingy that she needs to be wearing. Let me do a little undersketch here real quick. With color to be able to do line work on top of it. It's a good recommendation, yeah. Hope it's useful. What's up, 8? Here's a question: what do you think of doing grayscale first and laying down color on top of it? Grayscaled color. Oh man, that's tough. I know a lot of good artists that do that. The best artists learn how to see in color. So the most classically trained artists with the highest skill ceiling paint in color directly because they're thinking about light and temperature at the beginning of the process. Now, if you're learning and you're using grayscale, that's great. It's a fantastic tool. And there are lots of accomplished artists that do that, but then will at a certain point in time understand the usefulness of grayscale and then flip pretty quickly into painting with color. So, you know, is a good example of this, Pete Moorbacher. So let's see if we can find an example of him doing it. This one. So like, yeah, grayscale. Where's the video? I need a reel. Reel. Okay, yeah. So check this out. Watch this. I mean, a little faster there, Pete. Oh yeah, okay. So he does a gradient map. Okay. Get some color in there. Lays down some flats over top of it. And now he's moved into properly painting. So if you are going to paint with your with grayscale first, I would be very careful as to how far along the process you go painting with grayscale. You can do it. Even if you look at like Keka Kotaki's work, maybe. I'm not sure if he posts on Instagram anymore. He starts with grayscale, with black and white, because he comes from an ink background here, right? But he moves into color pretty rapidly. So you can start a piece if you absolutely want to sketch in grayscale, but consider it just that, a sketch. And then you're painting over it. So careful how far you go. I mean, like, don't go too far into the image in grayscale before you start adding color. Don't define too much detail. Like, before you start painting in color, make that like, I don't know, the first 20 or 30% of the piece, not like the first 70% or whatever. So learn how to paint in color. Yeah, it's very difficult, but you know, I mean, if you think about, like, does John Park have a fucking tutorial? Let's see. Okay, this should be it. This should work. Let me time lapse through this. So watch how John Park builds these studies in grayscale. Okay, studying grayscale. Ooh, wow, so useful. Grayscale, definitely good for creating form and figuring out shape. Flipping over to color. Look how like quick into the process, how unfinished the painting is before there's a movement into proper use of like color. It's actually probably a really good tutorial. Yep. There you go. Don't go too far into your piece before you start painting in proper color, and you will be fine, my friend. Share those artists again. Pete Moorbacher and John Park. Yep. Usually relatable. I'm a sculptor with naturally long nails. Couldn't explain how we do it. You're all a mystery to me, Sleaton. You're all a mystery to me. Also, like, what I'm doing right now is not like real painting either, so it's not like I can demonstrate that. I'm just colorizing a sketch. I'm not actually painting, so. Where the fuck do I hear fireworks? The fuck? Give me a sec. Weird. We good? We good. What a mess. Twitch bugged out for me? Damn, Lobster. Probably nothing. Yeah, nothing real. Just a bunch of scuffed shit. You ain't missing nothing, dog. Alright. Are you using the right brush? I think I am. Ooh, it's gonna be weird. Because I've already gotten this far in the recording process, I don't want to like hide anything or the color layer at all. It's gonna be a little awkward, but you know, I put myself in this position. I forgot to do a little piece here, so you know, we're distracting stream today. Really? You feeling distracted? That's okay. That's okay. We have those days. Fireworks in Kentucky, we just assume that that's some good old boys with rifles nearby. Probably not the first thing a Canadian would think of. Well, I mean, like, where I live is like not that far away from where there's some good hunting. No, it's just it definitely sounded not just like a couple of pops, but like a dispersion sort of smaller explosions, little pops, kind of like popcorn sizzling. But at that volume and at that, like, whatever, definitely sounds like a firecracker of some variety. Fireworks in the middle of the day, please. I actually don't think fireworks are even illegal here, so. Nope, I hate that. I'm gonna try it again. We go again until we get it right. Happy Friday, merry end of the week to you too, B-Town. Good to see you. Living near LA, so the World Series was going down. It was fireworks non-stop. Ooh, yeah. I imagine. It's gonna be pretty distracting. Imagine living near Disneyland, right? Just imagine living near Disneyland or anywhere that has fireworks like often like that. Because like Disney World's pretty far out there, but Disneyland, man, that's like right the shit in the middle of Anaheim. Okay. I think this will work. We'll try throwing some color on it and seeing if it does. Hopefully it works and it's screwed up. We shall see. Let's do a blue gray in here. Yeah, man, we gotta use combining colors from Miobel here. Although there is a large component of her design that involves a lot of pink. I don't know how well I'll be able to sort of weave that in. I'll try my best though, okay? Will do my best. The concept in drawing early on that give you the eureka moment, things that clicked and went, that's how it works. Ooh, early on, man. Early stage Eureka concepts. A lot of it, honestly, was just stuff that you find in your own sort of like dark hours of the night practicing. So much of learning to draw isn't about sort of learning or being taught Eureka moments. It's being shown how to do it properly, and then your brain does the rest of the heavy lifting. So like an earlier moment when I was in art school was how to draw, like how to construct natural occurring hard like rockscapes, cliff faces, boulders, things like that. This is the benefit of like actual instruction and mentorship, is that I had like some rocks and stuff that I was drawing, and I couldn't quite figure out how to like, you know, I couldn't quite, like, I don't know, man. I was trying to draw rocks or whatever, it just wasn't working. And so what an instructor did is he put down a piece of tracing paper and then tried to show me how to construct a bunch of like boxes basically, and how to like do things in perspective, and then think about the rock face as just a many-faced or many-faceted three-dimensional shape that has like hard and prominent shadow shapes, and then from there how to derive sort of some more organic looking but still hardscape forms out of the rock face, and how to build in more intrigue and whatever. And that for me was a moment where I saw him do that in real time, and it clicked for me in such a personal way because I had been thinking about it so deeply recently that I never had a hard time drawing rock faces after that, after he like fixed mine. I took that, dude, I should have saved that piece of tracing paper because it was such an influential moment in my life. But the problem is that if I try and share that kind of stuff, a lot of it is very useful to me at the time, but those kind of moments for you will discover that kind of eureka moment sort of like on your own, in a way, in the deep dark hours of the night, alone at your desk. You will discover that. You'll discover it a lot faster if you have a instructor that's teaching you that kind of stuff, but it's not impossible to do it on your own. Absolutely not. It's not impossible. You can get those moments 100% while you're just figuring stuff out on your own. But this is one of those things where like some sort of form of mentorship or instruction does help, where somebody's taking your work and finishing the problem for you. Because while you're trying to solve a problem, you might get like 80% of the way there, and all you need to do is figure out how to get the like the last 20 of your problem, of your puzzle, you know? So if you are trying to draw, you're trying very hard to draw, like figure out how to draw hands for the first time or something, or maybe like the arm, right? And you're like, maybe you're early in your process where you're still drawing like these kind of like bulby sort of shapes to figure out arms and stuff like that, which, by the way, don't be ashamed if you're still here in your process. It just means that your mind isn't working far enough ahead and you're trying to just like outline sort of basic shapes. That's totally fine. But let's say you're still here in your process and you're trying to like basically like place and layer muscles, and you're like not exactly sure how things go, and the elbow's kind of weird, and you're not really sure how the arm is supposed to go, and then you're trying to like, you know, grind it out and then figure out, and you're just not getting it right, and you can't draw your silly arm. It's the kind of thing where somebody will come along and finish the problem solving for you. So they'll be like, oh, well, you're missing this connection of the bicep in here, and how it kind of rolls around. The tricep doesn't go under the bicep. The tricep will still go over or whatever and connect into, you know, like you were sort of like twisting the muscle out and like finish that, and you've kind of got this like the elbow bone goes through here, so you're going to see it coming out here, and it's going to form this shadow shape or whatever, you know. And then you've got like your multiple sort of like heads of each muscle, and they'll go through and figure out like the anatomy or the bone structure or whatever, you know, and show you that like, oh, well, the brachioradialis sort of rotates around this area, and they'll solve the problem for you in some advanced way. And they won't tell you, they won't start to finish an arm, you know, anatomical study for you. They will finish your attempt at that anatomical study, so that you see not only just the way the arm kind of gets constructed, or way the whatever gets constructed, you will see the way that you were trying to construct the anatomy being finished. And sometimes seeing the way that you were trying to tackle a problem being like properly solved, it does a better job than you just seeing a demonstration. So it's definitely one of the benefits of instruction when you can have somebody that's willing to paint over your work like that, whether it's with tracing paper or just like literally a new layer. Or by the way, if you're in art school and somebody paints over your fucking work, like I hear a lot of artists like freak out about that. That's part of the process, man. You know, don't covet your art school work so deeply that an artist drawing or an instructor drawing on top of it to grade it and critique it and help you make it better, unless it's a portfolio piece. If your instructors are drawing over portfolio pieces, that's a problem. If your instructors are drawing over your second year illustration on, you know, human anatomy or whatever study, that's totally fine, I think. So love you switch your example to faces. Well, yeah, I mean, sorry, it's just the one that I thought about, but you get what I mean. So if you have specific things like that you're trying to work through, sometimes it does help to ask an artist to you know, look over your stuff and help you specifically problem solve something away. That can definitely be useful. So a lot of those moments for me came from those kind of like discussions with very good instructors. And very good instructors I had were the ones that were willing to sort of demonstrate and problem solve and finish the problem solving process for me and help me through it. Because it's kind of like if you get the first 60% of the way, they take the next 20%, you're still only 80% of the way there. You still have to finish the piece. You still need to do the last 20% of the piece. But that like 60 to 80% jump is very difficult for some people, or whatever it is, that 20 to 40% jump. And so a good art instructor will sometimes help you. They'll make that leap for you so that you can finish the rest of the piece, you know? Any tips for digital color selection when you're accustomed to IRL mediums like clay and acrylic paint? Digital color selection. Wait, what do you mean by that? Like color picking? I'm not conceptualizing the question very well. I apologize. Sounds absolutely valuable. Real-time feedback. Yeah, it's very valuable if you can get that. But what I'm saying is that that is not something that is locked behind or gated behind mentorship. You can figure those out on your own by watching a tutorial or something like that, or like I would do that all the time when I was in art school. If I was ever stuck and I just wasn't getting through on something, I would either go do fundamental studies or go watch a tutorial on YouTube. That's when YouTube art school is very valuable sometimes for just getting you unstuck on something. But if you're trying to learn a skill only from the YouTube art school, sometimes it's a little bit dangerous. It's a little bit, little monka. A little danger mode there. You gotta be careful. You're not relying too heavily on it. In the kindest way possible. Which? Wait, what? What? Ask for mentorship with condition that you'll scream at me like a drill sergeant 24/7. Well, I'm doing my first little mentorship study this summer. Because I need to properly learn the best way to mentor students, and it's something that I am morally obligated to do as an artist. At some point in time, like once you, I'm not suggesting anyone else should feel this moral obligation, but I'm just saying that at some point in time in your career as an artist, there is a, and again, if you don't care about this moral obligation, that's totally fine, you know, but there is a moral obligation to teach. Because that's the way that our profession, profession has like survived, and the only way it will survive is by artists who don't need to teach still offering to teach, right? And I'm at the point in my career where I need to start doing that, because I think that when, you know, I was told that by a former art director of mine, and so I need to learn that skill set up. So I'm taking on a couple of students that are people that I know personally and know I can talk to easily, and I'm going to try and build the skill set to be able to do that, to be able to offer to people in a more serious way at some point in time. But for now, I need to actually go through it and complete that like summer mentorship training program with Minnie and Alf to be able to get to the point where I can properly help artists. So, although I admire your enthusiasm, you definitely, with that kind of enthusiasm, you'd definitely be a candidate. Where's this line work coming from, man? Where's this stray ass messy line work coming from? Holy. You try and keep your piece clean one time? One time, man. One time. And it still gets messy. But everyone's told me it's a great chef is not someone who can prepare great dishes, someone who can help a junior fix something he messed up. Yeah, I mean, the role of an artist once you get into a studio changes. Junior artists are kind of doing a lot of the work. Senior artists are doing the work while sort of guiding and mentoring your junior artists, and the art directors are sort of guiding and organizing and managing the senior artists. I think a good, if you're ever asking yourself when you should start teaching, I think a good metric for it is, are you a self-sustaining professional yet or not? And if you're still trying to work on that whole like career side of things and you're just trying to like survive and shit, you know, there's things that you could do obviously to help artists no matter where you are in your process to help out. But I think that at the point in time, the way it was explained to me by my former art director is, she's like, hey, you're like a full-time artist now, so you are now at the point where you need to start considering like seriously trying to give back and trying to help people out and make their journey a little bit easier, because you had that, and so you need to pay. You need to also honor that. The only way you honor artists' time by helping you out is by becoming an amazing artist that will then continue to precede them and help out the next generations of artists. So, but when I say the word moral obligation, some artists are like, bro, you can't tell me what to do. And it's like, absolutely not. The moral obligation is the moral obligation of where you trained as an artist by literally anyone. And the answer is always yes. There's no one out there who's completely self-taught. And there's no one out there who isn't, like, to some large degree self-taught. But obviously when you throw on the word moral obligation, it makes you sound like a bad person if you choose not to. Nah, dude, do whatever you want. If you feel that moral obligation, cool. If you don't, like, who the fuck cares? You just chill out and have a good time. Jaxia, thank you for the sub. Holy shit, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months. Good God. That's a long time. Appreciate it, though. Seriously, thank you. It means quite a bit, my friend. What a legend. Yeah, so I listen to your stream while I draw. A lot easier to get sketching process done. I mean, I'm glad to hear that, Falcon. Part of it also is when you're working with other artists and you're talking about stuff and you're sort of working together. There is no so I'm gonna make a bit of a hyperbolic statement that's actually absolutely true. There is no artist that hits their maximum potential alone. Not a single one. Show me a great artist that's working on their own, and I'll show you an artist that's not hitting their potential. It's true. You don't do this alone. We never have, as artists, ever. Ever. And if you don't have the privilege of being in some sort of a studio environment, you need to cultivate a community of artists around you, of people that also care about the thing that you want to care about, and hopefully are like-minded in their process and progress. And so that's one of the things I love about streaming, is that I get to talk to you guys about art, and you guys talk to me about art, and it's awesome. So I love that. If you're like out there on your own, you're grinding away, you're doing your art thing, yeah, watch a stream, watch my stream, watch Casey's stream, watch Steve Sketches, PCAT, for God's sakes, man, amazing streams. Who doesn't matter, like watch an artist talk about and do their art, and you will find yourself. It's like early days of my sort of time on Twitch. I was chilling almost every night in Dave Greco's stream. Dave motherfucking Greco. Artists talking about art. Boy, that helped me. You have no idea. You'd have no idea how much that helped me. Made a promise to myself, when I eventually get to a point where I can actually share and teach valuable information and knowledge, that I will do so in a way I would have understood or needed to hear, because I definitely feel like every hundreds of people who can understand, there's 100 of me that just need to hear the same concept in a specific way to actually make it click. Yep, 100%. That's like, if you really want to learn how to do something as an artist, you hear like people describe the same thing over and over and over again, and you continue to let them describe the same thing over and over and over again, because eventually you'll hear it one time that clicks. That's why all the art advice is basically the same. There's no really like original, unique, super cool art advice that's like revolutionary out there. A lot of it is just you exposing yourself to hearing art discussions and talks to a point where you are able to grasp some new concept that you didn't get last week, and you can't really explain why. It's not hyperbolic though. Well, there's a lot of people out there who are on their own, who don't want to put the effort into like finding a community because maybe like socialization is harder for them, or maybe they just like don't want to put the time in, or maybe they're not managing their life very well and they're always kind of like underslept and overworked and whatever. Like, who knows? There's a billion reasons why somebody wouldn't want to put the time and effort into cultivating communities around them. But it's basically one of the only predictors for successful artists is, do you have a community around you? It's kind of like the biggest predictor for a healthy, long-lived life is actually the amount of close, meaningful connections you have. Which is crazy when you think about it. In a generalization. So it's the same kind of thing as progression as an artist. I mean, other than like putting a filter on top. Take a unifying color and mix it across your entire palette to add undertone to everything, but how do you do that digitally? Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm really bad at checking YouTube chat. I think I understand what you're talking about, Solution, about how to create a unification in your painting. There is a number of ways that you can do that. You can do it in your head, or you could do it on the canvas. And this is one of the real strengths of Photoshop. So you can create underpaintings that act like washes, or you can perform the color theorization in your head and, just like Jamie Jones your way through it. Definitely creating an underpainting. So creating these like these layers of you do the exact same way you do a wash with oil. You make some sort of a sepia or whatever wash, like, oh wait, I have the exact tutorial for this. I have the exact video. Ooh, this is actually fun. This is cool. It's a tutorial by Dave Greco on how he paints skin. This is a great example. Check this shit out. Oh my god. Okay, so the man is doing that grayscale type thing, just barely. Using his line work. Check this shit out. He's painting in unifying reds into the shadow areas to warm up the entire painting. So then when he's sampling color and pulling color out from the shadowed areas, it has that unifying red tone. And as you watch the piece progress, you see those reds staying through the entire thing. So, honestly, a great way to avoid that is to not do what I'm doing. I'm colorizing a sketch, I'm not painting this. He's painting this and will paint away a lot of the line work as he goes. And it'll inform the piece as he wants. But like, look at how strong some of that underpainting is. He's doing it a little bit early on the process. You can do it later on the process. But yeah, he's not painting the hair out. He's just painting the skin tutorial here. Fantastic demonstration, I think, of what using an undersketch can do for you. If you want to look at using like high texture brushes that are like lower opacity, those will sort of also work for laying down colors that you can pick from. So a lot of it though is just understanding unification and color theory, and if you have the skills to do it with paint, you will have the skills to do it with digital mediums. So nutrient dense stream, yeah. The John Way stream makes me take more time to appreciate my process instead of rushing it as I usually do. So thank you for the inspiration. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, I always invite artists to spend more time on their paintings. Like, so part of my art bootcamp that I'm sending Minnie and Alf to, depending on how willing they are, because I'm also kind of asking them if they want to participate in this as opposed to them asking me. So I'm not setting the ground rules. I'm asking them what they want out of it. But one thing that I'm going to try and do is to get them to spend a 30-hour painting at the very end. 30 to 40 hours on a painting. I think that rushing your work is one of the things that keeps a lot of artists down. When you never give yourself the time, when you never practice the patience and give yourself the time to show yourself what you're capable of, rushing process is like one of the worst things you can do. Obviously, trying to work quickly and being able to work efficiently quickly is very good, but rushing your process every single time for a single piece is, I think, a really, really bad idea. Let's use this blue, I think, again for the tabard. Let's try that out. Let's see how that looks. See if I like it. If not, we can just pick it away. So, community is so important for art? I think so. Yeah, I think so. I'll bring up real quick something we talked about the other day about that. So I was watching an interview with an artist. I always forget his fucking name, but he was an art director on World of Warcraft and on Hearthstone and at Blizzard. Now he works at Dreamhaven. Basically a real big giga chad in the art industry. And he was talking about running a studio with people who are working remotely and how hard it was. And basically his assertion was sort of, and he wasn't like saying anything definitively, but basically what he was saying is it's almost impossible for an artist on your team who's working from home or remotely all the time to succeed. Because if they're never coming into the office, if they're never experiencing that conversation with other artists and that sort of interaction, and they're just on their own, then they're basically like not progressing at all. And so he's talking about that in the way of like, you're still a member of a team, you still work on a studio, you're still part of the art team, you have an art director and senior artists, and even that isn't good enough. And his assertion is that basically unless you're physically in the presence of other artists, he's wondering how to help people progress. The idea of you being on your own out in the ether without even an art team that you're a part of, that wasn't even comprehensible as a viable way to progress as an artist in his mind. And it's very telling that, like, yeah, I mean community, that's how important community is with artists, is that you have the ability to create a peer group. So I would strongly recommend finding a bunch of artists that are very serious about their work and are very serious about their, like if you're serious about improving, finding other artists who are extremely serious about their improvement process and trying to create some sort of a study group, a peerage, whatever, weekly meetings, Discord hangouts, whatever it is, of people who really want the best for you and who you want the best for them, and you're all going to become strong together. If you're out there on your own, you're learning, I think you should try and pursue that like your career depends on it. Because I think it's one of the most valuable things. You see artists that then find that peerage and that group, and they just explode, man. Make the orb bigger? God damn it, Plucci. God damn it. Every time, I swear to God. Every time. I'm not making the orb bigger, bro. They haven't finished the Orbathon yet, right? That's what the timer is for, Plucci. So, a few minutes ago, you challenged us to show our 30-hour sketches. I have a lot of 3 minutes and 3 hour things, but I mean, try it. Yeah, I mean, see what you think of it. If you got like, I know it's stressful. And look, if you're just a hobbyist and you're doing this for fun, don't worry about that. Art in the way that you find the most fitting and the most comfortable for yourself. The reason why that advice changes for people that want to be professionals is because the standard, the bar you have to jump over, fairly or unfairly, is so much higher. And so I'd rather tell you the more realistic way to like solidify your career than give you the advice of like, oh man, just like move at your own pace, like don't stress yourself out, just like take care of yourself. And then you're like, yeah, thanks, bro. And then 5 years later, you're still not, you're still not where you want to be in your career. And you're like, shit, man, the industry's so hard to break into. I'm not getting any commissions, whatever the problem is. And I would really hate for people who want to like develop a career to like be given sort of like advice that's too accommodating to our own whims and not actually a realistic interpretation of what you need to do. That would be one of the biggest disservices I could possibly offer. So it's very difficult, I think, when you're giving like I look at someone like PCAT and I don't envy like her position. How do you give art advice for the masses? Well, there's certain things that work for everybody, but there's also certain things that change rapidly and vastly depending on what you learn about an artist and what they want out of their art goal, career, journey, whatever. So it's tough, man. Can you hydrate the orb? The orb cannot be watered. No, the orb... Oh, boy. Yeah, don't get the orb wet. What does this closed initial boot camp entail? I'm going to talk about with my two students about their time commitments, about what they're willing to do. Because... Again, I have to accommodate with them and their schedule and their desires to basically go through the process. If somebody asks me, once I'm like done with this, like, hey man, I want to learn art and I want you to act as a mentor for me for a little while, There's certain things that are going to be like old master shit that I'm going to be demanding about that they're not going to get. But I'm going to like, it's going to be kind of like, okay, great. So here's like, if I was outlining what that would look like for somebody, we would be working probably somewhere between you'd be working between 6 and 8 hours every single day on your studies and finished work. You'd also be going to the gym and doing other things and keeping your space organized and keeping yourself like well maintained as an artist so that you can succeed and work at the highest possible level. So there's other things that it's going to entail. I'm not going to force Minnie and Alf to start deadlifting so that their wrists stay strong, their backs stay, you know, whatever. But if somebody was to ask me outside of that, like, hey man, can you do this for me? That would be things that I would tell them that they're going to start doing. And I guarantee you're going to find a lot of success in those type of like endeavors. But, you know, trying to convince somebody to do a 40-hour painting or to start going to the gym 3 times a week is like very difficult to do if they're not fully committed to like believing in your process. If they're like uncertain, like, I don't know, man, I don't know, Evan, like, do I really want to listen to Evan about this shit? Oh man, then, you know, they're not gonna want to do it. And so it's part of the process, I think, is taking care of yourself, taking care of your physical self, taking care of your mental self, figuring out how you can perform at the highest level for the longest amount of time. Don't feed the orb after 2:45 p.m. It gets lazy and can't enjoy a nightlife. Basically send it to Swiss Chalet about 1 p.m. You'll be fine. Correct. Yep. With all the other old people in Canada. Straight to Swiss Chalet with you. Mm-hmm. Atari knows. Yep. Atari arrived at the Canadian airport and they said, sir, here's your map with your directions to Swiss Chalet. And he said, what? Yep. Is that our time or is this live? What do you mean? What? I'm a little confused. I'm not smart enough. You have to speak in crayon to me today. And it's not like your life needs to completely change if you want to sort of improve, but I think developing small points in time where you're sort of really aggressively pursuing improvement, like little boot camp training arcs in your life, are really good. Every big artist I've ever met does that. And they talk about it so casually. They're like, oh yeah, I'm going into the training arc right now. And everyone's like, oh, okay, good luck. And you know that person's been working for like 15 hours a day for like 2 weeks or whatever to get something done. Maybe you don't do that often, but if you're struggling with something or really want to build some skill up or whatever. Oh, it's whenever you want. I mean, it's just like, yeah, it'd be whenever the fuck you want. There'd only be like certain amounts of times where we'd be working together. Yeah, no, I couldn't commit 6 hours a day to somebody for like live practice like that while I'm like watching over their shoulder the entire time. Yeah, I was trying to select cards from the wheel rather than picking them from nearby or on the rest of the image. That's genius. Oh, well, you know, so you might be using the wrong kind of brush, Legion, for painting. Here's an example of a good brush for painting. So, you know what's funny? Learning to mix colors. Here's a good skill for as an artist to learn. Ooh, he's a bit red. There we go. It's a bit bright. Here's a fun little exercise. It's hard as fuck to do. I haven't done this in a long time. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it. Learning to mix color. Let's do like let's try and do something kind of Tyrian purple like. That's pretty good. Tyrian? Is that it? Purple. Let's do like a cobalt blue. This might be harder. It'd be a lot harder, to be honest. Ooh, ooh, Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Yeah. So you can envision that when you're painting, having a good brush that samples things at percentages and stuff like that. And this isn't mixer brush stuff. This is a brush that has a dual brush texture to it. So this is one of the things when I say that Adobe is a very powerful program. I think that Adobe does color picking and color mixing live better than Clip. Right? Oh, my yellow's a little bit dark. This is gonna be... I don't think this is gonna be possible. Yeah, my yellow's a little dark. We can... No, it's just gonna stay muddy. Yeah, so the reason, like you obviously have different paints for different like things you're trying to, whatever thing you're trying to do, you have different paint for it. Like you'll have your CAD red, you'll have your, you know, other reds and oranges and stuff to be able to mix, you know, various colors and shit like that. Oops. There's our like flesh tone base. They're like flesh tone highlights. You know? So, yeah. I mean, if you can learn how to do that kind of shit. Not that you have to learn how to mix full colors. You saw I couldn't quite get the green right, you know? But, like, it'll let you mix and blend colors a lot easier as you're going, which will help for you for the unification. So, you have some wonderful news. What is your wonderful news, CG Senpai? What's up, dude? Yeah. I've never seen a rush that mixes so well before. Yeah. Let's go start. I'm only having Twitch, Discord, a few organizations, and school apps. Other than that, I'm going dark for all the social medias. The only way I'll experience social life is my friends inviting me out. This already happens. Well, yeah, friendships are tough. You gotta maintain them, and you gotta work really hard for friendships. And people gotta work hard for yours, and it's tough to do. So that's awesome. Started playing the Steampunk versus Cyberpunk campaign that my DM was planning for 2 years. Oh, wow. A 2-year-long planning phase for a campaign. That's impressive, dude. I hope you're having the best time ever. What kind of character are you playing for that? Holy. Ooh, whoops. Not that anything I just showed was like a particularly impressive sort of like use of Photoshop colors and shit like that, but it does maybe help to illustrate how your brush is supposed to work if you're having problems finding unifications in colors. You know, you can also do it with a layer as well. If you want to do like a quick overlay layer for something, and then like overlay a blue to make everything sort of unified night, and then you start painting on top of that. You just don't paint under the overlay layer. You overlay, you get the color sort of like scale you want with your painting, and then you smash it all together to one layer, and then you keep going. So it can be tough, bruh, but it's doable. It's definitely doable. Okay, where else do I need some color in here? We got our flats. We got our flats going. Not sure if I want to keep the stars, but we're going to keep them for now. And we'll see what I think later, alright? That's what we do. For the background, what do we do? Background, I'm thinking maybe... something complementing with our blues. Like a yellow. Oh, you know what we could try? Something like this. Put some texture through there. Let's do this for now. I just want something in the background. This is just helping to frame some of the character a little bit. Let me get painterly for a second here. Yeah, find a good brush that feels like it's really good to paint with, and then let's pull our color down a little bit more. And then do some speed paintings like that. And get used to your brush tools mixing. Why not? Works for now. Pink. So the thing is, Miwa has pink in her hair that I need to highlight a little bit. The problem is, if I do this, the issue with the VTuber sketches that I've done in the past are when I do something like I did for Minnie. I'm trying to make it fairly anime, right? Because I'm trying to bring the colors into more of like what you'd expect for an anime character. But for the VTubers, I'm trying to keep it like, or for me, I'm trying to keep it a little more classical, because people really like. I hope Minnie never hears this. People really didn't like this piece. This is a dead piece for me. I can't post this on socials. I can't make it into videos. Any video I make of using Minifool's process, that video is automatically, people do not like it. And I think it's because the D&D players have an aversion to the anime aesthetic. It's a little too boppy, a little too fantasy-y, a little too whatever. And so if I'm trying to sort of keep more within my style, you'll see how much more muted the colors are in Miwa's piece. Now, muted colors aren't bad necessarily. The thing is that it's also gonna get more saturated, but saturation is actually a resource you should spend wisely. This is why artists, or classical artists, go from dark to light, because you also go from deep saturation to more saturation in the midtones, and then less as you go lighter. And if you mess with too much saturation, you're kind of really screwing yourself over in your color picking. So don't get too saturated too early in the process. It will get brighter and more vibrant than it currently is, the Miwa piece. I'm just keeping everything very low so I can pull it out as I want to highlight certain points. Like her eyes are very bright, and her face will be very sort of like warm and kind of glowing, kind of like Minnie's is. But if I do too bright, too poppy, too pink in the background, if I try and make it too much of like an anime sort of aesthetic, kind of friendly piece, then yeah, that's when the internet, they do not like our dearest Miniful. So if I'm trying to make art that also people are gonna enjoy looking at and I can use for videos and stuff, I want to try and keep it more true to the core of the stuff that I do. And it might just be the background, because like people really like Izelia's piece. It tends to do really well, or Ulner's piece. Either one of them do fairly well on socials when I post pictures, pieces, whatever. But again, Ulner's piece, the saturation in it is very there's only a couple places in it that are really saturated. The necklace and the sort of the the glowing the sort of teal in her magic. The rest of it is all very low saturation, very complementary to itself, whereas Minifool's is a lot brighter, more vibrant. So I want to do something more similar for Miwa Bell that is more true to my style. It's just Minifool's just so bright and so just like whatever, you know, that I kind of I let that carry me through a little bit and did something that was very Minifool-y or whatever. So touching does draw attention. People might know where to look when it's everywhere. Well, I think it's also just a preference. You're right about that. But if you look at artists that use very saturated, really controlled saturation, like Sam Yang, people love his like really bright, super saturated art. You know, the old Ross Draws color dodge meme. But it does change a little bit when now we're working with kind of the D&D crowd. People tend to like the more classical sort of like old school stuff, especially the kind of person that will follow me on Instagram because they like the sketches typically are not the kind of people that overlap with like anime, cartoony, Avatar, whatever kind of vibes. A lot of them prefer more sort of like traditional kind of classical art, I found. So if I want a video to do well with that crowd, then I have to consider the process video or the finished piece for that kind of crowd. And it's also more similar to the kind of art I want to make. So I'm trying not to let my sort of like the whims of it I'm trying to keep the VTuber idea in mind, but not be pulled too far over to the fact that they're like an anime character or whatever. Fuck everyone else, Mini liked it, and your actual fans liked it. Everyone can still kick rocks. The problem is, Azalea, as much as I'd love to say that was true and that's all that mattered, if I want to grow, then I have to think about how to make art for a wider range of people that actually like, you know, different kinds of projects that I do. Because at the end of the day, it's sort of like, do you want to see Eldara built as an adventure? If yes, it's not going to happen because you commissioned me, Azalea. That's certainly going to help, but it's going to happen because more people choose to support on Twitch for $5, or more people choose to support on Patreon for $3 or $25. So although I'm very concerned about making people who are existing fans of certain works that I do happy, I also want to consider about the growth mindset of my work right now to be as far wide of a reach as I can get, because that's the kind of thing that will allow me in the future to do more and better work as I'm going. So like that, like Miniful, this piece was an unnatural push that I did for it, was an unnatural push to the brightness that I knew Mini would like, but isn't necessarily something that for my own work, like my own portfolio, would look very well. And so I really want these pieces to all be like really good portfolio pieces for me, as well as the person likes it, and I'm giving myself more of a challenge. So it's like, how do you do something that they would still like because it's them and it's the thing that they love about art, but also fits into the aesthetic that people kind of know me for. So it's a big challenge to do it so that like you're still happy with it, Azalea, but also, and Miwabel's still happy with it, and Mini still thinks it's cool, but also people who are generally like following the kind of stuff that I do also think it's pretty cool, and that's definitely tough. So saturation color really did make me lean for it more. Make it lean more towards anime. Yeah, right, yeah. Like if you want a trick for picking colors and you want to have your piece feel unified, this might actually help for Salesian's question earlier about this. You want to see a really cool trick for this? So if you have your you want to find a more unified palette or whatever. So let's just say this is your Photoshop. Oops. Okay, so this is your Photoshop or clip or whatever, and you have your color picker window right here, okay? And it looks something like, I mean, you've got your dark down here, and you've got, oh, you know what, I'll just fucking do this. I'll just do this. This is your color picker window, all right? You're a painter, and you want to pick nice unifying colors. Be very careful how much time you spend in this range. This range is danger. This is where you're going to find most of your unification, is right here on the left side of the 50% halfway marker of your color palettes. So let's see an example of this. If I'm going to go with, we're going to do our classic orange and blue. I love the orange and blue for this representation, or for this project. So let's say you're going to paint something in orange and blue, right? You're doing a really nice complementary color scheme for a desert. So you're going to pick orange. That's the brightest, most saturated orange you can get, the brightest, most saturated blue you're going to get. Okay. Well, you'll notice this is actually also a little bit difficult to look at because it's called color vibration. All right, and I can teach you about that if you care, but it's not really important to this lesson. So if we're picking colors that are more in this, so this is right here, by the way, that we're picking. Just making sure I'm not on a layer I don't want to be on real quick. Okay. So let's just say you want to build a little desert scene, and you're going to build it all out of this nice orange, and you're going to build some rocks. And look at that rock. Look how nice that rock is, man. You're going to have a whole desert in the background. Wow. You need to shade it in. But you're not going to shade it in with a darker, more, you know, just like darker red version of that orange. That looks nasty. You're an artist. You know that the colors cool down. So you're going to shade it with blue like a responsible artist. Except that doesn't really get you anywhere. It doesn't look unified. So if you go to that orange and you sample somewhere in this kind of like middle area, so more around here, that's what you're getting, is something similar to like this. Maybe we'll go a little bit darker actually. Or, sorry, it's too dark. There we go. So this is more like that shaly kind of color. Okay? And you're going to build the same kind of rock face right here with this kind of dark colors. Less saturation. It's like right here on the marker, by the way. And then you're going to do the same with blue. You're going to go around the same spot. Well, it looks better. It looks more unified, but it's not quite still. So let's not be so aggressive with our blue. Let's try and merge it in a little bit. Let's just try and use that blue to just try and summon a little bit of a kind of a merger between our orange and our blue. Now we're creating shadows. We're painting shadow shapes in that feel a lot more harmonized. There's a lot more harmony happening in this piece. You can kind of create your shadow shapes a little bit easier. Now these aren't the best example, the best colors for it, whatever. But you see that there's more harmony in it because the colors are not so far apart. They're not so like let's throw in some highlights here. They're not so like aggressively vibrating against each other. So you can build in more harmony to your color palette by not using saturation all that much. And so if you really want to now like push your saturation up a little bit to try and like really highlight something, it's like, ooh, wow, how bright is that? So now maybe we have like a very large kind of bright like actually, you know what we'll do? We'll use the color dodge tool for this. It's gonna be cool. So let's highlight out an area of like maybe some hard light hitting your piece, and we're going to go and do the color dodge. I'm not sure if this is going to work. This is going to be really cool if it works. And we're going to use the exact same color, and all we're going to do is increase the saturation. Ooh, look at that. See how that worked? So now this is the saturation is a resource that we're using to create a rock formation. Okay. And so the more you zoom out, the more like kind of correct one looks versus the other. These aren't great examples, obviously. This is a very quick little speed painting thing here. But you can see what I mean, right? So you can really create more harmony by being very careful about how far you pass the line. And you know what, honestly, this line, this is not fair right here. It's actually something probably more like 60%. It's actually probably more like the 60% marker. Like this is your sweet spot right here. If you need to go past here a little bit to pick colors once in a while and you're dotting in your color picking right here, that's totally fine. But be very careful about how often you go all the way into this sort of like corner up here. This is the danger corner in your color picking. And you can build a lot more unified kind of colors by staying, you know, using your saturation as a tool, as a resource, so that when you do pick something that's a lot more saturated or whatever, like this orange is like right the fuck up here, right? And even then it's not like ultra saturated because it just wouldn't look good at that point in time. But saturation is definitely a resource. Play with it at your own risk. Use it as a resource that you're not going to exploit too much, and be very mindful of when you do activate it, I think. So it looks so real from farther away. So you know what one of the things about good paintings is, when you squint at it or zoom out, it should look very correct. Here's an example of a painting that I abandoned at some point in time, but I actually kind of liked it. I might finish it. What the fuck just happened, bro? Whoops. Get out of here, keyboard. Okay. What is this shit? So this was a painting that I was working on that I abandoned because Ella stopped playing this character. but this is like more of a painterly sort of like proper painting with like, you know, proper process built into it. And the nice thing about it is the more you zoom out, the more the painting sort of like looks more correct, right? And if you squint your eyes at it, it's a good tool to use as an artist. If you squint your eyes at it, the shadow shapes, the forms, the colors, the normalization of things should make it look more correct. So definitely it's one of those things where it's like all your painting should be, if you're doing a painting, your painting should basically be correct in the first 20% of the stage, like of the painting. And people talk about this, but they don't exactly say what that means. That if you were to create it, when people say your painting should look finished at 20% the way in, and then it should just, you're just spending time rendering it. What that means is after you spent maybe the first couple of hours on it, or first 20 minutes of it, you should be able to zoom out or squint your eyes or something, or look back from it, and you should be able to say like, yeah, that kind of looks all correct and looks good to me. And if there's things that don't look right, then you can kind of be like, yeah, that orange is, that's not a, ooh, that isn't working. I gotta pump that up or put the brakes on it or whatever in some way to make it look more correct early on the stage. And that's one of those things that you get better at as an artist in the process of doing that often. You will get better at the skill, which means that speed painting is one of the most valuable things you can do. And I don't do speed painting for no good reason, and I should be called out on it, and I deserve to be called out on it, the fact that I don't do my speed paintings anymore. But I should find an hour a day to do a speed painting. If my main goal is to get back into painting and not just doing sketches and colorized sketches, but to get back into hard painting, I should be spending an hour a day doing probably between 2 and 3 speed paintings. The reason I don't is because I'm being a little gentle with myself in time, and I've had to adjust to a new level of workload. But I am knowing that I need to make the adjustment again to another like additional set like workload, whatever. I'm planning for that. But I don't have like a great excuse for why I'm not doing it, you know. But I'm trying to be like when I started streaming this year, I basically doubled my stream hours. I streamed somewhere between 60 to 70 hours a month last year or less. And this year I'm streaming about 120 hours a month. So I doubled my streaming hours, added another streaming day, started taking on commissions, committed to daily posting of videos, editing. There's just a lot at once, right? But so I'm trying to be give myself a little bit of grace, but realistically, no. I mean, if I'm still not doing speed paintings in July, or let's just not say a time period. Let's say once the Eldarin adventure is out and I've printed it, if I'm not then a couple weeks later starting to do my speed paintings every single day, then, you know, that's a problem at that point in time. So, especially for my goals. But yeah, these are the way you build these skills. These are the ways that I think people, it isn't obvious to people to learn this way or to think about painting that way or color theory that way, that you don't necessarily learn unless somebody looks at your work and says, here's why your color theory is not looking right, you know? So even as much as I hope this helps, but even as much as I'm trying to help, I think that this is probably only a very small margin of assistance in what you guys would probably benefit from the best, and what I'd benefit from the best from a more, you know, an artist that could help more. Raids will start, have fun. Oh shit, we're raiding? All right, well, CG, I hope you have the most fun ever in your game. And I'm not sure if you posted your character. I think you did. But my YouTube chat isn't updating. I only see the last 3 messages. So I will happily go and check my YouTube chat after stream, because I'm really intrigued as to what you're playing in this important game. But have a great time, CG. Take care. Reads well, if that makes sense. If you were designing a magic card, one would think that that's like writing for radio has to be that much punchier. Great composition. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Are we talking about Oilers fans because the orange and blue? You're doing really good on your consistency with making the streams and posts, though. Yeah, and thanks, Junior. And that's my focus right now. So although I'd like to be doing other things, it was hard enough for me not to miss stream days and to not miss posting and stuff like that. So right now I'm giving myself one little thing at a time, you know, and for right now that is already an overwhelming amount of work that I can imagine adding another hour in of speed painting and stuff. So I appreciate that. I've been trying very hard to basically make the things that I want to do a priority in my life. You know, for some of you who weren't around last year, who weren't like following me in 2024 earlier, I was having a hard time making it to streams every week. Some weeks I was missing, some months I missed a stream every week, and sometimes I missed more than one stream a week because I had a whole bunch of issues with, you know, medically it was not a good year for me or Ella or other people, and it just put me on my ass, and I just had the worst and hardest time clawing myself out of that sort of that rut, let's just say. And so I like New Year's resolutions. I like the reset of a year or a season. And so I told myself that I wanted to see how far I could go through 2025 without missing a stream. And I had to tell people, I had to say to them, like, look, I can't take you to doctor's appointments. I can't be available for this time. I can't do this stuff anymore. I can't come to dinner. I can't do this or that or whatever. Between these hours, I am inaccessible. Between when I go live at 10 my time to 3 or 4 p.m., you cannot count on me for anything but the most urgent of emergencies. And that was a hard adjustment for not just for me, but for people around me that were counting on me to do things like that. So yeah, the consistency thing, I appreciate you know, recognizing that, because that was a very difficult thing for me to try and be getting better at. And I'm still, you know, haven't missed a post, haven't missed a stream, whatever, but it's still kind of tough to do. So consistency is very important for artists. Love the endeavor. Yeah, thank you. Also found out there's apparently a Lancer TTRPG system that has one of the best online GM and player tools just for free, which is great. Ooh. I'm always a fan of good tools like that. I'm just an artistically creative person, but a compliment that always stuck with me from a junior high art teacher is that I said I expressed excellent color theory. That's a hard skill to build, so. Maybe first hour of stream is the speed painting. I would like it to be, but I'm not confident enough to do it on stream right now, because it's still something that I have a lot of my own anxiety for. Like when you guys come up against some sort of like piece of art or whatever that's tough to do, I get it, man, because I also feel like that with speed painting and trying to get back to that skill set. I think if I can get to the point where I can do some speed painting in my spare time and feel comfortable with it again, to the point where I'm okay to be doing it while I'm not fully like in on it, because it's very hard to figure out a lot of stuff to do with painting while you're also, you know, streaming, talking to people, hanging out, having fun. So at some point in time, I'd like to I'd like to maybe not do it at the beginning of the stream. I like to do a cool down, where at the end of stream, I say, all right, we've done our project for the day, and I just throw off whatever project we're doing and say, now we're going to do a speed painting for the last hour every day. And that would be awesome. If I could do an hour speed painting at the end of stream every day and just chill, that's the goal. It's not the beginning, but the end, I think. Piece is gorgeous. Part of me is looking forward to seeing the speed painting being a low commitment opportunity for silly pieces as well. That's true. It's better wait for, like, you know, small commitment projects in addition. With color and balancing them I do in every video game where I play to customize my looks doesn't translate over to my own clothing choices. That's fair enough, I guess. Yeah. 40+ hours for a joke doesn't make sense. Tell that to one of my mods with the VTuber. It can be speed painting if you just speed up the recording afterwards, right? So, I don't know, man. Maybe I'll be able to find the time and get the courage back up to be able to do that. For now, I'm happy doing these like sort of silly little like colorized sketches because I think they're kind of fun. You keep the same aesthetic that you have with the color theory, whatever expression, but you don't lose the Eldarin sketch side of things that I like so much. So, yeah. I'm gonna lock my original selection layer, keep that selected. All right, and like there's easy things you can do here. Like we're gonna lock the hair section here, so I can just paint within her hair, you know, and not worry about it because we have the sketch. And also look how saturation does that. If I was to imply that she's in like some light or whatever, you know, that's just funny, like example of that saturation thing doing its part. But anyway, all right, let's build some color and some life into Mimo Bell here. The woman deserves some life in her art, so let's try and inject a small amount of that into it. We'll try and keep in with some of the highlights that her artist built into her, like some of the kind of the bluish highlights, as if there's sort of like a sky tone that we're kind of getting in there. And see, we can paint out, like pick some of our colors through a soft brush and then start pulling some of that color as we're painting. And so we're kind of painting, really just coloring in a sketch. I joked yesterday about making VTuber coloring books for people so that all my VTuber friends that are stuck in Master Duel forever can actually stream in the art category and do some silly shit like this. Some paint by numbers bullshit. The Evan Blair Art VTuber coloring book so you too can stream in the art category. I was expecting them to get mad at me for that, but none of them got offended at the idea. I thought I was memeing very hard, but apparently it sounded like a good idea, so we'll see, I suppose. So I'm gonna pick and mix a bit of a blue, which is gonna be somewhere in a dark pink to light purple. It's gonna act as the color shadow that we're gonna use for some of her hair, for the deepest parts of it. And hopefully the process looks good on the recording. When I look at like Ulner's piece or whatever, the process was very satisfying to watch back, and I really liked it, so here's hoping that Miwa Bell looks the same. But I'm not sure who I should paint after Miwa. Alf suggested Sean. Could always do Vixie. She's my friend now. I don't know who else. Who else I could convince to let me draw them? Maple. Maple seems to appreciate fan art. Is Canadian. Does like Canadian fan art memes. Like maple syrup included. Has sense of humor for it. Does it come with free crayons? Ooh, it does come with free crayons. Well, I was intending it to be a digital coloring book, so it'll come with a crayon brush that they can use in their Photoshop or Clip or whatever. I don't know if Photoshop brushes can be used or activated or whatever in Clip. I actually have no idea if that works or not. Not sure how that works. I have honestly no clue. So, you know much dragons or kobolds? I've done well, I don't really do kobolds, the D&D style kobold. I don't really like them. I prefer like the Warcraftian kobold. So not kobolds, but I've done a couple of dragons. Yeah, I mean, if you search for it, dragon. I did an older dragon painting and then a dragon sketch. That's the dragon sketch, and where's the dragon painting? That's the dragon. I'll show you three. I'll show you a dragon painting, a dragon sketch, and a dragon token. So here's the dragon painting. This is one that I use for my thumbnail everywhere. It's a very old painting of mine. I hate it, but I also kind of adore it for the reasons that it looks like a great little thumbnail. That's a painting. That's a dragon token I made for your D&D game if you need a token for your players to fight against. The colossal cosmic black dragon. And then that's a sketch I did that I really like. I did this for one of my mods who won a character sketch and said, instead of having a character, Evan, can I have a fucking dragon? And I said, if anyone else asked me that, I'd tell them they're stupid and ban them in chat. But you, I'll do it for you. But yeah. Toxic? What? Me? Never. What? I wouldn't dream of it. Dungeons and Dragons. Gary for dragons, dragons, and dragons, right? My party has never encountered a dragon in Eldara so far. Not canonically, anyway. There was nonsense with the green dragon check, but that isn't canon. That entire game isn't canon. There's nothing about that game that actually made it into proper Eldaran canon. Not a single goddamn thing makes it into Eldara canon from that game. Sorry, Dashto. Sorry, Jackie. Except for Ella and her character. But nothing Ella did in that game was canon, so only halfway actually canonized, I suppose. I'm not sure if it's a satisfactory answer for her, but it's the answer she's getting, so. Let me bounce around between a couple things here real quick, so I don't spend all day on one part of the painting then going to the next. It's easier for me that way anyway. Speaking of canonized Eldara, it's Dashto's music that he wrote for Eldara. What a crazy person, eh? Who writes music for their D&D world? Besides maybe Dashto at this point. I wonder if I can try a bit of a warmed up shadow here. Oops. Or not shadow, but just like mid-tone. There's little splashes of color that you can like sample from and pick from to like pull into other sort of parts of the painting are really cool to do. Death grip check, thank you. You know what's actually funny? My painting ergonomics are so good and so comfortable when I'm painting because I'm never holding my brush like stiffly, firmly, death griply, whatever when I'm painting. It's only ever when I'm drawing to try and get that pen pressure in exactly the way I want it to. It's a little silly if you ask me, but hey, here we are, man. So paint that red and then we can kind of like pull it back to the point where we're happy. It's a collective effort. I use the royal we here. It's just a smidge of a hint of a wisp of red. And like, look at that, man. Look at her coming alive. That's fun, man. We've been playing Dungeons and Dragons for like 10 years now, and I can't count the amount of dragons I've met on my hand. I need more dragons. Well, I reserve dragons in my game for very important, like, characters, figures, whatever. I don't whimsically throw dragons at my party. A dragon, in the lore of Eldara, a dragon is a rare and powerful and mighty creature, because I think that's the best way to handle them in stories, personally. I don't like Warcraft is awesome, but really it's like Warcraft has like basically like 7 dragons, and then it has a whole bunch of drakes that are their brood mates or whatever. But for me, handling dragons, no, I want dragons to feel more like Smaug or like individual named dragons, as opposed to this like large collection of dragon-like creatures that occupy your world. Like the idea of a dragon rider to me is like an absurd idea for Eldara. It's like really cool as a concept. Like we can rule of cool it, and definitely it passes the rule of cool sniff check. But to try and really say that it's like, I don't know, it's not something that I'd want to put in very uncasually. I sampled some of that like green from her hair. Pull some of that out. Ooh, me was looking cool, man. I'm having fun, bro. Sometimes the painting just works, you know? I find that painting hair and faces are the first things to make a painting feel like it's really coming alive, as opposed to like doing the entire thing. If it's a colorized sketch. I mean, I keep referring to this as a painting, but then I have to like correct myself. Because I'm like halfway implementing painting techniques into a sketch, so it's like kind of a painting, but not really. Certainly not in its construction. Or whatever, man. Except for the green dragon check, yes. Well, I mean, that's pretty rare, so. It's ruined dragons in D&D by making them household pets, just like every family has a pet, but rich families have multiple dragons. Ooh. Yeah, and I don't know, it's too common for me in a lot of D&D settings, or games, or whatever, or even fantasies. Like, Game of Thrones is cool. Where else is cool? I think dragons in the Forgotten Realms and in D&D are too common. Where else are they good or handled well? I can't think of any. Use dragons in my stories as there's a powerful ancient artifact that was lost ages ago, and where an ancient dragon X attacked the city. Go kill it and see if they took it type stuff. Yeah, but yeah, it has to be to me it has to be more like talking about Smog or like an individual. It's not like a dragon did a thing. It's that dragon did the thing. Okay, yeah, everybody knows that dragon. Depends on the tone of story, plus mainly the direction and technology. People have the time, of course. They'll try and tame every breed every animal. I mean, sure, yeah. At that point, like you can rationalize it all you want. The problem is the narrative, like usefulness of certain things to me. I'd rather like kind of skirt around it. Like theoretically, sure. I mean, the you know, you can make a case for that if they have the time and the tech to do it. But narratively, I think the dragons should be honored in good stories as like serious things to invoke. When you invoke a dragon in a story, you're invoking a very old style of myth for people. What about Aragon? You ever read that since growing up? No, I've never actually read Aragon. I experienced a bit of one of the movies and have ever since then had Aragon fans desperately clawing at me, begging me not to judge Aragon based on the movies. So no, I've never actually really experienced much of Aragon. Can't say, but people seem fond of it. So yeah, maybe my nephew's work because he didn't go to school today, and the questions are like, Mikhail drives a Mercedes AMG G-Class SUV. Okay, all right. They're getting them kids on that material path, I guess. I think I'm a little bit more on the sparse side that even you, because again, my setting, I'm barely slowly building. There's only one per planet. I'm sure that's awesome. Yeah, the one movie you mean? I mean, I don't know. I thought there was multiples. I thought it was like a trilogy, like some Percy Jackson shit or whatever. 100% agree with them. The books are better, but they are making a TV series supposedly. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Are we excited? Are we optimistic? Because like honestly, I try and be pretty optimistic about things, but can I be a doomer for just a second? I don't think I'm excited for any TV shows, like any fantasy TV shows. The greater like creative industry has basically lost my faith in it entirely. I have zero faith in the Harry Potter remake, zero faith in more of the Lord of the Rings of Power shit, zero faith in like there's just I don't have faith in TV series anymore, man. And I really want to, because I really miss the early days of like, remember the early Star Wars TV, like Mandalorian shit? That was good. I like that. But now everything is a remake and a spin-off and a Who Asked, and people are just kind of disappointed with most of it. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Am I being a doomer, a doom and gloomer? Somebody motivate me and get me excited for modern television experiences, whatever. Tell me I'll love it. Sell me on it. Enjoyed House of the Dragon? It's so weird. No one I know watched House of the Dragon. I have no idea. I have no perspective on it. Were you a Game of Thrones fan and like a book fan or a show fan? Is it good for fans of Martin's Game of Thrones or for fans of the show? Not that one is better than the other. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to figure out who's a fan of this thing. You know? Aragon was an excellent example, both book and movie, of having the correct mythological structure, but not delivering a compelling story around it. Instead, the mythic archetypes were all tired stereotypes. Oh, interesting. In the books or in the movie, Atari? Are you not a fan of the books? Yeah, hold up. Andor's good, but it's in a good way where it didn't have to be Star Wars for it to work. Could have reflavored it as sci-fi, but equally as good. Andor was decent. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it, but it was fun. I didn't regret watching it, and I'd watch another season of it probably. So that's a good point. Is my favorite Star Wars movie or even sci-fi stuff? Not really, but you know, it was fine. It was decent. Was there only one season or was there 2 seasons of Andor? I forget. I forgore. Modern entertainment is pretty drab and boring. I can't tell you on that one. Oh man, I just might be excited for something to come out soon. Be like, yo, can't wait for this thing to get released, dog. You remember being excited for movie trailers and shit? You see a movie trailer and you're like, oh my god, I can't wait for this to come out. Dude, we're gonna watch the shit out of it. It's called Avatar. They invented new cameras for it. Bro, did you see the Star Wars trailer? Yo, you see that new Steven Spielberg movie? It's kind of shit I miss. You or anyone ever tried peanut butter and mayo sandwiches? No, Ted. I have not. I'm sorry. Never watched Game of Thrones, read the books. Or read the books, to be honest. That's fair. I never read the books. I wasn't the biggest fan of the show, but it was cool. It was neat. Both really, movie was most egregious. Book was written by a 15-year-old and it showed. Oh, really? Well, it's one of those young adult fiction things, right? It's best read at the time period or at the age group or whatever it is. What's up, Cyrene? How was your stream? I stopped in before I went live today and was warming up with you. I really liked the project you were working on at the time. It looked good. Color me impressed. Books felt like a slog for most of them when I read them. Like nerd homework. Oh, okay. Interesting. Nerd homework. Kind of like that, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what are we excited about? What's coming out that we're excited about? Is anybody excited about a Marvel movie? Is anybody excited about like a, I don't know, what the fuck is there? Wait, wait, hold on. Let's get hyped about something. I don't know what it is. I don't care. Let's find a project that's coming out, and everyone, I want all of us to get unreasonably excited about it, and we're gonna all go see it or watch it or whatever. Like some stupid project. I don't care. I want to get hyped about something. I want us to be like, yo, it's only 34 days before like whatever releases. Let's pick something. No VTuber debuts. Horizon? Oh, okay, dude. All right. Yo, Horizon. It's less than a month out for the beta. Yo, and you guys gonna play Horizon? And you guys gonna play Horizon with your players? Yo, who's gonna play an Astral Knight? Yo, who's in? Let me see some hands. Who's playing an Astral Knight? Astral Knight players. Evanable salute. Let's go. The only Astral Knight emote I have. Titanfall 3? You can't sell me on a Titanfall game, sorry. Yep. Can you believe it's dropping soon? I know, right? I hear it's gonna be a collector's edition. And it's the creator's gonna do some signed copies of those. Maybe give a couple away on stream. Oh my god, could you imagine? Could you imagine getting a signed copy of Horizon? The first in beta, a signed beta version for. Oh my god, could you imagine a signed copy of the beta? Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. All right, good job. We got unnecessarily and unreasonably hyped over my D&D adventure. Appreciate that. Smooth choice, by the way. Earning points with the streamer. LARPing. I said I wanted to LARP as us being excited about a project, and you guys chose my project. That's good stream etiquette. I'm telling you right there. That's almost as good as true LulWing, whatever I say. Yeah, not everyone's aesthetic, to be frank. I just feel like I'm kind of tired of Titanfall at this point. I don't have faith in them to do a good job for 3. I need at least I at least need to be able to have like some inspiration that they're going to do a job with it. If you know what I mean. Either an Astral Knight or a Sage. I'm still weighing my options. Yeah. Well, the Astral Knight's not necessarily for everybody. The Astral Knight's a very narrow class to play. If you like the fantasy of the Astral Knight, you'll fucking love it. If you're more, you know, backstory driven, you might be frustrated with an Astral Knight. I mean, you can do whatever you want with it. It's just if you're playing a canon character or not kind of determines that. The live action of How to Train Your Dragon coming out this year. I am not confident in any live action of any old animated film whatsoever anymore. I'm just Lion King ruined it. Kafa, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in, my friend. Wait, did I get a follow earlier and miss it? Am I done? Did I just get a follow and completely monologue through it? This is 6 minutes ago. Katie shit. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. Well, thank you for the follow, both of you. Sorry I was monologuing through it. It's not etiquette, it's just a sick project in general. Thanks, Poet. I appreciate that. Thank you. Y'all making me feel good about my dumb fantasy project thingy. Thanks, man. I've recently uncovered what an absolute pleasure and a delight it is to have people excited for things that you're doing. Once again, I was reminded. Tone back some of these highlights, I think. It's always a push and pull with painting, you know? You push something forward, you pull it back. You push it forward, you pull it back. And then you find that happy medium, that nice balance that you like and that you're satisfied with. Okay. I'm gonna work on some layer locks for a little bit because I'm lazy. No, it just works really well for this style of colorizing. And then I'll smoosh everything together after I do a cursory pass on everything. On everything. We'll see how it goes. I was listening and I found your art cool. Just here to write papers while listening about your art. Well, I appreciate it. I still feel, you know, I want to welcome people in by name and have you know that I appreciate you being here. So I appreciate you being gracious about it. And I am sorry again for missing your follow, but good luck on your paper. Whatever you're writing. I hope it's going fantastically. You were calling it live action remake? Yeah. Telling live action, just very high-end full CG movie. Yeah, but they marketed it as live action, didn't they? One thing besides Horizon I'm excited about is the next Hunger Games, not until the end of next year. Is that a book or a movie you're talking about? For our hungriest of games. Is that super expensive? Probably, yeah. Yeah. There's rumors about another Cyberpunk 2077 DLC coming out this year, and I'm holding my damn breath to see if it happens. That would be cool, honestly. I didn't play through the first one, but I'm getting there. I'm attempting. Hopefully I'll arrive at it at some point. Here's hoping. A little bit dark before we pull back on our shade. Make sure our lighting isn't too intense. Oops. Blush it up, man. Let's go. We're painting characters today. It's a philosophical and mathematical paper, 2-in-1. Prof's trying to finish off 4th year before graduating. Jeez, that's some advanced shit. I'm very impressed. I always loved the idea of pursuing theoretical mathematics, but the problem is my applied mathematics were too terrible. So I'm just dumb. I'll dream big, but I won't understand what it means. I'll have an existential crisis when I realize there's no true random number generator in software engineering. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. Yeah, man, that's what I'll do. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Let's go, dude. God, you gotta be so delicate when painting these kind of shadows. Your lips won't be that dark, obviously. I need to colorize the line work around the face. It's the only place that I actually want to colorize the line work. What the fuck? It's too bright. There we go. So I will do some finishing stuff and layers and whatnot to, you know, ensure that there's an adequate crossing of the of the medium from line work to painting where it's important. In hopes of not making her look too dead. Too dark in line work around the face is like muddying up the colors like you wouldn't believe. Okay. I don't want to go too far on this before I finish. Like I want to try and get like each piece of the sketch colored in a little bit so that it just looks like it's coming together more. But I find the hair and the face are things that I need to take a little bit more time on at the very beginning than I normally would, because without it, sometimes a piece can just feel a little lifeless when you're staring into a character with like some dead looking eyes and shit. Or too much like hatching can also kind of have that effect. Someone's keeping it super zoomed is a good idea too. Zoomed out, I mean. Not zoomed in. Never zoom into your painting. Come on, bro. First time?
Hello. This is one of my favorite places.
Yes.
I have my name on one of the public stools for watching this show. The learned skill displayed by the man in the tiny box always astounds me and makes me wish I did that.
Then do it, bro. If you want to be an artist, just go decide you're going to be an artist. What do you mean? Come on, Aduria. Come on. Ooh, I'm a software engineer. I manage servers. Nerd. Just go make art for your entire career. What are you talking about? Thanks for the 100 bits, man. Appreciate it, Aduria. I've sunk way too many hours in Cyberpunk. Got my goat right there. Yeah, I'm so afraid that when I actually do play it, that I'm not going to love it. I don't really want to. You know? I don't know. You know, someone who works in quantum computing and works in researching and furthering that field. Has a doctorate now. I don't understand, but enjoy hearing about his work anyway. Yeah, it's really cool, right? Super cool shit. Am I smart enough to ever have pursued the career in that field? No. But I think I could have been if I really applied myself to it. If I wanted to, I probably could have. I'm going to tell myself that, okay? I mean, I just have a very high opinion of what people are capable of when they apply themselves to anything. So, yeah, that'd be why. Cool to give like some of the blue like auras if her eyes are glowing, you know. Okay, that's enough for now. We'll come back to her face and eyes and whatnot in a moment. All right, next. Software engineer, brother. I'm hardware support. Yeah, whatever. Same shit. Software engineer, hardware engineer, potato soup engineer, bro. Matters not what engineer. Can you help me fix my computer, engineer? Can you help me with my phantom keyboard typing, engineer? Alright, I should really be saving this more often. Don't let pretentious engineers hear you say that? Oh no. Yep, I will. Really listen to the really been into the current season show of Daredevil that's almost over. Oh man, I remember I watched the first season of that. I didn't realize it was still going. Shit. Maybe I should check it out. Could. Give me a sec. I need to grab me water. Here, while I'm gone, you can have your orb. Alright, there you go. You have 7 hours and 45 minutes left on your orb before your precious orb is gone, so enjoy your time there. You can be the streamer now.
Ah, Chair-chan, my old friend, it has been so long since we held a conversation without the help involved. I see you have acquired an orb. Excellent decision.
All right, we're back. Bits? Wait, what do you mean? My chair gets more bits than I do? Bro, do you think my people sub for my chair and not me? You think anybody subs for me? Okay. All right, I'm fucking done. I'm done. Okay, hold on. Let me. Where is this stupid orb? Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. What? A hype train? What? Guys, are we I forgot to take my fucking water downstairs. This is the entire reason I took it downstairs. I was going to go downstairs was to refill my water. And I just picked it up expecting there to be new water. And I cannot believe that I went down there. Ella said something about GameCon or whatever. And I was like, oh, rad, let's go. And I completely fucking also reminded me exactly who Spectral was, because I absolutely knew who she was, but just for some stupid reason forgot. And I was like, had that little quick like kind of neat, and then waddled back upstairs and forgot the entire reason I went downstairs. I'm not gonna go. I deserve to thirst. I deserve to suffer because of okay. Anyway, thank you, Ada, for the 20 months. Good God, these long subs. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. That's a long time to support the stream, and I really hope you know and understand exactly how grateful I am for that kind of support. So, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Now let's see if we hit Hype Train rank 38 and beat Pirate Software's record. When the Necromancer brought up the war over the orb, there was weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth. Many of the followers of the orb were cast into the darkness, and the orb looked upon the destruction. The Necromancer Dark had been brought upon the world and said, "This is not good." Damn, can you believe that? Can you believe that? Even Necromancer Dark's catching strays from you guys. Catching strays from you nerds. Sort of soft reboot. There was 3 seasons with Netflix and Disney just made a season 1 with a lot of same actors. I think it's better than seasons 2 and 3. Really? I could go for a reboot of some cool shows. Maybe I'm excited about that. Mr. Pixel, how does one feel to be the funniest person in the entire chat? Why is Wait, what did Mr. Pixel say? Why is Mr. Pixel funny? What about cherishing the orb? I'm assuming it's some stupid shit. All right, I'm not gonna worry about it. Anyway, we got some Miwa Bell to draw here. How do we like this so far? Do you think this is a good piece? Do you think this is like in contention for a piece worthy of my art? I don't know. I'm trying. I like it. I think I'm enjoying it. I think I'm having fun. Now I have to desperately hope that Miwabel also enjoys it and doesn't hate me for drawing her with her fucking sweater on. Not used to even called math, it's called ability. What? Fucking hydrate. Okay. Anyway. I will suffer in thirst. I will suffer like G did from House of the Dead 2. Dude, I gotta put my filter back on. Why do I say this stupid shit? Why do I make jokes that one person out of 6,000 followers might understand? And it's not even funny. Like, the only person that would get that joke is Ulner. Anyway, oh boy, okay. Alright, radiant glowing sword, let's go. We have to paint non-metallic metal. That's right. If you're a 40k player, you know the difficulty of painting non-metallic metal. That's what we have to do. Bro, somebody came in my stream within the first year or two of me streaming, and somebody rated me, who is a miniatures painter. Very cool. Very artistic. Very lovely. And one of his, like, followers, I was painting some shit, and they were like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Why don't you just, like, use a metallic paint? I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, why doesn't God damn it. Yeah, why exactly?
I don't want it. It's stupid. I hate it. I hate Evan.
Mods, remind me to increase the amount that alert costs. Every single time someone uses it, I want that alert to cost 1 bit more, so I don't have to be reminded that Miniful hates me. Thank you for the 666 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm so thrilled at the thought of Miniful hating me. So, thanks, homeboy. Fucking hell, man. No, they said that they thought it was stupid that digital software didn't have metallic paint. That if you can do it with, like, real paint, why couldn't digital software just do metallic paint? So when you paint something, it becomes metallic. I didn't know how to respond to that question. I like to say sometimes there's no stupid questions, but I'll admit I couldn't that time.
You are most welcome, leader.
Thanks, bro. That's very kind of you, man. That's very kind of you. And that comment still lives in my head rent-free. I still think about it. I wake up in a cold sweat at night, having nightmares of people asking me that question again. Both ironically and unironically. So, I should put runes on this sword. Okay, hold on. Can I do that? Would that look cool with a linear dodge? Ooh, maybe a crack. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh my god. Miwabel, Goddess of Thunder. Oh my god, we're making her into a Grey Knight. Oh no, we've made her into a Grey Knight.
Why don't you just use a sepia wash to make it look older?
Because, alright, it's already old enough. I made a BattleTech reference when I was sharing some good news in my mod chat. My mods weren't even excited for me. They just called me old because I knew what BattleTech was. Fucking rolled and dunked. I'm already old enough. I don't need sepia washing anything, okay? Thanks for the 100 bits. What's BattleTech? It's a game for old people. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah. His eyes look cool and put him on Ghost Light. Oh, hell yeah. That's what I like. I think we'll do the electric current sword here. Imagine what Battletech is. For nerds? Yeah, right? You must be this old and decrepit to play this game. Yeah, for real, right? Do I want to go warm or cool armor? Let's do cool armor. Real super cool armor. Like almost... Ooh. The fuck? Alright. Sort of Ashy of Heart style cool armor. Obviously not as purpley. Some of that in there, maybe. Crap. I have to fix something. Shit. Sometimes you don't see mistake until the line work is canonized. And you realize the deep mistake that you have made as an artist. I mean, many things were a mistake in my career. Getting a dog. What else? No, never mind. That's probably it, actually. That kind of sums it up, I think. At that point. Yep, never mind. I think it's just Yuna. Yeah. Oh, shit, dude. Just Yuna. Okay, well. I'm glad we figured this one out. Guild meeting adjourned. For wondering where I went wrong, that would be it. This is a close second as far as mistakes go, though, so... Maybe adding the 690-bit alert was also one of the mistakes, but we'll see about that one. The Battletech once, back in the 80s, my Mecha Robot Warrior thing kept overheating. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what happens. You gotta make sure you got enough clan extra large heat sinks to not overheat your battle mech. That's a thing you gotta do, so...
I have secured the treasure for my hoard. More books for my collection.
More books for your collection. Mel. Any ancient tomes? Thanks for the bits, Mel. Appreciate that. Any ancient tomes? My dad had a Battletech role-playing campaign where they played Battletech for actual battles. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, I'll give that. That's badass. You're not invited to my Yuna-themed birthday party? Good. You don't even know when Yuna's birthday is. Which, by the way, I will be announcing my first ever birthday subathon for Yuna. Okay?
If you consider NK Jimison as a national treasure, which she is.
Alright, fair enough. Thanks on bits, Mel. Yep, so Yuna's birthday. You guys ready for this? I could get this wrong. Ella will correct me very quickly if I get it wrong. Yuna's birthday is April 27th. Okay, I'm doing my first Yuna reverse, or Yuna's birthday. Reverse subathon. What is a birthday reverse subathon for the dog? Well, you see, I will be live for 12 hours. Okay? Starting at 10 a.m. my time. Okay? Going to 10 p.m. my time. Now, if I am going to be live for all 10 hours or 12 hours, okay, Yuna will have no birthday. However, you can reduce the timer. The stream ends when the timer hits 0, just like a subathon. But you can reduce the time. It'll be 5 minutes per sub. Okay? And we'll have stretch goals. Like, if the subathon ends at 11 a.m., Yuna gets to go for a big walk in the forest. Her favorite path. Okay? If the sub ends at 12 p.m., at noon, then Yuna will get to go to her favorite pet store for a couple of hours. If the subathon ends at 2 p.m., she gets epic tugs. And we'll make goals through that entire process. And if you guys want Yuna to have a happy birthday, then you better end that stream early, man. That's right. I'm officially holding my dog's birthday ransom and hostage in a reverse subathon. So I'm happy to stream for all 12 hours, man. But only you can save Yuna's birthday. Oh, God. I was gonna get clipped and put on Reddit, and some 48-year-old dog mom is gonna try and cancel me. Fuck. Holy. Okay, what was I drawing? You're gonna be at the expo on the 27th? Really? Fuck, so you're not gonna have a happy birthday anyway.
Fuck forest fires.
Damn.
We are going to do it for Yuna's birthday.
Damn, we're gonna do it for Yuna's birthday? Holy Mel, who'd have thought that we'd do it for Yuna's birthday? Is that the new bit goal? Is you guys want Yuna to get a forest walkie? I don't know. Damn it. Where's the last of my electrolyte? All right. What was I drawing? Armor, that's right. I forgot.
New bit goal for Yuna. All of the Tritos she could ever want.
That's what you want the new bit goal to be? Really? That's what you want the new bit goal to be? Thanks for trying, Bitsmel. I appreciate it.
Leader, you need to hydrate before you dehydrate SMH.
I can't. I can't go back downstairs. I failed. I failed you guys. I failed myself. I failed Yuna, but that's different. I'm not going back downstairs again, bro. I already had a chance to go get water, and I fucked it up, dude. I failed. I showed you that all the hard work I put in to be a good streamer can be disintegrated in a moment if I simply forget what I was doing downstairs. I don't deserve it, dude. I'll go down and grab something soon. Yeah, that's fine. I'll be okay. Yeah, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. All right, let's see your tabard and tunic. Oops. Oops. So we got some blue in here. Let's just slap some color and just throw some shade in here, right? Just a little bit of some. Ooh, that's not what I want to do. Something just to show a little progression of dark to light. Just the most gentlest of hints of there being some lighting on her. Just so the entire process looks a little bit more well thought out. As we go forth into the end. We'll select out some gold now. But thank you for the bits, guys. I appreciate it. I'm honored and humbled by your choice to throw bits at me as entirely just a meme. But regardless, I'm honored and humbled. Okay, we'll just slap a new. Ooh, we gotta keep our saturation down on this one, bro. Otherwise, it's gonna get too light, too bright, too fancy. Just little smacks of that gold. So at this point, I think we have most of our colors generally sort of picked out. So I think there's like a decent chance that we kind of know exactly what's going to happen here for most of this. For her hair, though, I think there's kind of like a... Oops. Did not select out this part of her hair. Oh, that's cool. Oh, you know what? I was really nervous we wouldn't be able to get the sort of the pink tone from her hair in there. That looks kind of sick. Doesn't really interfere with things too much. And you said we'd never turn a VTuber into a D&D paladin. Ashy of Heart says, get bent. It's coming along, man. Yeah, I think this is basically it for the colors. We can kind of just like render now for the rest of the piece and figure out whatever I'm doing with the background too. The background needs some flair, some color, a little bit more saturation to sort of bring out some of that golden light that I wanted to have in the background, very paladinly. Mixing with that sort of dark grayish blue. We find those these you these you people are the people that said that yeah, the people that said that I couldn't turn a VTuber into a paladin. So these are, as far as people on TikTok and YouTube are concerned, it's you guys. As far as you guys are concerned, it's people on TikTok and YouTube. Because basically none of you nerds ever cross over, I can vilify the stream crowd in the shorts videos, and I can vilify you guys. Or sorry, yeah, and then I can vilify them in the Twitch stream. So, where's Lift Scar? Miwabel does not take scars. Okay, Miwabel has never been struck once in her life by a blade. She is too skilled with the sword to, to actually get never affected by it. If you ask Christopher Walken to voice over character in Eldaro, who would it be? If I asked Christopher Walken to voice over a character in Eldara, I would ask him to voice... Ooh. The librarian in the Grand Crest Archive. Your book. It's not here. Don't know where it went. You'll find it. Wait, Mr. Walken. I mean, librarian. Yeah, he'd be good for that. Am I on the right layer? I am. I kind of want to go a lot darker in the background, though. I'm, like, really debating this. I'm kind of, like, meandering and debating and... Oh, that's better. That's better. All right. Hey, sometimes you just need to slap a giant airbrush and normalize all the color and texture you just did and not worry about it even in the slightest. That's very important. Okay. Back to the armor. which, by the way, this is a Canadian stream. I understand that. I am a Canadian, but we are in fact spelling armor without the U. We don't spell color with the U or harbor with the U. Center is spelled ER and gray is spelled whatever the American way is. I don't remember if it's an A or an E in the US. That's just, we are using American spelling for all distinct words such as armor. We are not saying armor. We're saying armor. Okay? I am Team America. The only thing that I will not unite with my American brothers and sisters with is the word for the letter, last letter of the alphabet being Z, not Z. I think Z is funnier. So canonically, we will still say Z, even though we will spell armor without a U. All in opposition, please rise. Noted. And you will be excommunicated. Wait, that's not how democracy works? No shit. My bad. The book is not here. Some dog gal stole it. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's not have Christopher Walken be too much of a menace in our D&D campaign. I typed labor in an email the other day, and my boss asked me if I was turning Canadian on him. Did we have a U in labor in Canada too? That seems like the kind of silly Canadian thing we would do. Is put a U in labor. Labour. In the US we spell it freedom. Doesn't matter what word, right? You spell it bald eagle screech. Let's go. Honestly, you know why I don't spell anything with U's in it? Because Americans think that I don't know how to spell. Yeah, it's not that I really hate there being U's in these words, in armor, flavor, color. Flavor has a U in Canada, right? F-L-A-V-O-U-R? I think so. I don't mind the O-U-R. I don't hate it. I'm not mad about it, okay? But I can't use that spelling because literally, and I shit you not, Americans think that I don't know how to spell. They think it's a typo. I had this happen in an email once with a American client. Well, it was a Canadian client, but I was talking with somebody that worked at an American office, and I said, hey, here are the colors that Jim wanted me to try and work in, and so obviously I did my best to try and whatever, and here's the final color palette for the piece. And this person, I think it was I don't remember, but I think they messaged me back, and I think they said something like, great to hear from you. Those look fantastic. Thanks for running it by me. Just so, and at the end of the email, just so you know, you should probably, what was it? Or in a I don't know what they thought of me, but they said something really bitchy along the line of, just so you know, when you're dealing with professional or corporate or something clients, or when you're dealing with people in a corporate environment, it's considered good etiquette to spell check your emails. Yeah. It was like considered good etiquette, and so I was like a little like, oh god, I made a mistake. Spelling mistakes are the worst, because like as a graphic designer, if you send a spelling mistake to print, you're fucked. So I'm like, oh my god, what did I do? And I went through the email. I even put the email, slapped it into Google Docs or whatever, or some Microsoft or some shit to see where I was like, where's the spelling mistake? What did I do? And I just said to them, I sent an email back, basically, with the fucking energy of the sweat emoji, where I'm like, hey, thanks so much for that advice. Yeah. Just so you know, did I make a spelling mistake somewhere on the project? Like, kind of like, what the fuck is this person talking about? And maybe I missed something. Like, this is probably my fault. I'm dumb. Oh my god, I sent them a spelling mistake on some other thing, and they just sent the email. And they said, there's no U in color. And I shit you not, smiley face. That's all the email was. There's no U in color, smiley face. Now, this is a person that is a C-suite executive at a big company where the graphic design budget for the project I was working on was somewhere in the 6 figures. Now, I didn't get paid that, but I just mean like the budget for the whole project. We had to pay for web dev and all this kind of stuff. And this is a person who was in charge of the people that I was working with. And I remember her name now. Yeah. Anyway, and so she was like, send me that like, and I had to get back to them. I was like, oh, just so you know, I'm oh, so sorry for the mix. Cause I'm like, I'm going to take blame for this because I'm just going to take the blame for this because you know what? Just appease the monster. Just take the blame yourself and then don't make them feel like, give them the golden bridge to retreat away and just say, oh, I'm so sorry for the confusion. I'm actually Canadian. Thinking the person you're working with is fucking Canadian and I'm having flashbacks right now because I forgot how fucking bitchy this interaction was, how passive aggressive. I don't remember the exact thing they said, but they said something along the lines of just because this is a smaller office doesn't mean you don't need to act like a professional. Thinking the way that she thought I meant it was to say, oh, I'm Canadian, so I don't have to be professional. She thought I was defending a spelling mistake. To which then I had to then just like, I just let it go. I just like, this person can wield far too much power and money. I just didn't respond to the email. And I talked to that person, then the person I was working directly. I was like, hey, I talked to like so-and-so. I sent the email to whatever. And yeah, she thought that I didn't know how to spell the word color because I spelled it the Canadian way. And I see the person, they're like leaning across, they're sitting in their fucking chair across like a big board table. And the person, I shit you not, he just sort of crumpled into his hand. He was just like, oh God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. He just fucking the slow peel of the hand down, like oh, for fuck's sakes. And dude was just like, say something along the lines of like, can you just please spell things the American way whenever they go here or whatever. And at that moment that I realized that I needed to spell things the American way because yes, even though it might be correct there, and even though most people understand it, and even though some Canadians might think I don't know how to spell Canadian the right way, I'd rather have some curmudgeonly 63-year-old Canadian be like, oh, you grew up in Canada, why are you spelling it the American way? And you're like, okay, pops, the cocky game is on later, like relax. I'd rather have them think that I'm doing it the wrong American way, that I never learned the Canadian way, than somebody who can wield power over our interaction thinking that I'm just kind of stupid for putting a U in color or whatever. So that's why I say armor, color, any of these things, I will spell them the American way because, I shit you not, somebody who had a high six-figure fucking income at a project that I had a lot of responsibility for this project, thought I was too stupid to know how to spell the word because I spelled it the Canadian way. So that's why I say it the American way, because exactly that reason. And I never know when I'm going to have a client that thinks like, if I say, hey, what color do you want the armor to be? And I spell armor with a U, they're going to sit there and go kind of like, I mean, I guess he's just an artist. It's not like he knows how to spell that well, but like, you think he'd spell check your message to me, bro. Not worth it, man, you know? I could not hold my tongue if that was me. You absolutely could have. If it was your first opportunity to be wielding power and influence over a large project as a leader in that project, you would absolutely hold your fucking tongue and play the game and placate the monarch in order to not upset the careful ego balance of the corporate world. You absolutely would hold your tongue in that moment. Don't fucking pretend like you wouldn't. I believe in you. How's a person tie their shoes in the morning? I mean, I guess I just have no experience with Canadians or Canadian English language like speaking individuals outside of their own country. Who knows? But that's the reason. People wonder sometimes why I always spell things on stream. Armor is the one that every once in a while someone will get up in arms about, and they'll say like armor, bro, you're Canadian, aren't you? You know, he's like, shut the fuck up. You know exactly why I'm doing this. But so many Canadians accept the reason why I do that, just like they know. Like, I'm not sure if there's any Canadians in chat that have had a similar experience, but like half the Canadians I talk to, they're like, oh yeah, you got to spell it that way. Yeah, they have no idea. Which I'm not saying Americans are dumb or whatever. I love my American brothers and sisters, and I certainly don't blame your country or your people or your fucking, you know, citizenry for not knowing how silly Canadian words work. But unfortunately, once in a while I do have to just, you know.
Could Christopher Walken give a quick summary about the realms of Eldera?
Walking? Oh man, I don't know what he'd say. Well, he's the librarian, right? We asking the librarian for it? God. He's trying to best Ted. Man, Christopher Walken, you're something about Eldara? I don't know what he'd say, man. Something about rings. Rings. Runes. What are they? They're here, they're there. Maybe they're not. No, I don't know, man. I don't know what the librarian would say. A lot of people, statistically speaking, it also means we have a lot of dumb people. No, I'm not look, I'm not trying to, no. I'm not trying to blame, no, hold on, back the fuck up. I am not trying to shame any of my American brothers and sisters. You guys are all brilliant, lovely, family to us in Canada. The memes or the shit talking or whatever, I don't like it because I love way too many brilliant, fantastic Americans. This isn't an Americans are dumb thing whatsoever. This is this specific person, and people like them do exist that I have to be aware of. So, yeah. Sorry for my insufferable neighbors. No, not at all. Not at all, man. I won't accept any Americans apologizing on behalf of American nonsense in my chat. You guys don't have anything to, you don't answer for people in your country doing silly shit or not understanding anything about Canadian fucking whatever it is. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not just opening the fucking batting cage on shit talking, you know, dumb American stereotype memes. That's not what I wanted to say. I'm just saying that that's the reason why I do it, is because sometimes you do get people that are very, you know, uncertain as to the way that Canadians actually exist in the English language. So that's it, man. That's it. Start losing my shit. Just happen to live in an area with statistically larger population of dumb people around me. I mean, look, the way I say it about Canada as well is that Canadians are just as dumb as Americans, man. We're just better at hiding it because we're polite. Yeah, we're just better at hiding it because we take pride in you know, our politeness. Canadians, dude, we can be dumb as shit. Are you kidding? This isn't an America only problem. Okay. Bro, I mean, as a Canadian, I'm too stupid to even understand how to calculate temperature in Fahrenheit. Okay, that. Okay. Okay, that was a mean joke. I'm sorry. That was the last one. That was it. I had one. That was it. And you're kidding, by the way, you said the word process. In US, you guys say process. This was process. So I don't think that's a Canadian thing, actually. I know I say process, and I sort of, dude, okay, this is actually funny. So I changed the way I enunciate words to try and hide my my speech issues. So there's certain things I say, like schedule. I'll enunciate the K sound, the K in schedule, or the G, whatever it is. I enunciate certain words because there's certain phrasing that I have a problem with, that I grew up having a problem saying. So there's something that sometimes I linger on a syllable, and now I'm very intentionally doing it a little bit, which is not good for my mental right now. But I think that I say certain words that, like data versus data, right? Kind of thing. Those are little tells. But I think the process versus process. I don't actually know a lot of Canadians that say, I know more Canadians that say processor as opposed to processor. It's that I think is just me trying very hard to enunciate certain syllables in a specific way so that I don't fall into those old speech impediment habits, which I do think that sometimes you can hear my lisp come out a little bit on stream. I'm not sure if it's like distracting or not, and I hope it isn't distracting. I've been told it's endearing that when I start, you know, getting into a subject or whatever. Ella says when I get excited about something and I'm talking about something very emphatically, that it sort of slips out a little bit, and she says it's kind of endearing not to worry about it. So I don't stress over it too much, but I do try very hard to enunciate certain words and certain phrases and syllables in a way that I'm not going to let slip the annoying nuisance of listening to me improperly speaking. How would you say a story about a boot? Yeah, the about, you know what the Canadian sort of the tell is? It's actually not a boot. Canadians don't only say a boot. The story, the tell for Canadians, it's kind of funny, especially East Coasters, is the way they say the word hard. The ARD syllable, they'll still say hard. You know, and you'll hear that. There's like a bunch of Canadians that people didn't know are Canadians, but I'll know they're Canadian when they say, you know, you want to train that set real hard. Or whatever, and I hear that Canadian like the ARD sound in there, so, or heart or whatever, you know, something I can't think of other words. So it's hard and heart. Harbor almost sounds Scottish. Well, it kind of does, because like the Newfoundland and Labradorian and Nova Scotian and that kind of side, they have a very strong connection to Ireland, so they have that Irish sort of like slight tint to their accent that then is pervasive as it goes further east. So you'll hear people from Toronto even saying hard or whatever, just because it's part of the language, like lexicon or whatever it is. Out west, it's not as common, but I do hear Canadians, especially older Canadians. If you're older than the age of like 50 maybe, there's a higher likelihood that in Western Canada they will speak with the Canadian, like that Canadian accentry or whatever. And I don't exactly know why, but it's kind of funny. Maybe it's because we got we're I just said, so the linger on the R. I just did it without, kind of, but yeah. There's more of a Scottish influence in where I live, in Western Canada, than there is in Eastern Canada. And the Maritimes is very much an Irish, like, kind of diaspora there. Probably after you get past Quebec. Like everything east of Quebec is there's a very strong Irish influence, and then as you go west through Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, there's much more of a Scottish influence. Like even the culture around here, like our reservist force, our military reserves based out of the city I grew up in Calgary, are called the Highlanders, and they formally wear kilts as part of their dress uniform. And so that British military tradition is pulled in through and stays in some places in Canada. And obviously, like being a Blair, like Blair is a Scottish surname. So, you know, that's an indicator, I guess. So, gotta pick my friend. Have a good one, y'all. Chalk, thanks for chilling today. I appreciate you. And thank you, you know, for sticking around. It was a lot of fun having you in the stream today. Accents have always intrigued me. It's a neat thing. It is, right? Yeah. Once you get past the Rockies, you start sounding more like you're from Seattle, from the Americans, but with the same R accents here and there. Oh, do they do that in Vancouver? Interesting. Yeah, on that side of the, like the Rockies and the islands and stuff like that, it's probably pretty apparent or obvious. It's always just so interesting to me, because like Canada's like a lot more normalized for the geographical distance than America is. And I know that like I have French people just like throwing their head up and about to bash through my fucking window and start referring to me as various tabernacles if I say that. But realistically, the difference culturally between someone from Vancouver and someone from Toronto is a lot more similar than the difference from somebody from New York to, like, I don't know, New Orleans or whatever, something like that. You know, it's kind of interesting to me that there's more of a Canadian culture than there is different regional stuff. It's like there's an overarching culture with small peppering of uniquenesses in there or whatever. All right, time to try hard at this piece. Got a little more armor to paint in, bro. Process. It's all part of the process. I mean, the real tell to see if a Canadian is Canadian is to see how they will say, "You will not stop me. Lord Vader will be more powerful than either of us." That's like the real way of the, you know, not the about a boot thing. It's the, you know, how they say, "You will not stop me. Darth Vader will be more powerful than either of us."
Visitors,
yeah,
how
just
exciting.
Ama, Teneb, what's up, guys? Oh, shit, dude. What is up, friends?
Visitors, how exciting.
What's up, man? Oh shit, dude. Yo, good to see ya, Anna. Or I was gonna say Amatama. Ama, who is now Amatama on Twitch. No longer Uwu Ama. And of course, Teneb. Thanks for chilling, guys. How was stream? Were you guys streaming together? What are you guys doing, man? Last team playing Split Fit. What the fuck is Split Fiction? Listen, first of all, we're gonna go in order of raid here. So, well, first of all, welcome in, raiders. Good to see you. Second, if you do not know Teneb, you are missing out. One of the greatest minds on Twitch, a developer of class and decency, a dignified individual of not Kenku in like stature. Teneb's great. If you like anything about like TTRPGs, game dev, all that kind of stuff, Teneb has a fantastic and phenomenal stream, and I definitely recommend checking Teneb out. And of course, also in that same vein, Ama has been one of my very dear friends on Twitch, who I am very overdue for a Discord call and a hangout with. But Ama is one of the very oldest streamer friends that I ever made on this platform, and Ama is an absolute delight and a treat of a human being. Super generous, a fantastic artist, has a fantastic stream, has a fantastic ukulele skill set, and after a very long hiatus of missing out on Ama streams, we finally have Ama back. So please go give both of them a follow. I'm a big fan of both, and I've been friends with Ama for a while, and I've had the recent pleasure of being acquainted with Teneb. So what an honor and a humble yeah. Oh, if you guys want to see, actually, so Ama, Teneb, we're doing the next VTuber, my VTuber fan art series, where I take a VTuber friend of mine and I make them into a D&D character. And if you guys didn't know, I actually drew Ama at some point in time. Ama was the first VTuber friend that I asked if I could do fan art for in a silly, dumb D&D style, and so this was Ama. So if you want to see Ama, bro, as her blue... Dude, it's so... I asked Ama what class she'd want to be, and she said Barbarian. Ama is the sweetest, most well-composed, modest individual of humility and wholesomeness that I've ever fucking met. I feel bad... Dude, like, I feel like I can't even swear around Ama, okay? And I ask her what class she wants to be in my dumb D&D fan art series, and she says Barbarian. So here's Ama the Barbarian, I guess. And today we're doing a streamer I've been watching for a while named Miwabel. So if you guys are familiar with Miwabel through that extended kind of Ashy of Heart crowd, that is who the paladin I'm drawing today is going to be. So thanks for the follows, guys. I appreciate it. Truly, I'm honored. I'm honored that you guys stopped by. Damn, bro. Hope you had a fantastic stream. And welcome, everybody, over from Ama and Teneb's chats. You guys are most welcome here, and you are most honored members of some of my favorite streams on Twitch. So, thanks for the follows, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you, Rune Lord. Thank you, Amped Up Anime, Dingle Bingle Guy, and Beagle Eyes Berry. Thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks, man. So demon barbarian. Ama is an oni, not a demon. She's a blue oni. Very different than a demon. Maybe not that different. A distinction without a difference, perhaps, but and if you follow Ama long enough, you'll see what new Twitch name she'll have next week. So there it is, man. Armor texture is beautiful. I'm so happy to see your art all the time. Thanks, Ama. I've been trying very hard to. I don't know if you've noticed, Ama. I've been streaming a fuckload this year, and I've been making art and posting daily, and just making shit every day. And I'm trying to keep up with a pretty aggressive cadence for the work I'm doing. So I appreciate that. That means a lot coming from you. I have very few artist friends that I get a chance to talk to, and Ama's somebody that I always look up to. So that praise and approval means a lot. I have noticed you keep me company when I work during the week. Oh shit, dude. Hell yeah. Well, it makes me happy, bro. Well, yeah. I really want to revisit the art that I've done of like Ama and Ashy, because those were very early pieces and are kind of shitty. They deserve better, so I gotta do better art of Ama and Ashy. Dude, Teneb fan art would be actually lit. I could do totally. Hold on, man. Wait, I have ideas. Well, hold up. Bad guess. Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. That's just tenant fan art would actually be kind of lit, wouldn't it? That'd be very different from what I usually do. I'm trying so hard. Now I know. Listen, I know you're not a Kenku or an Aarakocra tenant, but I am just saying. I have been trying to draw an Aarakocra, a parrot Aarakocra. So avian art is something I've been trying to get better at, as I've failed 3 times at drawing this little Aarakocra parrot character for somebody. So, yeah, avian design is something that I've been thinking about very deeply. So maybe I'll be accomplished enough to do some Teneb fan art pieces at some point in time here. If you will allow me the honor. I'll do my best. I'll try my hardest, alright? Trying to disappoint. No promises I'll figure it out anytime soon, but it's been on my mind, so. And thank you, Shattershire, for the follow as well. Welcome in. Trying to get this done today, alright? Well, I'm not trying to speedrun, but I'm trying to, like... I want to do these in as few recordings as possible, if I can, because the fewer the recordings, the better the videos look. So I have this, like, deep compulsion to try and get it all done in one shot. I tried that really hard with the Hermitha piece that I did for Chelsea a little while ago, and I got most of the way through, and it was close enough that I didn't need to do the rest as part of the recording. I just sort of, like, had it appear at the end. So... how about send you some Unreal Engine shenanigans to test out? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Because I'll be honest, you know the last time I actually dealt with Unreal Engine, Teneb? I don't know if I'm gonna okay boomer myself, Teneb, but the last time I tried to do anything with Unreal Engine, it was for building levels in Unreal Tournament 2004. Long before the fall of Gondolin. Back in the days of the elven kings of Nagathrond, when Durin woke and walked alone before the Balrogs of Morgoth laid siege against the shining 12 houses of Elfkind, before Glorfindel fell, I was working on Unreal Engine, and I haven't any time since then, so... oh boy, yeah, that was a while ago, man. That was a while. Whew, man, yeah. I'm recording, thank you, Thorkin, yes. I'm indeed recording, thank God. Otherwise, I would probably have just started sobbing just now. Yep. Okay. Color. How does it? Thank you, King Sea Dog, for the follow as well. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Yesterday I met a person who also GMs and draws characters of the people playing, so I started drawing designs. Really cool time. We could totally do a drawing along session with your channel if you haven't yet. Ooh. That'd be kind of fun. I mean, I don't know a lot of people do the same kind of nonsense that I do, so that'd be kind of rad, actually. It's mod only command for what? Oh, for the recording. Yeah. All right. What's up, Shatter? Good to see you. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a little minute or two since I did any actual game dev stuff with Unreal Engine. That's why I'm so intrigued by Teneb stream. I'll just be like peepo sit watching along, listening to somebody talk about stuff that I don't understand, feeling smart as I LARP as a game dev vicariously. Do you think anybody LARPs as an artist by listening to me? I certainly LARP as somebody who's somewhat composed when I'm listening to Tenebs talk about literally anything, so. Love that people sit here. Yeah? You a fan? You learning how to art, Amma? Oh wait, shit, I should learn how to art from you. Ah, damn it, we got the wrong way around. Shit. We did it wrong, man. God damn it. Every time I try and learn how to art from Amma, I just always get it wrong. I'll be a real artist one day. Make Amma proud. You learn every day? Yeah. Amma, I still think you're the best emotes on Twitch. By the way. Just reminding you. Just as a casual reminder. Works like we keep company to each other and then we share some screenshots of what we do. Oh, that's cool. You don't do like a live Discord stream along with everybody? To see what you're doing in real time? Is it more like a play-by-post type thing? Well, that's pretty cool, too. I'm down with that. Follow you on YouTube. I had no clue that you streamed till just now. You follow me on YouTube? Seriously? No way. That's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. I think that you are the first person to ever be brought in with a raid that said that.
How exciting.
Oh shit. Dude, what is up with that? Thank you for the raid. What's up, bonus reaction? What's up, guys? Good to see ya. Hello, my friends. Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. How was stream? What are y'all doing over there? What is up? Boo. Oh, man, I deserve it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're back? What's up, dude? Good to see you guys. Hello. How was stream? Tell me tales of adventure. Tell me of amazing stories had and adventures to be wrought. What are y'all doing today? What are we on? Session prepping. Oh, shit. Okay. Right on, man. Good to see you guys. Yo, go over there, hit that shout out link that Thorkin and Ella posted, and drop a follow, man. Seriously. We got some actual if you like when I talk about D&D, man, you can actually go you know, actually talk about D&D. Wait. We have to go DM the game now? Shit. All right. Well, have a phenomenal, wondrous game. What's the channel? Wait. Just so people, I can give you the other show. What's the channel that the game's on? What's the where are we sent? Where are we shouting out for people who want to see the game? Your mod should ban Leon? Why? Look at, dude, Leon posted a heart after asking me how the art was. Oh, it's an in-person game. Oh, okay. I thought you maybe doing a stream game that you had to go. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I want to make sure that I was politely sending people to the right places to see your lovely work. So I was like, yeah, wait, you going live back on bonus? Okay, I'm confused. I just want to make sure that I wasn't missing anything. Evan is famous. Let's just all tears and joy. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. That's all right. Relax. Well, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. I hope your game goes phenomenally. I made it through, dude. We made it through our goblin camp last night, and I didn't even get TPK'd, so I'm all high on my D&D player skill ability right now, if you can believe it. Soon to be brought low by my DM, because yes, that's right. I'm actually playing in a game right now instead of just running it. I'm also happy for me, in case anyone else was happy for me, so. But yeah, thank you, Monster, for doing the shoutouts for them. Please go follow our illustrious raiders, and welcome in, guys. If you are not familiar with me, I am Evan, and I draw things for my D&D game. So I usually do a lot of stuff for like characters and monsters and locations and stuff for my whole D&D world. I'll do a lot of portraiture and things like that and all sorts of nonsense for the adventure I'm building and landscapes and stories. But today I'm actually doing a bit of a fan project where I'm taking somebody's VTuber design and turning her into a paladin in my style. So kind of still anime-y, but I'm trying to do this dope paladin design today. I'm trying to get it finished in one recording session because I post all my recording and like process videos on YouTube and Instagram and shit like that. And I'm trying really hard to finish this today and one shot it. So wish me luck. Smelly Nerd tier list when? Oh god. People got too upset about that, Leon. People got way too upset about that. I hit way too close to the nerve when man, with that one. People were mad. They felt called out. Even if I wasn't calling them out, they still felt called out. And they felt called out for other smelly nerds. I mean, for other innocent bystanders that my smelly nerd tier list was affecting. I would never imply that Card Fight Vanguard players smell the worst at the game store. Shit, I forgot I was out of water. Damn it! Fuck. Ella, can you come bring me just anything to drink? I don't care. You don't mind. Thanks, Ella. Already follow you on Instagram. None of the spaces such as here. Because wait, you already followed me on Instagram? Wait, there's no way. There's no fucking way. That's so funny. I swear, guys. That's actually just hilarious. Well, thank you for supporting what the nonsense I do over on Instagram. I hope you enjoy your stay on Twitch. We did a session last night, probably one of our worst sessions, but we ball. Well, at least if you didn't get TPK'd. We definitely deserved the TPK last night. We did not prep well for combat. We did not, dude. I ran in on my own. I should have died. Ashy, she mercifully spared me, but I thought I expertly maneuvered myself. So we're playing as fourth edition game, and I'm playing my Avenger. So I'm very good at not dying. Hey, Ella. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. What's up? What?
What color is Lapras's shell?
What color is Lapras's shell? It's brown, isn't it? What color is Lapras's shell?
It's like a silvery gray, but I just can't get it right. So it's kind of like silver.
Oh, okay, try. Wait, what color is Lapras's shell? Lapras.
I want to make a color look right.
Oh, that's fine. Oh no, water down purple, or sorry, white and down purple.
Welcome to the Canadian Orb Count.
Yeah.
We
You're
help
fine.
heaven draw straight lines.
Thank you, Moose.
Okay.
Appreciate that a bits. Yeah, try it out. Ella's making. Oh, okay. Ella's making a Pokemon dice right now for the upcoming convention she's going to be at in Calgary, Comic Expo, in 2 weeks. So she's making a whole selection of Pokemon D20 chunks. And I guess she needed Lapras painting advice right now. What's like a Netflix adaptation? Why'd you change the skin tone? The lighting on it is just like, if you'll notice the lighting, it's not about skin tone, it's about the actual just bright ass blinding rays of light that are hitting Miwa's figure right now. If you look at like the shadow colors, you can see it normalizes a bit. So we don't light the entire thing and really bring out too much saturation and brightness until close to the end. Otherwise, when you work with saturation too earlier in the process, what ends up happening is you get the color dodge, sort of overly kind of hyped up, blinding kind of color dodge aesthetic. So no, it's just a matter of like darkening the whole image and working with saturation as a resource. It's like a really big component of classical painting, is to not like treat your saturation with too much what do we say impunity, I guess, early on. Can we see you draw more Glitch Star members? Leah Asimov and Nova Alkami. I was just gonna draw Maple, but Maple's the only other Glitch Star member that I actually really know of. So unless one of them asks me for shitty D&D art, I probably might be drawing Maple next, and then that's it for Glitch Stars. I don't even know Maple actually likes fan art of like dumb D&D shit like this. Miwa actually asked Miwa if she liked this kind of stuff, and Miwa said fuck yeah. So I don't know those. I don't know the other members well enough to just like, you know, ask them if they want stupid fan art or whatever. So time to look for another group for DMing. For what? You TPK the party? Doing 2 groups at the moment, and the last night was my group that I've been with for 3 years. Last night was just a bad night, I think. Oh wait, what happened? Hold on. Players interrupting each other, no one engaged, no talking. When we did get to an important bit, everyone would either stay silent or talk over me. Are you playing online? Because yeah, that can happen a lot on Discord, I find, which really is brutal. And the DM, I left the room 4 seconds. I come back to everyone trying to be the DM of the campaign. There's a whole lot of other issues. Damn, bro, it sucks. Yeah, I always find that people are worried about talking like too much in a D&D game, and I've always found the issue is players not engaging because they're like afraid of it or whatever. And I definitely would rather sort of like wrangle players that are trying all too hard to like engage with the game than to try and get a bunch of players that aren't really in it to like be a little more expressive. You know, that's definitely a pet peeve of mine that I've had to try and like figure out over the years. So I definitely play better with players that are more open about their RP and what they want to do and things like that. So I'm going to try some texture brushes in here, okay? I'm going to see if we can put some light texture and then paint over it to sort of try and keep it in here. Usually you're fine, but last night was just... Well, yeah, people can have off nights and stuff. That's definitely a thing that I've noticed for DMing. I've had with online groups, it's just people are like tired and whatever. And like, if you're tired and shit and you don't want to like play D&D and stuff, like that's totally fine. I would rather players tell me like, yeah, man, I'm just kind of not feeling it right now. Like I've just had like a long week or whatever. Can we just chill? I'd much rather players say that than just like try and force it when they're just not feeling it, you know? If you just want to chill and hang out. Like for me, the mark of a really healthy, good D&D group is, can you chill and not play D&D? The best D&D groups I've played in almost have a hard time getting to the game. The worst D&D groups I've played in, and by I mean worst as in like the worst is like the worst cohesively, are the groups that are like, oh, so-and-so's missing, we're not playing tonight? Okay, I'm gonna go do something else. You know what I mean? Like, make sure that you're like, if you're not playing D&D, the best D&D groups will still hang out and just be general friends and stuff, you know? Definitely helps with things. That's like kind of rare to get though, I think. A lot of D&D players are just kind of nervously trying to make friends but not willing to step out of the box
Visitors,
a little bit or whatever.
How exciting.
Uh-oh. Chat, hide my art. Chat, wait, shit, there's a real artist in here. Oh shit. Dan, what do we do? Boys, we gotta hide it. We can't let Dr. Griswold see my shitty art. Ah, damn it. Oh crap. Already saw it. Damn it. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. What's up, dude? What's going on, guys? Good to see you. Good to have you. Hello, friends. Welcome in. Yo, we are big fans in this stream of The Good Doctor. So if you guys are not acquainted yet with Dr. Griswold, you should definitely follow that shout out link and go drop a follow, because I'm serious, man. I made some artist friends in this category since I started streaming, and I've been blessed to be a fan of some new artists recently, and Dr. Griswold is one of those artists. So seriously, go check out the Instagram, go check the stream out. It's a phenomenal time over there. I mean it. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Bun Bundungo, did I say that right? And Banshee Boy, thanks for the follows, guys. I appreciate that. Glad you're gird your loins. Yeah, I was trying to say grid your loins because Bun just rated me, and they're also an incredible artist. Oh, really? Okay, hold on. Let me do the thing. Let me do the thing. Okay. All right. Bun, I'm trying my hardest, Bun, to make new friends in the art category. So I'm gonna come I'm gonna come harass you on your stream then, so if you don't mind. But you haven't seen Bundiga's work. I think you'll like it. Really? All right, bet. Let's go. Bet. I'm gonna hit the Instagram link. You can't stop me. You will not stop me. Look, I'm like actually like using Instagram and stuff recently, okay? Oh shit, wait, you're right, man. Oh my god. Wait, dude, remember we were talking about like good lighting? You know how hard it is to do this shit? You know how good you have to be to do this kind of shit? Good god, man. Fucking underrated. Also, I see a proper Cintiq user right there. You know? That's fucking sick, dude. Yo, what is even my life recently? I've been so humbled and honored to meet so many dope ass artists recently. Like, I don't get it, bro. What the fuck happened? You know, wish that were me. Dude, what are you talking about? Your work's so beautiful. Holy fuck. Here, let me drop the Insta links for you guys. That's Bun's Insta link. And let me grab... Let me grab the Good Doctor's Instagram link. There's There's a good doctor. Yeah, dude, you guys are so fucking cool, man. Like, I mean it. I'm so inspired by I'm starting to make friends and make, you know, see my art peers in the category, and it's been cool. So, well, the details in the armor you're working on. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. So today I'm doing this silly project where I take a VTuber friend or a VTuber that I watch and I draw them as a D&D character in my world. So in my style and stuff. And so I try and bridge the like anime aesthetic a little bit more with the kind of brighter colors and shit like that. So today is Miwa Bell. Who is a streamer that I am somewhat acquainted with in the periphery of the friend group that all my streamer like VTuber friends are in, and I watch Miwa stream from time to time, and she's very sweet and very nice and really encouraging about this kind of shit. So I decided it's finally time to paint Miwa as a dope ass paladin. I've tried to get it all done in one recording, so I'm very motivated trying to finish this piece today. Because I really want to have a really nice clean process video for it, which is like, I hate that that's a big motivating factor for me for my like work right now, is trying to make sure that I'm getting good process videos out of it, but it's actually encouraging me to work a lot faster and a lot more I guess like focused or with more determination. So yeah, that's fucking sick. Oh yeah, sorry, I should probably excuse my poor manners and Twitch etiquette. I'm not sure if I did I know that Dr. Griswold got the shout out, but there's Bun Bandango as well. But thanks for stopping in, man. Appreciate both y'all's. You guys are amazing. What's the countdown above, Evan? Oh, the countdown above is the Orbathon. Have to go puppy sit, but I'll be lurking for the awesome piece. Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. Good luck with, yeah, both of y'all's take your break after your stream, man. You guys are probably working really hard, so yes, the countdown is for the Orbathon. You see, we have an orb emote in chat, and the orb emote has, I have found in recent days, become too influential in the stream. That's right. So we are running an Orbathon. Okay, it is like a subathon, but instead of me being live for the entire time the timer is on, you guys just get to continue using the orb emote. So if you're wondering why, like, hey, that kind of sounds like you're trying to microtransact your chat and hold them hostage with the emote they love, in which case, if that was your assertion, you'd be entirely correct. So you know, in order to preserve civility and a safe and secure society, the Dragon's Claim will be reorganized into the first non-orb empire. So once the timer goes down, the only orb emote left will be the tier 3 version. And after that, there will never be another orb emote until I decide it's funny enough to resurrect. So please enjoy your orbs while you can. If this entire thing sounds pretty goddamn stupid, you're not missing anything. If you're wondering why anyone would contribute to the Orbathon timer, your guess would be as good as mine has been. So we're both sitting here kind of stun-locked by the fact that anyone cares about increasing the timer. But that's what it is. It's for the Orbathon. It is, I will say, I am running the Twitch record for the longest Orbathon ever, as far as I know. Yeah, I have currently the longest Orbathon ever run on twitch.tv. Now, is that a record I'm proud of? We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm sure I'll be proud of it at some point. That's what we're doing, though. I don't know how to explain this to people without sounding completely stupid. You know? Yeah, enjoy it while it lasts, Nick. Soon it's over. Soon you will no longer have access to the good orb. And then what will we do? And then what will we do, right? Well, we'll have to see. Alright, tabards. What am I doing on tabards? I forgot where I was. I just got some lovely raids and my EXE stopped EXEing. And I don't have to finish it. I have to finish it enough that I guess if I like skip the last little bit of it, it's not that big of a deal. That's the point today. So it's not even a matter of you must finish the art, otherwise it's over. It's more of a, I'd like to not have to have it the piece jump around again for the recording process video. It's which we understand. It's a silly idea that keeps the stream rolling. But yeah, you say that until the 100th sub is gifted, and then I don't know what to make of it. So, yeah. The Mad Bees, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Look, dumb ideas have basically been the entire support structure for my stream since I first started it, and I don't know why or how to make sense of it. Sometimes I sit at home and stare at my ceiling and wonder why anybody supports the nonsense, but I try not to question it too much, not because I want to like question the support, but because I don't want to try and like find the pattern in it. That's just a way to like go mad, I think. That's just you're just done at that point in time, as far as I'm concerned. That's what I still can't get over it. God damn, appreciate that. Thank you. That's a profound compliment, all right? That means a lot to me, so thank you very much. Canadian ideas? Yeah, maybe. Something around there. How about those ideas, right? Okay, I'm done. I'm done, I promise. I'm done. That was the last one. Alright, zoom out check. How's our armor look? Give her a flip. Ooh, I hate how long that takes to flip. Maybe we try something real quick. We try a little airbrushing in here just to slap some color and some darkness into our... Ooh, wait, we can't get too... We drop the saturation a little bit. That's kind of rad, actually. Drop it ever so slightly. We're getting a little bright for my taste here. Getting just a smidge too bright. Just joined the Discord. So many nice artists. Yeah, there's a lot of them that I'm very humbled to see the work of every day. The Discord is a pretty cool place right now. I'm enjoying my time there thoroughly, alright? I got a lot of people showing off and inspiring me. I mean, one of the things I talk about a lot of times for artists is finding a collective, a community, a whatever. Finding a group of artists that you can sort of like build your skill set with is really important. And I think Discords in general are the place to kind of do that now in the modern era. For a lot of artists, we're out here on our own, either whether or not you're self-taught or freelancing or whatever. You just like kind of can't produce and proceed all that far completely isolated from a community of artists. So it is very nice to have a group of artists that can kind of, wherever it is, a Discord, a server, your friend group, whatever, a Twitch stream, just to have people that are like keeping you in the culture and thought of art, which is why I said I'm trying to make new friends on Twitch in the art category, because it's just really cool to have like other artists around me that, you know, I can talk to about stuff and just like ask them about process and shit. I'm gonna try my hardest to make some friends, alright? I'm gonna do my best, man. Maybe ask them if they want to talk about art sometime. You also feel Canadian? Yes, I am. I live close to Calgary, actually, so... I'm a mountain boy, alright? Yeah, Western Canada, not just Canada. You in Calgary Expo? Yeah, I am actually, probably. So my wife will be at Calgary Expo. She is a dice maker by the name of Blackwood Dice. So Ella will be at, where's her fucking Instagram? Where's her Instagram? What the fuck? Why isn't that on there? Okay, hold on. So Ella will be at Calgary Expo. And she has a table there in which she will be Blackwood dicing with her Blackwood dice. So she's going to be there, and I am going to be there for part of the weekend. I won't be there for the whole thing. There's a couple of conventions I will be at as an artist formally. So Ella and I are going to all of these conventions together, as I'm going to be there as an artist, and she's going to be at a table right next to me as Blackwood dice. Except for probably High River. I won't be going to that one likely, but I'm not entirely sure. So ArtCon, GameCon Canada, Edmonton Expo, and now Calgary Expo. The reason it's not part of the list because it was pretty last minute. So I should be there with her, not the whole weekend, but at least part of it, which would be kind of dope. So we'll be there as see, look, oh shit, there's my thing. Look at it. I was right beside her in this photo. So, but yeah, man. Be likely at Calgary Expo for probably on the Saturday and maybe on the Friday as well. I likely won't be there on the Sunday or the Thursday because I am currently very affectionately underwater with work, and Ellen knows this and loves me dearly and understands that I need to be released and relinquished off into my gremlin pit to do all the work that I have to do right now, because my adventure, my D&D adventure, is coming out pretty quick here. So, yep. If you're going, stop by. We'll chat, yo. I'm at A264. Oh, you're a vendor there. What are you doing there? Hell yeah, that's really cool. I'm sharing with a friend, Fire Ink Designs. Isn't it Fire? Oh, right. That was Fire and something Ink Designs. Yeah, wait, hold up. Hold up, Al. I think I'm missing something out there. That was great dice. Yeah, for real, right? Slamming art there with a friend. We're splitting the table. Oh, damn. Hell yeah. That's fucking awesome. Hold up. Let me go follow your Instagram. Let me go see your amazing art. Are you local there or are you traveling for the convention? That's really cool, dude. About Instagram. There we go. All right. Followed. Well, good luck at the expo as well. That's really cool. I will try and stop by likewise. That's rad, dude. I didn't realize there were so many people that like a couple people I've heard from chat going to Calgary Expo. It's gonna be pretty cool, man. It's gonna be pretty cool. I've only had the pleasure of meeting a couple people from streaming at conventions yet, and it's very fun. So far away from AA. Ooh, right. The vendor table. They're in a different realm, aren't they, Ella? I think it's time to start highlighting. Yep. I'm gonna try my... it's gonna look stupid. I'm going pretty chaotic with this, and then we're gonna peel it back, I think, a little bit. We'll do the same thing that we did with the other section, the highlights with the pencil brush, excuse me. Just catch some of those edges. And rivets and things like that. Anywhere that I can grab a little bit of extra lighting, we're gonna just yoink it. I know it's gonna be a little chaotic for this piece, but that's okay. I'm really okay with it being a little bit messy. Because, like, I'm kind of LARPing as a bit of a painter with this piece. Even though I'm not doing it as a painting, I'm doing it as a colorized sketch. I still want to continue my LARP as a real painter with this one. We'll smooth out some of this texture, don't worry. I know it's a little bit aggressive right now. I just want to do some cursory highlights, and then we'll smooth out some of that nice texture. Make it look a little bit more controlled. It's like the Restless Scourge, man. I gotta put the Helm of Domination on. As Tyrannus Menethil told me, control must be maintained. Shit, I've been streaming a while. I'm starting to say stupid shit. Okay. We're focused. Come on, log nicely. Thanks, Alf. Do you think Miwa's gonna feel like I'm representing her well in a slightly warmer setting? Do you think she's gonna deserve to get her sweater back? Should I just, when I post this, should I dual logs and say I demand that Miwa gets her sweater back? The woman's cold. The old Miwa design must return. She deserves a sweater. Hashtag free Miwa. Australia couldn't go since it's on the other side of the earth. That's fair. That's reasonable. It is a little far away from Australia, I will admit. Yeah. Just a little bit further away than maybe would be ideal. I've had a number of offers to go to like Australian conventions. I've never really thought about it because damn, it's far away, you know? But I've made more and more Australian contacts, connections, friends, peers in the art scene over here that it almost feels like there is a calling to finally find my way to Australia. Do you want to go to Toronto so bad? Yeah, Toronto would be great, but it's hard to get into and very expensive for us to travel to. Like, you know what's ridiculous is that if you guys aren't Canadian, you don't know what traveling within Canada is like. So Ella has family in a little island off the coast of the Pacific fucking Ocean called Hawaii. So Ella has family in Hawaii, and it is cheaper for us to go fly to see her family in the Pacific Ocean than it is to fly to Toronto or Ottawa. To fly within my own country costs slightly, about the same, but still slightly more, by like maybe $50 per plane ticket. But still, around the same to go to Toronto, Ottawa, anything like that, as it does to go to Maui. Now, let me present you with this opportunity. We have two groups of family, one that lives in Ottawa and one that lives in Maui. So let's just say you're going to go see one of those two sides of the family. It's just not going to happen, dog. So it's very expensive to fly within Canada. So that's the issue with going to Toronto or anything like that for Fan Expo or whatever. Is yeah, man, that's expensive shit over there. We got the pink undertone, so subtle but crazy. I'm glad you like it, Ashley. That's I was very pleased with myself with that one. Hi, Ella, what's up?
I've been trying to do this for the last
What do you need? Okay, let me do it.
Oh.
Let me do it. What is it?
Sweet.
Oh, these are squishy dice. Oh. You're pouring multiple at a time in this?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see. Alright, the squishy dice 1. Oh, these are smaller than your chunks.
No, those are chunks. Those aren't the mega chunks.
Don't you do squishy mega chunks, or are they always just been this size?
They've always been this size.
Oh, the new dice are just used to them being bigger now.
Yeah.
Okay. We just quit. Do not chew on the dice, okay? They are made. Stop. They don't need to know it's food safe silicone. We're not letting. They're not. Do not chew on the squishy dice.
This one has a bobble.
Do not chew on the squishy dice. Oh my god. These are such a pain in the ass to get out.
I know. That's why I came to you.
Why did you do this as multiple dice in one?
Because it's just
mold?
It's easier.
That was one of the worst ideas you've had.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
We know now for next time.
Yeah.
Can you pull it out, please?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. That's really fucking killing my thumbs.
No.
Ow.
My life.
Ah, dude. Okay. Next.
I can pull it.
Yeah. Oh.
This mold might get converted to not squishy.
This needs to not happen again.
I have another mold I can use. I can use this for dice and then.
Okay. God damn it.
Believe in you.
This hurts so bad.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I'll do that one later. Yeah.
You can pull it.
All right. There you go.
That's it.
All right.
I have one last thing for
Good job, Ella. You want this thing for chat? Chat doesn't care about your dice, Ella. Come on, nerd. No, they don't want to see the squishy d20s. That... Okay.
Okay, anyways, goodbye.
All right, goodbye. Ella said I can chew that? No, Banshee, no, bad, no. God damn it. God damn it. I will not be responsible for this. Ella said nothing. You do not listen to her. Oops. The fuck? I'm all distracted. So now we're going to normalize a lot of this texture by our airbrush, which is necessary here. So a lot of this is a little monka. There we go. Or I'm going to use the food safe silicone mold to make little protein powder ice cream dice. I'm not doing it. You can't force me. Doesn't help the fit tails for Fan Expo are silly expensive. They are, yeah. Like the problem is the whole like even going to Edmonton Expo or Calgary Expo is very expensive. The whole idea of going to Fan Expo Canada is just, oh my god. That's tough. Elle always does very well. Like, she does very well at conventions, so they are always worth it. They're always a good time. People are great. All of that. 100%. The only issue is that it is just so unbelievably expensive up front. They want you, for a convention, to pay upfront for the table a year in advance. And it's just kind of hard with very expensive conventions to find that, like, $1,000 when you're not going to get any part of it back for a whole year, basically. Once you're kind of in the convention, like, already, then you use the money that you've gotten that year at the convention to pay for the next year's con, and it's like kind of just like whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's just an expense every year. But going in the first time, you have to make that first initial, like, investment. That's tough. So, you know, one of the reasons why. But I mean, it is, we're going to see if like, I'm going as an artist for the first time now, right? We'll see how it works. If people like my art or not. I'll admit, I did not do very well at Edmonton Fan Expo or whatever, Edmonton Comic Expo. I didn't do, I got people asking me a lot if I did fan art, basically the whole weekend. People would see my art and they'd be like, wow, that's so cool. Yeah, do you have any fan art, bro? And specifically, not just fan art, but free-rin arts. They wanted free-rin art. Okay? And I made a TikTok about this. But this one girl comes up to the table at one point in time. And she looks at my art. She looks around. She says, wow, this is so good. And I'm like, oh, man, thanks so much. I really appreciate that. And she's like, wow. So, wait, do you have any fan art? She's like looking around, looking for something. And I'm like, no, actually, sorry. This is all actually original art for my D&D campaign that I'm making into an adventure, actually. Yeah, so this is all like concept art for that and stuff. So there's like locations and dragons and stuff. And she's like, oh, but you're so good. Why don't you make art that anybody cares about? Now, I knew that she meant to say, why don't you make art that people are going to want to buy? But the way she worded it was just a very small dagger pulled out and just carefully walked up and placed into my fucking heart. This woman beside her just like kind of, she's like, look at my art. She just looks over, just like, just aghast that that girl said that. And I was like, you know what? I guess I'm trying really hard to make art people cares about. And she kind of got confused because she's like, in her head, I just said I'm trying hard to make fan art. And she's like kind of thinking like, why wouldn't she just make it? Like she's just kind of like, oh, okay. And just like wanders away. I was like, oh God. I'm trying. So that was my first experience at a convention as an artist. We'll see if this one goes well. I didn't do that well. I also had, it was a last minute thing that I was doing getting to the convention, so I didn't have a ton of art that I think that people would be interested in. Landscapes, general fantasy things, whatever like that, I think do well. I'm trying to find the fucking, oh yeah. So I had a lot of my own D&D sort of world artwork, and you know, some people liked it and that was cool. Some people were enthusiastic about it, and the people that were awesome. I sold a lot of the dragon print up here. I sold some of the Eldari gates. I sold some of the maps, even the dragon, a couple of the characters. Not a lot, you know, and that's okay because the trip was paid for by us going with Ella. Ella was right beside me. She'd be like right to the left of me over here. So the trip was paid for and all the expenses. I just had to not lose us a ton of money with my table. So I didn't do that, which is awesome. So that's great. But I did have people asking me constantly, specifically not just if I had fan art, but if I had free run art. They fucking love free run Edmonton, man. They eat that shit up apparently. Holy, and also one person that asked me for Asterian art. She's so you see the art that I have up here. And this woman comes up and asks me specifically if I have any spicy Asterian artwork. I don't even have any Asterian artwork. Why do you want spicy Asterian artwork? God damn it. Yeah. So this year, for all of Ella's conventions, I'm going to be going with her. And as Electronic Blair Arts. I mean, Evan Blair Arts. Shit. So we'll see. I'll have an adventure this time. I will have my Realms of Eldar adventure hopefully printed by the time, so people can ask me like, what the fuck is this all for? And I can be like, here's my adventure. Go play it if you want. I don't care. Maybe. Please. And we'll see if people like it. So I'll be going much more as a game dev this year, I guess, as an RPG writer. And then just have other art for it. And really figure out how to... I don't know. We'll see if it goes well. Hopefully it does. He saw me last year. Oh, really? Shit, dude. Shit. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome. I didn't wander around too much at Artist Alley, so I did not see many people there. I did not get a chance to see too many people's work. I was very much dude, that expo, we were tired, man. I did not wander, I did not make friends, I did not see artists, I didn't do shit last year at Edmonton Expo, so that's so wild that I like to meet somebody from Expo. That's just so funny to me. And the bravery, right? Yeah. Right? I love that though, that people that want spicy Asterian artwork, they don't care. They're like, that's all I want. I'm on a mission for spicy Asterian artwork, and you will provide. You will, little art man, provide for me spicy Asterian artwork, okay? If you do not have it, get the fuck back home. Get your little art paper tablet thingy out and start spicying. So, I don't really want to sell fan art at the expos. It's too much of a risk for me. So I have like, I don't do fan art all that often, but besides this kind of project, which is like a more of a personal fan art project, like, not that I'm saying Mima Bell isn't relevant. I just mean, it's not like doing Baldur's Gate fan art or something like that, okay? That's all I meant. But it's a bit of, it is a risk to do fan art if you do anything with like the professional side of the games industry or whatever. It's not a huge risk, it's not a big risk, and you shouldn't worry about the risk, but I've seen people personally get incinerated and their careers get roasted by selling fan art. So I probably wouldn't sell like Shadowheart fan art or whatever, especially since it's in the D&D periphery of what I do. It's not worth the risk for me. But I am tempted. I will admit, I am extremely tempted to make some Baldur's Gate 3 fan art and sell it. There's just a small sliver of temptation for me to do it. Especially want to push original art. It's not worth having fan art because people are interested in your ideas and such. Yeah, what was funny though is somebody did say, what did they say? It was something along the lines of like, I said that I don't do fan art. This is all original artwork, and they said, "Oh, but it's art for D&D then, so it is fan art." I was like, "Do you know how D&D works? Do you know how D&D works?" That's not quite how it works. I think maybe she thought that like D&D was like a thing that hadn't established, like, you know, like beholders and gold dragons and like, I don't know, Strahd or whatever. Like sure, then I guess that makes sense if you have like Strahd and Drizzt and Drizzit and whatever else. I don't know. It's kind of like saying that it's like D&D fan art, I guess. But she thought that all D&D. I had some wild interactions at Edmonton Expo. I'm so excited for Calgary Expo, or sorry, Edmonton. No, we're gonna try all that again. I'm so excited for GameCon in Edmonton this year because it's gonna be different. I'm gonna be better. Yep. So I got till June to finish the adventure all the way. So I'm gonna need you little goblins to play test it with me, okay? I'm gonna say it's time for D&D, and I expect you guys to be there on time, okay? I'm hoping some people run the adventure for playtests for their groups and stuff. Not that I expect anyone to, obviously, but I hope that I get some of that feedback. A little bit of it would be nice before the adventure. I didn't get in trouble for selling or fan art. Wait. I know you can get in trouble for selling or the fan work or fan of an IP is explicitly against it, but do you know of any instances of someone who's got in trouble for selling fan art of an IP that is openly welcoming it from some other IP holder? Like if somebody was selling Critical Role fan art because they think it's fine with it, but do I remember, has anyone gotten in trouble for at Blizzard not being able to get a job elsewhere that? No, it's usually it's always a fan artist, that a person selling fan art that tries to get into a game company that they've been blacklisted. That's it. It's always just the blacklisting, you know. So if you're selling fan art of Hot Shadowheart, you know, spicy Astarion shit, and you're not touching, let's say, EA IPs, they're not gonna care. It's just people protecting their own IP somehow. Like yeah, I mean, Nintendo's just the worst one, obviously. Like no, I wouldn't. Like I tell artists that the risk of getting burnt from fan art is not big, and you shouldn't worry about it probably, unless you seriously want to go to the games industry. Like seriously, then you should probably worry about it and not do it. But again, even then, probably not an issue. Might even help you with some studios, right? But regardless of who it is, I think everyone knows better than to touch Nintendo. And if I see someone doing Nintendo, I'm like, homie, you gotta chill. Your hot, like, Peach Bowsette art just ain't worth it. Pick any other hot character than Bowsette, please. Please, dude. Nintendo knows where you live. They know what A&W you go to in the mornings to get your pancakes, okay? Like, just chill out. GameCon's a different little weird. It's great, but makes you question life. GameCon, we've had some weird experiences that too. That is fair. GameCon has had some very strange experiences. So, whether or not those are normal experiences for conventions, I am uncertain, but GameCon was wild. People be a little crazy out there. Brain not branding right in the middle of getting ready to switch my other job. That's fair. You're good entities. I know what you mean. Think Sydney Big Boy should become an official D&D monster. Fuck is that? What is Sydney Big Boy? What the hell? What kind of name is that? I'm unfamiliar. You have to teach me about it. Yeah, what the hell? Color me intrigued at the very least. Mid-off, nice meeting you. Hope to chat on the stream. Yeah, for real. Thanks for stopping by. See you at the con, I guess. Let's go, dude. Making con going, friends. Hell yeah. I'm like like really reluctant to brighten things up too early. We might hit this with a linear dodge just in 2 spots. Okay, this is gonna be very dangerous. Oh, 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 not that one. That one. Okay, I'm just gonna hit a couple of dodges just to slightly elevate our saturation, just a smidge. Without the gold, it really sucks. I need to get on that. Yeah, hold up. Hold up. We'll do a couple little color sample thingies here. Oh. Yeah, okay. Time to paint. Time to paint. City Big Boy is the official name for the world's most deadly spider that was found in Sydney. Oh shit, okay. The world's most deadly spider was half the size of the Sydney Big Boy. The Big Boy can grow up to 8 inches, a lot more venomous. Good God. See, this is why I live in Canada, man. Anything that can kill you is like 7 feet tall. Man, it's not like you're gonna step on a jellyfish and that's game over for you. Bro, something's gonna get you in Canada. You're gonna get a chance to like smack it in the jaw. It might not work very well, but at least you can get the chance to smack in the jaw. Anywhere else in the world, bro. Oh no, if you put your shoe on wrong, you're gonna... Yeah, I'm so good. We might have like 8 to 9 months of winter where it gets below freezing. We might have 3 months of ultra winter where there's 2 feet of snow and it's minus 30 or colder the entire time. But for the love of God, we don't have any natural disasters besides the occasional flood, but those are fun. No, they're not. Or we have any sort of venomous creatures. The only venomous fucking snake we have here, I know exactly where it lives, and I'm not gonna mess around with it. Dude, the venomous snakes we have here, I know exactly where they are. They're in one little Badland area, and you know what? They can stay there. They can have it. I don't need to go there. They have a dinosaur museum there, so I might go there once in a while. But I don't leave the parking lot. You think I'm going on some hike down some trail with some scary ass danger noodle? Hell no, dude. Yo, he lives there. That's fine. That's his house. He stays out of my house. I'll stay out of his house. Nah, man. None of this spider, jellyfish, scorpion, snake, bat shit. I ain't about that. Alright. Although the idea of being an Australian sounds wondrous, simply at the thought of drinking a VB long neck at 20 to 8 in the morning, besides that, I'm good, man. I'm good. I always do say it. I say it often. I say it every single time we have the Aussies in chat, that they're the only country that can take a fucking joke. Holy shit, man. You can always exchange a joke with an Australian. They never take it personally. They're the only ones that have the sense of humor. I swear to God. I tell Wolf that Belgium's not a real country and she gets mad at me. Right? The Australians are there for a good time all the time. One of the most poisonous venomous critters in Eldara. The most toxic critters in Eldara are actually the Twitch chatters that find their way in. No. Venomous, toxic, poisonous things in Eldara. Well, there is a flower in the Shattered Sea that's a carnivorous, venomous flower. I wouldn't let it sting you. It's like, imagine an anglerfish mixed with a mushroom and a vileplume. And it sits on the bottom of floating islands. Yeah. Belgium's a buffer zone, not a country. Well, I try, like every time I talk to Wolf, I tell her that I don't think Belgium exists. I think it's a psyop. I think that wherever you guys put Belgium on a map, I think it's just more Germany or more France. or whatever. You know? Yep. And then Wolf gets mad at me. Yep, she doesn't like that, dude. Telling her she's from a made-up country. Oh, she don't like that, dude. Like, it's just a joke, man. Thank you, Carpy, for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Good to see ya. What are we doing here? You know, I think... do I hit it with the... I'm just always so nervous to go too far on the, like, saturation bullshit on these pieces. So, maybe I do this in 2 parts here. Because, like, the mini full... You need to see my videos here, because I don't want to fuck up the recording process, but I think that... Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna end it there. Alright, my friends. Alright, lads. And lasses. Alright. My dearest little Dragon's Claim members. Alright, we're gonna go raid Aaliyah today, I think. Aaliyah's a streamer that I had followed for a while, and I had no idea that Aaliyah was a fan of my work, which is really cool. So let's go say hi to Aaliyah, who is a cosplayer, storyteller, creator, amazing streamer in her own right. I'm gonna go share some love and say what's up. And if you're into the whole fantasy vibe and theme, definitely her stream's a good time all the time. So hey, thank you for all the raids today. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the new follows. If you guys want to see any of the process videos, where's my outro? There it is. If you want to see any of the process videos or anything, they'll be up on the socials later tonight. There you go. So anyway, you guys are amazing. I appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out for a wonderful week. I had a lot of fun this week streaming. We'll be back live on Monday morning at 10 a.m. my time, 9 a.m. Pacific, which will be dope. So announcements? I don't remember if there's any announcements. I don't think there's any announcements. Regardless, go say hi to Aaliyah. Super cool. Definitely was humbled when I found out she was an appreciator of my art. So, yeah, man. I'll see y'all later. Until next time, my friends. Be good. Take care. And until next time, farewell.